Rogue Wave. Sam Reilly, Book 4. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Prologue. Bermuda, 5 days ago. The clock showed precisely 4:30 p.m. on the island of Bermuda. Luke Eldridge ran his right hand along his unshaven face. It was uncomfortable. For his 38 years of life, he'd always maintained a clean-shaven face, until this week. At 5'10", he was roughly average height for an American of his generation. He had thick brown hair, hazel eyes, a smile that would have allowed him to go into politics, and a cleft chin that made him belong in Hollywood. He stared at the time for a moment, as though his will alone could stop its progression. In 30 minutes, the others would come for him. They would have his answer, although it was unlikely to be the one they had sought. From the comfort of the tiny stone cottage overlooking the pristine waters of the Atlantic Ocean, his mind should have been clear to roam the many possibilities of the offer which had been made to him. His team had hit the big time. With their discovery, the world was going to be changed forever. He and his fellow scientists were going to be rich. The offers were going to flow in like a deluge. The only problem was the first offer they received had been too good to refuse. But that was exactly what he intended to do. It was going to dangerously upset the buyers. They had told him not to leave the island until a decision had been made. None of the scientists were given permission to leave, even though the others had hinted that they would be willing to acquiesce to such an offer. Luke had already talked to the other 3 in his team. Of course, they would want to accept. They would all be rich eventually, but the offer they had been given already would see all of them immediately richer than they had ever dreamed of. He was the exception, of course. He was born into a wealthy family. It was easier for the other members of his team to argue that he had the financial luxury of waiting for a better offer. It wasn't about the money. Luke knew he would have to refuse the offer for the simple fact that it was evil. He thought about the offer for a moment. It was provided by an angel who delivered the will of the devil. $20 billion to purchase the discovery of Elixir 8 and all research lines relating to it for the next 100 years, effectively banning the progression of the human race in exchange for lining the pockets of a global conglomerate of wealthy oil tycoons. It was one hell of an offer, only a fraction of the elixir's true value in the future, but it might take more than a decade to have a working prototype in production scale, capable of proving its actual worth. To the scientists who had made the unlikely discovery, the offer was unbelievable. If it wasn't for the person they had sent to make the offer, he would have accepted it. Even Luke had a price. But when he found out who the offer was made by, he saw the extent of the corruption. It was all too much. He couldn't let that much pass him by. The insult was unbearable, and he would risk his life to confront it. With no proof, it would be difficult to make them pay publicly. He was still working on getting evidence. They had told him not to go into the yacht race this year. It was a threat, and he really didn't like threats. Like a snake, he would bite back. He wrote a single message to his life insurance broker, the only person he was certain didn't currently want him dead, and pressed send. In the event of my death tonight, contact Sam Reilly. Only he can prove it was murder. Luke then proceeded to make his way quickly to the beach where his yacht was moored, awaiting him to join the race. Hundreds of miles away in a secret chamber on the east coast of America, using advanced satellite surveillance, they watched the Mirabelle leave the harbor. It appears he said no. From deep in the shadows, the man spoke slowly, so the severity of his statement could not be misunderstood. Timothy was the first to reply. Benjamin said he would personally take care of it if Luke refused the offer. Yes, but what if he can't achieve it? What if his research fails him? Perhaps he was only boasting. I'm not completely confident that it's even possible in theory, let alone practice. My sources tell me it's science fiction. It's been done before, Timothy replied. I've seen it myself. It sits somewhere between our very near scientific future and science fiction. Yes, but that was only in small tidal pools, never anything to this scale. Yet it did work, so it's possible, Timothy persisted. And it requires a lot of energy, far more than anyone could achieve without destroying half the planet. Hell, when I ran my most optimistic tests, I concluded how such an event would require the detonation of more than 5 atomic bombs like the one which leveled Nagasaki. Why don't we just send a team in and kill him? The woman in the room sighed. We're not the only ones watching him tonight. You know how he's set up his trust. If there's anything suspicious surrounding his demise, all of his research lines are to be put forward to public trust. It would be the worst thing to happen. No, the world has to know this was an accident, and this is our best opportunity to make that happen. The first speaker replied, Yeah, well, this is going to appear to be one hell of an accident. If you can find any other way to have him killed by an accident while being filmed, in such a way that the coroner has no choice but to rule accidental death, then I'm open to suggestions, she replied. No, I just hope it's possible. You know how these scientists get when they're talking research grants. Timothy stood up. Benjamin doesn't boast. If he says he has the ability to make it happen, he'll do it. You better pray you're right, because Luke has enough information to sink us if any of this gets out. Not only will exposure ruin all of us, but it'll most likely see us spending the rest of our lives in prison, or even end up dead. The Mirabelle left the tiny harbor off the small island of Bermuda just after nightfall, leaving a radiant glow of phosphorescence in her wake. She was a 140-foot super yacht. Made from composite materials, she was one of the fastest and most luxurious yachts in the world, a tribute to naval engineering and ultimate ascension to success for her owner, who had known when he was just 3 years old that he wanted to become an engineer. Luke Eldridge, her owner, took the helm with a small complement of skilled sailors at his command, all of whom are established blue-water ocean racers. As he cleared the harbor, all 4 of her massive, state-of-the-art carbon fiber sails were opened fully, and the Mirabelle picked up speed, skipping eagerly across the ripples of the unusually mild swell. The phosphorescence appeared brighter than he'd ever seen. With each crash of the bow as it sliced through the otherwise dark water, it seemed to radiate, giving the surreal appearance as though the ocean were coming alive. Luke was still reeling with anger as the Mirabelle took the lead in the race, distancing herself quickly from the other yachts in the regatta. It was merely a charity race from Bermuda to Florida Keys, but he normally enjoyed it. There were no other yachts in his class, and none of the vessels matched his abilities. They didn't want him to race this year, and he nearly hadn't. But then, when the offer was made, he decided he needed the time out to clear his thoughts. It was their first mistake. Thinking he could be muscled into a decision about his greatest development was ridiculous. If anything, it had made him even more determined to refuse the offer. He rounded the island and turned towards the west. At the press of a couple buttons, the enormous carbon fiber sails attached to the four masts tacked westerly. The traditionalists among sailors would argue that his ship was a monster, bred out of some ghastly land-based engineer's mind, with no resemblance to skilled sailing. To Luke, the Mirabelle was a monument of man's ability to overcome any challenge through the achievement of science and dedicated engineering. A perfect balance of modern engineering and synergy with nature. The swell appeared unusually mild, and the now offshore winds were picking up their pace, gusting through to 30 knots. It would cause trouble to some of the smaller yachts in the fleet, but to the Mirabelle was only just enough wind to motivate her massive hull to skip over the ocean ripples. It would be an easy 24-hour run. Like other millionaires, Luke was consumed with passion for everything he did, and his latest choice would have far-reaching consequences beyond financial wealth. The players were powerful, the stakes even higher, and the outcome would definitely change the world. But for good or for worse, he still hadn't decided. Just over 50 miles out from the starting line, his mind was drawn back to the words Benjamin had said to him at the end of the meeting. Don't take the Mirabelle out until you've made your decision known. They will sink you, and we both know how they'll do it, too. The threat was fanciful at best. Luke thought about the words again and how ludicrous the threat was. The Mirabelle and all other vessels in his near vicinity were being tracked by GPS. No one, bar a submarine, could reach him. Lastly, the threat that had been made was not yet possible, despite their current research into it. That night he slept peacefully for the first sleep rotation, starting at 11 p.m., while one of the crew took the helm. The Mirabelle sailed through the open ocean at speed. He rested better than he had for many years, the stress finally relinquished from his mind. At 3 a.m., the skipper knocked on the door of his private cabin. It was the confident knock of a man who knew he had a duty to perform, and concern for waking up his master was of little consequence. "Good morning, Brian." As Luke spoke, he was already pulling his safety harness over his shoulders. "I will be up in a minute." "Very good, sir. Coffee will be waiting for you on the bridge." Despite owning the yacht and paying for a professional crew, Luke always insisted that he took his natural turn on the rotating roster of watches. Otherwise, for him, the entire purpose of sailing would have been perverted. He climbed the stairs towards the bridge with resolute movements. "Anything to report, Brian?" he asked. "No. We've had a good sail all this watch. Our winds have behaved kindly at 20 knots, with the occasional gust up to 30. They've been maintaining their easterly direction. Mirabelle is performing at her natural efficiency, and we are comfortably maintaining a speed of 80% of her hull displacement." "Very good." Luke had heard this type of report many times already this trip. "How about you, James?" "Nothing of significance to report, sir, but you might be interested to note the phosphorescence seems to be out in full tonight. It's quite beautiful." "I'm pleased to hear it. I shall enjoy that." Since the first time his father had taken him out sailing when he was a young boy, Luke had been mesmerized by the star-like glow that the microscopic creatures would emit, as they react with the mechanical motion of the waves and the bow of the yacht. "Very good, gentlemen, you're both dismissed." Luke sipped his warm coffee as he walked around the deck assessing the sails. The moon was absent, but the myriad of stars reflected enough light on the almost still water to see the sails clearly without a flashlight. Ordinarily, he would connect to a lifeline while on a night watch. Tonight, the calm waters left him with a sense of safety on the large vessel, and despite having done so 1,000 times before, he failed to clip into the lifeline that ran the length of the yacht. He walked around the deck, methodically checking that everything was in order, pleased to discover that it was, and that he had not wasted the exorbitant money he'd spent on the crew. Luke decided to walk directly to the foredeck. There he stood, watching the surreal blend of starlight and phosphorescence. He had never seen a more magical night, and Luke took it as a sign from God that his decision had been justified, as it was necessary. Although the Almighty alone may be the only one to realize it within his lifetime. For the first time in years, he'd accepted this with equanimity. Ahead of the Mirabelle, Luke noticed the phosphorescence increased in luminosity, slowly at first, and then a little more rapidly. It moved away from the yacht as though something pulled at it. Against all common sense, and alone on the watch, Luke decided to climb the 18-foot bowsprit to get a better view of the strange and beautiful phenomenon. His intuition wasn't awakened as it should have been. Instead, something intrinsically deeper was stirred by its magic. He should have alerted the crew. He should have checked to see how much the autopilot had to correct its steering against the strange current. If nothing else, he should have had a glimpse at the radar. If he had, he might have received a warning about what was heading his way, and the outcome may have been very different. As it was, Luke was caught up in the beautiful event. It wasn't until the fast-flowing glow along the surface of the ocean turned into a green glowing froth that he realized the breadth of his mistake. Ahead of him, approaching at a tantalizingly slow pace, was a wall of green. It appeared more like a waterfall. My God, I can't believe they managed to build it. His first thought was only of the science behind the achievement. Then he understood the danger. Luke ran as fast as possible towards the safe house, a clear dome-shaped room designed as a place of last resort during large seas. He ran as fast as he could, thankful today of all days that he hadn't clipped into the safety line. He reached it just in time. He spun the lock on the hatch until it became airtight. The room was supposed to be nearly bomb-proof. Luke had barely enough time to look back and see the apparition as it flowed towards them. He cursed his selfishness for not warning his crew. But for what purpose should he have? It would have only allowed them to wake long enough to know they were about to die. A second later, the green glow reached the Mirabelle's bow. Luke stood proud, the reflection of the rich green glow in his eyes sparkling like stars. Taking one last look at the bewitching apparition as it greeted him, he heard the destruction of every inch of the ship as the wall of water raced towards him. Then everything went dark and silent as his world disappeared. Chapter 1. Colorado, Present Day. Benjamin White drove along the I-70 through the Great Plains, heading west towards the Rocky Mountains. It was approaching time for breakfast. He'd driven through the night trying to catch up with Sam Reilly, but it appeared the man had gone to some lengths to avoid being found. He laughed as he remembered his discussion with the man's friend, Tom Bauer. I wonder if he's sent me on a wild goose chase. He was going to be in royal trouble if he couldn't find the man. He looked down at his cell phone, no more than his peripheral vision on the road, as he fumbled through the long list of contacts. Benjamin stopped when he found Tom Bauer's number and pressed connect. A car next to him honked at him. He dropped his phone. Fumbling, he managed to pick it up off the floor next to the accelerator. The light was on, and the call connected. "Mr. Bauer, are you there?" He put his hand back on the steering wheel. "Speaking. Who's this?" "It's Benjamin White again." A long pause. Tom either couldn't remember him or wasn't interested. "We spoke yesterday about Sam Reilly." "Oh, right, the life insurance broker." Tom laughed. "Did you catch up with him?" "No, I haven't. Are you certain he's out here? It really is very important that I find him. Perhaps he's pulled off the I-70 somewhere earlier?" "I don't think so. I know he was keen to head to the Rocky Mountains. If I know Sam, he'll make a quick drive of it and make the most out of his time there for the weekend. Keep going, stop in frequently, and you'll find him." "You don't think I've missed him? I don't even know what car he's driving." "Neither do I, but I can tell you this. He spends so much time at sea, he doesn't even own a car." Benjamin swore under his breath. "Then what's he driving? A rental?" "No way, not his style. He would have picked up one of his father's cars. You'll be able to recognize it." "What does his father drive?" "No idea. He owns a lot of cars, all of them with price tags you and I could never afford." "So, I'm looking for a BMW." "No, I could afford that. Only just. James Reilly, Sam's father, is more likely to own a supercar. Only he probably wouldn't bother with a production supercar like a Lamborghini. He would go for a handcrafted, one-of-a-kind special edition. Trust me, if you see it, you'll know." "Okay, thanks." He hung up and added more speed until he was doing nearly 30 miles over the speed limit. He could afford a speeding ticket. If he didn't find Sam before they did, things were going to be a lot worse for everyone. By lunchtime, he'd been on the road for nearly 16 hours, stopping for gas only. His nervousness was taking its toll. He would grab a quick bite to eat and then hit the road again. He drove into the parking lot of a little diner. A bright green neon light flashed, "Welcome to Sweet Basil, open 24/7. Parked out the front was a current model Rolls-Royce Phantom. He shook his head, relieved. There was no doubt about it. Sam Reilly had inherited his father's love of style and expensive cars. Chapter 2. Sam watched as the young waitress brought out their food. She was probably in her early 20s, blonde, and all in all, showing probably a little too much cleavage for a family restaurant. She was polite and took their order. A tuna sandwich with cucumber and tomato for Aliana, a BLT for himself, and a large bowl of chips for them to share. The waitress dropped 2 large paper cups in front of him. "The soda fountains are over there," she smiled. "Help yourself." Thanks, he and Aliana replied in unison. She stared at him specifically and flashed her long eyelashes at him. "You're welcome." Aliana laughed. "She must really want tips. She's trying to flirt with you." Sam picked up the 2 cups. "Never, not in a million years, would she be so bold when I'm having lunch with someone who looks like you." He meant every word, too. Aliana was stunning. She was taller than the average American woman of her generation by about 3 to 4 inches. She had light straw-colored hair, blue eyes, and a devious smile. Lithe and athletic, her figure was perfectly shaped and well suited to an outdoor lifestyle. Her skin radiant. She wore light, almost fruity perfume that was absorbing but not overpowering. She could have been a movie star. Never a model. Her figure was too full of well-shaped, lithe muscles built from years of climbing in the European Alps. Sam finished filling their cups with heavily infused sugary sodas for them both. He then sat back down and returned to his BLT. It was described as having bacon, lettuce, and tomato, but was covered in melted cheese, avocado, spinach, and egg. He looked at Aliana and smiled. Good thing I stuck with ordering just one. She smiled back at him. I told you your eyes were bigger than your stomach, and you didn't need to order two, didn't I? He opened his mouth and tried to figure out how he was going to eat the monstrous sandwich. Sam then flattened the entire BLT and shoved it in his mouth. It tasted great. A set of tin cans rattled as a stranger entered in a hurry through the main glass doors. Sam wouldn't have paid any attention except the man nearly fell over in the process because he was that rushed. It was enough to make Sam casually examine him. The man wore a suit, was moderately overweight, and appeared to be in his mid to late 40s. The man stopped, straightened his tie, and searched the diner. Sam raised the corner of his eyebrow as he examined the man. There was something about him. He looked like a disheveled professional. The kind of person who just discovered he had been made bankrupt through another person's corruption and was now willing to kill someone or rob a bank or even a diner, for that matter, just to get it back. Sam instinctively reached for a weapon, the nearest being an iron stoker for the unlit fire next to them. His fingers gripped the hilt, and he felt instantly safer. Aliana looked at him. Everything all right? Not sure. There's a man at your 7 o'clock. Something's not right with him. Maybe he's just crazy. I don't know. Aliana turned her head to see. The man's face was sweaty, and his hands shook, as though he were nervous and about to snap. The man's eyes became fixed on his own, a predator identifying another predator. Sam braced himself for the fight. The stranger then approached via a straight line, his bloodshot eyes fixated and intense. Are you Sam Reilly? Yes, Sam replied, his right hand gripping the hilt of the iron stoker under the table. Do I know you? No, but I've come a long way to find you. Chapter 3. The man held out his hand. His voice was coarse, probably a lifetime of smoking. My name's Benjamin White. I'm a life insurance broker. Trying to get some background information that I'm hoping your expertise might be able to provide. Is there somewhere we can talk? It's kind of important. Sam relaxed and said, Sure, pull up a chair. What's this about? Does the name New World Energies mean anything to you? Not much. I think they're working on alternative energy sources, which are non-reliant on fossil fuels. Why? What about the name Luke Eldridge? Luke? Sam smiled with sheer pleasure. Of course. He and I went to high school together and raced on the same sailing team. He was older than me at school, but we still enjoyed sailing together. He and his old man were both exceptional skippers. Last I heard, he'd hit it big time with some tech startup. What's the name of it? New World Energies. You don't say. One of the smartest men I've ever met. How's he doing? He's dead. Sam stared at Benjamin White, stunned at the news. Wow. What happened? Do you know much about New World Energies? Not a lot. They're involved in newer forms of energy. Hydrogen fuels, solar, hydroelectric, ocean-generated power through waves. From what I hear, the company was set to do some pretty good things. Amazing things. Benjamin shook his head. Yeah, well, at the time of his death, his company registered a value on the NASDAQ of $4 billion. Of it, he maintained 85% of the shares. The man waited long enough for his words to sink in. You don't make that sort of money without pissing someone off along the way. He was rich? Only on paper. In reality, he personally owed a lot of money. He would have had trouble offloading all his shares for anywhere near that price. And from what I'm told, he was getting desperate to secure funding to pay off some of his personal research loans. So you're saying someone killed him? Yes, but it wasn't for his money. What makes you say that? Everything's about money at some time or another. Besides, he had life insurance. Maybe whoever he left his payout to can help explain what he needed it for. Benjamin smiled. No, I doubt that. Why? Because I was his life insurance broker, and he had clear instructions for any payout upon his death to go towards paying off any of his bills, and then be given to the state for further research into alternative energies. The man clearly was committed to his purpose. Sam shook his head. I guess so. Do you have any other ideas why someone would want him dead? As a matter of fact, I do. Benjamin waited for Sam's response. When he got none, he continued. It was something he'd discovered, an energy source called Elixir 8. Never heard of it. Of course you haven't. It was never made known to the public. Days after Luke was killed, the board met to discuss an anonymous offer to squash the project in exchange for a massive cash offer. Do we know who the private investor was? No. He squirmed in his chair. And do you have an idea who murdered him? Not a clue. That's where you come into it. Sam swallowed the last of his drink and put his cup down. Me? What the heck can I do to help? I was hoping you might be able to tell me. Luke sent a single text message to me just before he left Bermuda to sail a charity regatta. What was the message? It said, in the event of my death tonight, contact Sam Reilly. Only he can prove it was murder. Murder? How did he die? He was competing in the Bermuda to Florida Keys race, and it appears his yacht was struck by a massive wave, which broached his yacht, the Mirabelle. From what I hear, the wave was so powerful that the entire thing snapped in two and sank to the bottom, leaving no survivors. Sam looked at the man, perplexed. A rogue wave? Many a competent sailor has died as the result of an unusually large wave. If it was anything big enough to damage the Mirabelle, the other racers in the event must have been affected. None of the other crew noted any unusually rough seas. Yet Luke's yacht was sunk? That's it. Seems crazy, doesn't it? Sure does. I'm sorry to interrupt you on vacation. I know you wanted to stay away from everyone for a few days. I wonder if you would be willing to cut your time short, see if you can help me out. Sam looked at Aliana for approval. She smiled sympathetically at him. He was your friend, even an old one, and he asked for your help. Yeah, but I have no idea why. No, there must have been something. Benjamin said, Tell me, what do you know about rogue waves? Chapter 4. Sam filled his cup from the soda fountain again, walked back, and took a seat. Rogue waves really aren't as mysterious as the movies would have you believe. In fact, they're no more random than normal waves, and as such can be predicted through the wave prediction analysis of a given sea. Benjamin poured himself a cup of straight coffee. He stopped and looked at Sam, as though he'd just informed him the world was no longer round. "Are you saying you can predict when a rogue wave is going to occur?" "No, but I can tell you the state of the ocean in which a rogue wave is likely to occur. Waves themselves are quite unpredictable. Evolving sea states can be predicted with relative accuracy by using wind wave models." "So, in what sort of seas would you expect to find a rogue wave?" "Well, for that you have to understand some basic principles of wave development." Aliana stood up. "I've heard this story before. I'm going to freshen up." Benjamin looked at him. "Go on, I need to understand this." "Okay. The size and behavior of waves are determined by a range of factors. These include the direction of the swell compared with the speed of the tide, prevailing ocean currents, the depth of the water, the shape of the seafloor, the presence of reefs and sandbanks, even the temperature of the ocean." "Okay," Benjamin said. Sam sighed, trying to judge how in-depth he wanted to go. "There are 5 factors which influence the formation of wind waves. These are wind speed relative to the wave crest, the uninterrupted distance of open water over which the wind blows without significant change in direction. This is called the fetch. The width of area affected by fetch, and the duration the wind has blown over a given time." "I get it. There's a lot of factors to measure in order to predict the height, length, and force of a wave." Sam nodded his head. "However, there is one factor that rules the size of the waves more than any other: the wind. Waves are caused by wind blowing over the surface of the ocean and transferring energy from the atmosphere to the water. The height of waves is determined by the speed of the wind, how long it blows, and, crucially, the fetch." Benjamin emptied his cup of coffee. "Go on." Sam noted that Benjamin's caffeine intake had done little to settle the tremor in his hands. He continued with the subject he'd always found so fascinating. "In oceanography, rogue waves are more precisely defined as waves whose height is more than twice the significant wave height, which is itself defined as the mean of the largest third of waves in a wave record. Therefore, rogue waves are not necessarily the biggest waves found on the water. They are rather unusually large waves for a given sea state. Rogue waves seem not to have a single distinct cause, but occur where physical factors such as high winds and strong currents cause waves to merge to create a single exceptionally large wave." "Why do the waves come together at all?" The underlying physics that make the phenomena of rogue waves possible is that different waves can travel at different speeds. This allows them to collide and compound with each other. This is known as constructive interference. Instead of a set of 4 or 5 waves, they all merge into one entirely more powerful one. Benjamin cracked his finger knuckles. It looked like a bad nervous habit. "Okay, so how big could these rogue waves get?" "They can be pretty big. The Draupner wave in the North Sea, off the coast of Norway, was measured by scientific equipment as being 84 feet in 1995. The same year, the Fastnet Lighthouse in Ireland was struck by a wave. Although no scientific equipment recorded the precise height of the wave, the lighthouse itself was 156 feet above sea level. Benjamin stared at him, mesmerized. "Are you saying anyone could have predicted a 156 feet high wave?" "You have to understand, rogue waves aren't about height. They're about being twice the height of the significant wave height, aka twice the average highest waves in a set. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration determined that the most frequent wave heights will be about half that of the significant wave height, and that around 1 out of every 7 will be slightly larger, but 1 out of every 3,000, or roughly 3 times every 24 hours, a wave will be twice the significant wave height. Are you telling me, if I sail overnight, statistically, I'm going to be struck by 3 rogue waves? That's what I'm telling you. So, if the average wave heights are 10 feet, you might be struck by a 20-foot rogue wave. All right, so, on the night Luke died, the significant wave height was just 4 feet. So, based on that theory, how in the world could he have been struck by a 100-foot wave? Sam grinned. He was genuinely surprised by the sudden disclosure. There was something else, too. He was excited by the prospect. You're telling me Luke was struck by a 100-foot wave just off North Bimini Island? Yes. Didn't I mention that? Sam looked at the bill, unfolded 2 10s and a 5, and placed them on the table. All right, Mr. White. Now I'm fascinated. I'll see what I can find and let you know. Chapter 5. Sam pushed the pedal of his Rolls-Royce Phantom to the floor, and its powerful 6.75-liter V12 purred to life. Having just rounded another hairpin bend, Sam was accelerating down the narrow straight. He picked up speed as he climbed the Vale Pass, headed towards the Continental Divide. Hundreds of miles from any ocean, his thoughts should have been far from oceanography. In the passenger seat, perfectly at ease with her environment, sat Aliana Wolfgang. Her long tanned legs reached seductively downwards. The slight cut in her skirt revealed little, but filled him with desire. He swung the car around the distinct V-shaped bend. He was about to accelerate up the next straight. That's when he saw the plume of smoke. It rose up like a funnel. Dark and ominous in the snow-covered mountain, it appeared out of place. Then he saw the skid marks and the broken guardrail. Aliana looked at him. It appears someone's just had a pretty bad day. He put his foot on the brake and stopped the car hard, pulling the Rolls-Royce over next to the missing guardrail. Come on, let's see if anyone survived the crash. Sure, she said, her eyes telling him what he already knew. The occupants were already dead. He put the hazard lights on in his car and left it running while he walked to the edge of the road. Looking down, he could see the tangled mess of a car still burning. His eyes scanned the edge of the road and cliff to see if the driver had been thrown and miraculously escaped. There was nothing. Oh, my, Aliana said. I believe that was Mr. White's car. Really? How can you be sure? There was little left that visibly resembled the original car. It was impossible to determine its color or even the make. Aliana pointed at the license plate lodged into the decimated guardrail. DRSIX9. I remember thinking, what kind of schmuck would drive a sports car with that sort of number plate? Doctor. I thought he said he was a life insurance broker. Sam lost interest in his trailing thought process. He had just spotted the second set of tire marks. Look, someone else was here. Another car struck White, sending him over the edge. The question is, did they do so accidentally, or did they intentionally come after White because of what he knows? The coincidence seems highly unlikely. So, now we have one of the 4 leading scientists from New World Industries and a life insurance broker who knew about Luke's alleged murder, dead. I wouldn't want to be those other 3 scientists. No. I think it's time to pay them a visit, before we run out of people to question. Chapter 6. Sam spun the wheel round and returned towards the direction they had come from. Aliana looked at him. Softly, she said, "Where are we headed?" "Denver International Airport." She held to the side of the door for balance. "We just passed it 80 miles back. Why are we heading there now?" "Because living scientists provide better answers, and that means we've got to get to them before they do." She looked at the billowing smoke behind them. "Shouldn't we report this to the authorities?" "Leave it for somebody else. We have to get going if we want to beat them to the remaining scientists." Aliana smiled. It was slightly coquettish, while at the same time implied he'd done something wrong. "You don't even know who the other scientists are, let alone where they can be found." "Good point. Call Elise. Tell her to find out what Luke was working on. Tell her we'll need to know who the other 3 scientists were, and their current location." "She's that good?" "Elise?" He smiled at her. "She's better. She's probably the best computer geek on the planet, and her specialty is data mining and extrapolation at the extreme level. She was brought into the CIA when she was still a kid for her unique skills. Then, when she didn't agree with the way they ran the system, she tried to resign. They didn't like the idea of losing their best weapon, so they tried to refuse." "Where is she now?" "She left. Created a new identity for herself. Lived in Europe for a while, and now works for me, on her own terms." "Wow, smart kid." Aliana picked up her phone, copied the number off Sam's cell, and called. "Elise, Sam needs your help." Sam accelerated up the gears quickly. The Rolls-Royce Phantom increased speed like a champion racehorse released from the gate. He pressed the car phone symbol on the steering wheel, scrolled down to the third last phone call received, and pressed call. "Hey, Sam, how's your vacation going?" Tom asked. Sam changed down to second gear as he came into the next sharp corner. "You know damn well how my vacation's been." "Oh, right, Benjamin White. Sorry about that, but he seemed insistent that you could help him out. And he said that it really was important." Tom didn't sound apologetic. "How is Mr. White?" Sam threw the car back into third and accelerated hard. "He's dead." "Really? How?" "His car was rammed off the road. One of those unforgiving edges on Vale Pass. His car was a fireball by the time we found it. There's no way anyone could have survived." "But why would someone want to kill him?" Tom asked. Sam looked at his speedometer. He was doing nearly 60 miles an hour. He came over the crest and saw the red logging truck. It was in low gear, slowly making its way down the pass. Sam pulled into the middle of the road to see if he could overtake. An oncoming Winnebago blocked him. He looked to the breakdown lane on his right. A yellow pickup was stopped, blocking it too. He slammed his foot on the brake and shifted down the gears until he was right behind the logging truck. "I don't know yet. Look, I'll explain it all to you when I see you. How soon until you can meet me at Denver International Airport?" "If I take the Sea King, I can be there inside an hour." "Good, do it. I'll explain everything when we get there. My father's jet will be waiting for us." "Sure." "Oh, and Tom, I think this might just be connected to those mysterious rogue waves which have been damaging my father's fleet." "Really? There's been another one?" "Yes. A scientist named Luke Eldridge. Apparently he was assassinated by one." "That sounds pretty far-fetched." Sam saw an opening and pushed his foot right to the floor, accelerating past the logging truck. "I agree. He was one of 4 scientists working on a secret project. Apparently someone just made them an offer for their breakthrough. It appears the offer was non-negotiable. Those who weren't interested were killed. And the one person who knew anything about it, Benjamin White, just got killed. Interesting. Where are we headed then? To meet the remaining scientists. My guess, whoever's left alive must be on their side, or are about to be killed. Either way, we have to get to them quick. Sam casually changed down into second gear and prepared for the next bend in the road. Do you know where they are? Not a clue. Elise is in the process of getting me some names and locations. I'll fill you when I get there. Crash! Sam stopped his sentence short, because someone had just smashed into the back of his car, sending the Rolls-Royce out of control. Chapter 7. Sam gripped the steering wheel. Swerving inwardly, he handled it with the precision of a race car driver, as his powerful Rolls-Royce fought to stay on the narrow road. At the same time, he touched his accelerator lightly, bringing his four-wheel power to his assistance to pull him out of the deadly spin. Aliana swore. Then, turning her head around to look, she said, "It's them." Sam glanced in his rearview mirror. A large yellow pickup with pitch-black tinted windows was on their tail. Red paint could be seen on its hood. It's the one we passed earlier, the one in the breakdown lane. Get a picture with your phone. We're going to find out who owns that truck, Sam said. He floored the accelerator, and his powerful V-12 began distancing itself from their attackers. Then they reached the straight. Sam increased speed. He looked in the rearview mirror, and the pickup was keeping up with them. What the hell? Aliana turned to have a better look. Damn it! What the hell do they have in that pickup? It must have a custom build under its hood. Don't worry, when we reach the next series of corners, we'll lose it. A small truck that size will never be able to keep up. Maintaining their distance, the occupants of the yellow pickup became more desperate. Sam heard the shots fire. They must have gone wide by a mile, because he couldn't even see where they landed. There's a keypad next to the glove box. My dad keeps a .50 caliber Magnum in there for emergencies. Sam overtook another truck. He heard a second set of machine gun fire. On the side of the truck were more than a dozen holes. The shots were getting closer. I'd say now's an emergency. Aliana sat forward. What's the code? 666. She raised her eyebrows at him. Really? Several shots fired into the rear windscreen. Small cracks formed like snowflakes, but the bulletproof glass held. Thanks, Dad. Just get the gun and shoot them. She typed in the code, opened the glove box, and pulled out the gun. It was already loaded. She switched the safety to off, lowered the side window, aimed, and fired all 5 rounds. The pickup's windscreen smashed into a million pieces. Nice shooting, Sam said. Then he saw the passenger push the remains of the broken glass forwards and point his Uzi at them. Shit, not good enough. Chapter 8. Sam entered the tunnel. He swung around the last corner and jammed on his brakes. The entire back end of the Phantom slid dangerously close to the life-ending edge of the road. The entire Rolls-Royce came to a stop on the opposite side of the road, pointing backwards towards their attacker. He waited. What the fuck are you doing? Aliana screamed at him. Sam saw the yellow pickup round the bend. He accelerated, all 4 wheels projecting them forward like a rocket. I'm finishing this. Aliana gripped the side of her seat with such force the whites of her knuckles stood out. The yellow pickup continued towards them unaware. Suddenly, the oncoming driver saw what Sam was doing, but it was too late for him. Sam directed his Rolls-Royce towards the middle lane and slammed into the pickup's front left wheel. The massive 5,800 pounds of curb weight from the over-engineered Rolls-Royce plowed into the pickup's left wheel, sending it turning to its right. The pickup's left wheel came to an instant stop, causing the pickup to slide. The driver tried to correct for it, but he was too late, and the top-heavy pickup rolled on its side. The driver, now no more than a passenger on an uncontrolled freight train, looked up with just enough time to see the guardrail approach at speed. The heavy pickup demolished the guardrail, sending it rolling down the cliff on the other side. Sam shoved the Rolls-Royce into reverse, spun it around so that it was facing the correct direction along the road, and then got out of the car. Below, the pickup had rolled at least 20 times before striking a large rock at the bottom with a spine-breaking crunch. "You okay, Aliana?" Aliana fidgeted with the hem of her short dress.
"Fine, but it does seem like every time you take me on a date, someone ends up trying to kill me."
"If it makes you feel better, I think these people were more interested in killing me. You were just collateral damage, and it would have been a terrible waste had they succeeded."
"No, it doesn't make me feel any better."
Sam stared at the broken pickup truck at the bottom of the hill. A slow puff of smoke dispersed from its crumpled hood. It was unlikely anyone had survived the crash, but you never know. All Sam knew was that the only person he knew who might shed light on what was going on was trapped in that mangled wreck. "I wonder if I should go talk to them," he asked.
"You've got to be kidding,"
Aliana said. A moment later, the flame reached the fuel pump, and the pickup swiftly became engulfed with fire. No one got out of it. "You're right. I guess they're no longer interested in talking." Chapter 9. Sam drove into the private entrance of the Denver International Airport. It was a hangar used by the rich and famous to leave their private jets. Just outside and on the tarmac, his father's Gulfstream stood prepped and waiting for him to board.
"How did you know it would be here?"
she asked. Sam stopped the car and left it in first gear. "My father has a business meeting in Denver today."
"So you're planning on just taking his jet?"
He shrugged his shoulders and got out of the car. "I'd say my need is greater than his, so yeah. Sure you don't want to come with us?" he asked.
"No, I can't. I have other responsibilities, things that don't involve me getting shot at."
"I'm sorry. Really, it was out of my control." He felt hurt. "Are you going to be all right?" She smiled, her lips curled in a deliciously coquettish manner.
"I'll be fine. I'll catch a public flight from here."
"I'll see you soon." She moved closer to him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him on his lips, a slow, passionate kiss.
"I'll see you around sometime."
"Goodbye, Aliana."
"Goodbye, Sam."
And that was it. He knew she'd said her goodbyes. It wasn't even a matter of one of them loving each other less than the other. Simply a case of each one living another life. Both of them tremendously driven, and neither willing to compromise. Sam quickly boarded the Gulfstream. Tom met him at the door and shook his hand. "Where are we headed?" "Boston, Massachusetts." "Why, what do you want to find there?" "A man named Timothy Locke." Chapter 10. The twin-jet engines of the Gulfstream G650 screamed as the pilot released the brakes and the jet leapt forward down the runway. Utilizing less than half of the runway, they were in the air. Sam sank comfortably into the leather chair. He sat in the study with Tom at the other end of the large mahogany desk. The jet finished climbing to its cruising altitude and then banked to the left before settling on a direct course towards Massachusetts. "Where were we?" Sam asked. "Timothy Locke." That's right. According to Elise, he lectures occasionally at MIT in exchange for regular use of one of their supercomputers. He also just happens to be the third scientist who was working on a secret project named Elixir 8. Let me get this straight. Luke was killed for his refusal to accept their offer. Benjamin White, we can only guess, was taken out for coming to you with information about the offer. Actually, Benjamin was the second scientist. Elise did some searching and found the names of the 4 leading scientists who worked for New World Energies. Amongst them was Benjamin White. I've seen the photos, and it's the same man I met earlier today. Tom looked at him. So why go to all the trouble of making up a story about Luke's life insurance broker? That's what I said. So Elise looked into it. Turns out, Luke's life insurance broker received a text regarding Luke's murder. Of course, he never got the chance to read it or investigate it. On his way home from a bar, he was mugged. Not just mugged, stabbed multiple times. He must have died within minutes. Randomly, his license and cell phone were the only 2 things taken from him. They left a 50 and 2 20s in his wallet. The buyers had Luke's life insurance broker's cell phone bugged? Tom asked. It looks like they weren't taking any chances. When they discovered what Luke had sent the poor man, they had him killed too. Then they sent Benjamin to go and find out if I knew anything. Once I showed my ignorance, Benjamin probably assumed they'd kill me. He had no idea his life was about to be sacrificed too. Tom shook his head. What makes you think Mr. Locke is going to talk to you? Because only I can offer him protection. What about the 4th person? Peter Flaherty? He doesn't exist. You mean no one's seen or heard from him since he arrived back stateside? He's probably done the only smart thing and run for his life with all that money. No, I mean Elise couldn't find any record of him, other than on paper. Maybe he removed it all before he fled? Tom suggested. Elise would have known. No, they made him up, I'm sure of it. Or he's already dead? The first one to fall. Sam thought about it for a minute. Tom persisted. Maybe they killed him, and then tried to remove his name from ever existing? Sam stared out the window. You're right. That's a more likely option. Sam poured 2 glasses of whiskey and then leaned back in the luxurious armchair within his conference room. Handing one of them to Tom, who was seated next to him with the vacant expression of man preparing to sleep for the flight, Sam said, Now, shall we discuss the rogue wave? Tom took a large sip of his drink. What about the rogue wave? I think it's fair to at least entertain the possibility that someone's telling the truth. You think they exist? Tom replied. Of course they do. That was never in doubt. You and I have spent enough time on the ocean to know that these things do occur naturally. Yes, but what they're talking about isn't a random set of events. They're talking about creating one and targeting ships with it like a weapon. Perhaps they're not creating them. Maybe they're merely controlling the movements once they form naturally, Sam said. Even if they could control them, the likelihood that they happen to be near enough to identify the rogue wave when it naturally formed is so small that they would be better off leaving the entire thing to chance and hoping that a real rogue wave would form and kill their target. No, they must know how to produce them and control the rogue wave for it to work. Okay, so we have to at least examine the possibility the technology is feasible, even if no one else has ever done so before. Tom nodded his head. All right, Sam said. Tell me, why would someone go to all the effort of researching, producing, and then using a rogue wave To kill someone like Luke Eldridge.
What do you mean? I thought you said they were after this guy because he refused an offer to sell the rights to his discovery.
Yes, but why not just kill him the old-fashioned way? Tom shrugged his shoulders.
With a gun, and then dump his body in the ocean?
Yeah.
According to Elise, Luke had real-time satellite imaging monitoring his progress 24 hours a day. Someone knew that he was being watched.
Sam thought about it for a moment. There's more to it than that. Whoever was trying to blackmail Luke knew that they couldn't just have him killed. Somewhere within Luke's will, he advised that if the circumstances pertaining to his death were deemed suspicious, meaning murder was a possibility, his entire wealth and current research lines were to be given back to the state. And so they needed to devise a way to kill him, without any chance of suspicion. A naturally occurring freak event that killed him? Yes. In this case, it was the perfect crime because Luke's yacht, the Mirabelle, had a continuous electronic recording for promotional purposes, meaning the entire event of his death was recorded. Undisputed evidence it was an accident.
Then who has access to that tape?
Several people would have access to it by now, but Elise is in the process of hacking into the Coast Guard's database to gain a copy, and then we'll have some answers. Chapter 11. Sam switched his laptop on and downloaded the most recent file regarding the series of rogue waves. His father had complained someone was targeting cargo ships from his fleet with rogue waves and had asked him to investigate it. Sam shook his head, recalling at the time that he didn't believe a word his father had said about the attacks. He then clicked the on button of his remote, and the large, flat-screen TV in front of him turned on. In a crystal-clear image, a large cargo ship came into focus. On its side were the words, Global Star. His father owned Global Shipping, the largest shipping company in the world. Global Star was the biggest in his fleet. At 1,405 feet in length, she had a gross tonnage that just surpassed the 200,000 mark, making her one of the largest cargo vessels afloat. At first examination, the image appeared to show nothing more than the gargantuan cargo ship, the sort of thing that could sail through a battleship without noticing the collision. Then Sam saw what he was looking for. It was small enough to be easily overlooked by most people, with the exception of a naval engineer. The enormous steel chine, which ran along the hull of the ship, was bent inwards. It looked so small that it could be mistaken as purposeful change in the ship's shape. But on closer examination, Sam realized he was looking at a slightly concertinaed hull. Tom noticed it a second later.
What in God's name would cause that type of damage?
Sam shrugged his shoulders. I have no idea. A ship this size would ride up even the largest rogue wave. But this looks more like it was struck by a solid wall of water. Let's speak to her captain, see if he can shed some light on it. Sam nodded his head and made the conference call. Captain Miller.
Speaking.
The old salt's voice was slow and laid back, the sort you'd expect from someone who'd spent 2/3 of his life at sea. Sorry to interrupt you while you're on leave. My name's Sam Reilly. Can you talk?
Not a problem, sir.
Miller's voice became crisp and professional. Please, you can call me Leslie. Sam smiled. Leslie had worked for his father as long as he'd been alive. He recalled warmly the pleasure of being taken under the old man's wing for his first ocean crossing, when he was still a boy. Even so, the man had never forgotten that he was the owner's son. As you know, the Global Star's collision was the third in the past month, to be struck by a rogue wave within the Bermuda Triangle. Considering it was the first collision in 25 years of any of his ships passing through the triangle, it seems unusual all three should occur in the same month. My father was hoping that I could somehow make some sort of sense of it. The captain laughed. It was a big, boisterous laugh. That sounds like your father. Always trying to put order to everything in business. Science is his religion. And the simple fact that all three of us were struck by a 1-in-a-million rogue wave randomly is seen by James as nothing more than sacrilege. I agree, I'm with you. Sometimes chance and luck have a strange way of showing their faces. Even so, you must admit it's extremely unlikely 3 such events would occur within the same rough location, especially in the time frame. Sam grinned at the thought of his father and this weathered sailor clashing wits. Oh, and it wasn't a 1-in-a-million event. For a rogue wave approaching 100 feet in height, the likelihood is approaching a 1-in-a-trillion event. True, but does that make you more likely to place the cause of such an event at someone's hand as an intentional event? Funny you should say that, Leslie, because someone recently came to me with just such an absurd theory. Someone intentionally created a rogue wave? The old salt sounded intrigued. From where I'm standing, it appears someone's now created a total of 4. 3 of them damaged my father's vessels beyond repair, and the 4th killed an old friend of mine who was racing in a sailing regatta at the time. I'm sorry to hear that. Tell me, as a man who spent his life at sea, is it possible that someone cracked the code and worked out how to create monster waves? As in a weapon? Sam studied the damage to the ship. A pretty deadly one, by the looks of Global Star. Do you think it's possible? Everything's possible. It's just unlikely that anyone's gone to the lengths required to achieve it. And for what purpose, I couldn't imagine. The only person to get anything out of this event was your father. He was paid well by the insurance companies, but he had no reason to want to sink his ships. As you know, he's not struggling financially. No, that's one thing I'm confident about. This wasn't an elaborate plan concocted by my father. Over the years, Sam's father, James Reilly, had diversified into an inordinate and varied number of areas with great success, ranging from oil to natural gas, through to innovations in science and technology, and even clean renewable energies. Sam's father had an uncanny ability to pick the next big thing and invest heavily in time to reap the rewards. That was the process by which his father had continued to expand his fortune. At the back of his father's fortune was the old man's greatest expertise, shipping. He built his fortune on cargo ships, and it was the most stable income earner out of all of his investments. No, his father wasn't behind this. There was no reason his father would want to sink his own fleet for the insurance claims. Sam stared up at the image of the damaged cargo ship on the flat screen. You spent your life at sea. How would you do it? Me? You're asking the wrong person. You need an engineer and a scientist. What I know about rogue waves is that they're the stuff of legends, often exaggerated by frightened sailors, thankful for being alive, and that although rare, they are a fact of the ocean. There's nothing you can do about it. Even if they only occur once in every few million waves, the ocean is filled with billions of waves every single day. That means somewhere out there, hundreds of rogue waves are forming, and most are likely never being noticed. But how would you make one? You're better off speaking to a hydrologist, or at least an oceanographer. But, in theory,
You could do so in 4 ways. First, you could create the single rogue wave as the result of a secondary event. For example, by dropping a large bomb in the water. Second, you could create an air pocket underneath the water. As air rises from the depth of the ocean, it doubles in size for every 10 feet. Therefore, if you planted a bomb with a large air explosion at 500 feet, the compounded size would lead to a massive volume of air reaching the surface. The subsequent waves would proportionally travel in an outward direction. 3, you use a fault in the Earth's tectonic plates to create a tsunami. And 4th, you take the waves that are already there and point them in the same direction, each one compounding the next. Do you have any idea how you would channel a number of waves together? Sam asked. You mean synchronizing? Even over the phone, Sam could mentally see Leslie Miller rubbing his grizzled gray chin whiskers while he thought. Yes, Sam confirmed. I've never tried, but I could imagine if you have a predominant series of waves coming in a perpendicular direction, you could then build a waterway to channel the two into a collision. That would result in all that energy being built up together and either canceling each other out or joining into a larger wave. Of course, if you wanted it as a weapon, you would still need to then work out how you were going to position your enemy in the precise location at the end of the channel. It seems pretty useless to me, kind of akin to having a rocket launcher fixed in a precise position, so your enemies need to gather in the one spot to be attacked. Sam thought about it. An interesting idea. Like I said, I'm not the specialist you should be talking to if you want to build it. No, but a man with your experience on the ocean must have some open ideas, and it was that which I wanted to explore with you. The plane hit a pocket of turbulence, and Sam casually braced his hand on the secure desk. All right, forget about building one for the time being. Tell us about the one that you survived. By the looks of your ship, it must have been a real bitch. You'd better believe it. Okay, what can you tell me about that night? There really isn't much to tell. The weather was relatively simple for this time of year. It was entering hurricane season, but there weren't any dangerously low-pressure systems at the time. We had a moderate following swell of 4 to 5 feet in height. The wind was gusting to 20 knots, and we were under motor, making way at 24 knots. It was 10:15 p.m. when we saw it. I had just enough time to sound the warning alarm when it struck. I'd say that wall of water was at least 100 foot high and surreal. Surreal? Sam asked, surprised by the man's use of the word. How so? The phosphorescence was stronger than I'd ever seen it in all my years on the ocean. Within the powerful water of the rogue wave, it gave the appearance of coming alive and taking control. Afterwards, the wave dispersed and the glow disappeared with it. Did it take long to sink? We didn't sink. We limped into the Florida Keys, towed by a local tugboat and utilizing internal buoyancy devices to support us. The pumps worked through the night, and the emergency teams tried to block the multitude of holes in the hull. The ship will be sold for scrap metal, but at least it didn't rest on the bottom. Really? My father didn't mention that. I just assumed the photos I'd seen were taken from the lifeboats. I was told all 3 cargo vessels were destroyed. The other 2 ships sunk within minutes. I believe both had their hull broken in 2. As for the Global Star, it didn't sink, but it may as well have. There was so much damage done to every inch of her hull and inner frame that her repair costs would far outweigh the cost of a rebuild. Where is she now? On the dry stand in Fort Lauderdale, awaiting scrapping. Thanks. Oh, one more thing. I know you were coming past Bermuda at the time of the event. Can you tell me your specific location when the wave struck? Yeah, I was in line with South Bimini Island, exactly 20 miles west of it. Thank you, Leslie. Enjoy your hard-earned leave time. Sam ended the phone call and looked at Tom. I'd say that's an amazing coincidence where the rogue wave struck, wouldn't you? Tom grunted. Oh, no. I'm not buying into the whole Bimini Road conspiracy again. Chapter 12. Sam contacted the next two captains. Each one gave a similar story, uneventful right up to the moment their gigantic ships were capsized and sunk by an unlikely rogue wave. The environment, the swell, the weather all appeared nonspecific, unrelated and incapable of sinking a supertanker or even a major cargo vessel. Well, Tom, what do you make of that? Sam said. I don't know what to make of it. It all sounds like one hell of a coincidence, but nothing more. You don't think it's all a little too convenient that all three vessels were attacked by a rogue wave within an area at sea of less than 5 miles? We're calling it an attack now? Tom teased. Yes, it's impossible to call this simply bad luck. I'm not saying it makes sense. I'm just saying that I don't believe in your Bimini Road theory. I'm just following the evidence, and it tells me that I was right all those years ago about the true purpose of the Bimini Road. Sam sighed. Even he knew it was a long shot. Okay, so it's an underwater formation of rectangular limestone rocks out from North Bimini Island that runs nearly half a mile in northeast-southwest linear direction, directly towards the site of the rogue waves. No one's ever been able to prove the significance of the strange feature, but I'd say it worth at least looking at the prospect of the two strange events being connected. Tom stood up. You said yourself that the place has been proven beyond a doubt to be a natural formation of stones on the seabed. I did, and I believe it still. What I'm suggesting is that perhaps this was a naturally occurring formation that led to the right environment to produce rogue waves. The ancient seafaring tribes knew this, and were able to use it to gain an advantage over cargo ships, pirates, and man-of-war ships during the 17th century. And yet, you've never found evidence of such a tribe, or the many shipwrecks that you said they caused? No, but watch me find them now that I know where to look. You're talking about diving where the other cargo ships were sunk? Yes. If I'm right, there will be a shipping graveyard below. Sam brought up the image of the other two ships. The first one had broken in half and was still floundering in the water, while the second one had been almost entirely sunk, with the bow just sticking above the water. Tell me, apart from their similar locations, what else did you notice about the stories that all three captains told? The story seems to get more ridiculous. 3 highly experienced sea captains, each with more than 30 years' experience behind them, each one giving the same basic story, and each one within 10 nautical miles west of North Bimini Island. None of them telling us anything to help. Tom smiled. But each captain was certain of one thing. What? They'd never seen the phosphorescence so bright. Sam grinned, pleased to see that his friend had finally become taken by the story, if nothing else. So they did. But of course, Bermuda is full of phosphorescent plankton, and it's conceivable that if a rogue wave was to strike a sea full of phosphorescence, the stuff is going to glow like it never had before. Yes, but doesn't it strike you as odd that each captain was adamant he'd never seen the phosphorescence glow like that before? They almost described the plankton as sinister as it ran towards them. Are you suggesting the plankton caused this? Sam asked. No, of course not. That's the sort of crazy theory you'd come up with. I'm just saying that whatever condition is likely to cause the massive proliferation of bioluminescent plankton may also be the sort of condition that causes a rogue wave to develop. Of course! Sam stood up from his desk. What if Captain Miller was right about his theory, that the rogue wave generator was like having a rocket aimed at a fixed position? Only it's not just fixed at a certain position. The weapon doesn't fire on demand. Instead, whoever is in control can only use the increase in plankton to work out the trigger for formation of a rogue wave. And what sort of conditions cause the proliferation of plankton? Warm weather. And warm weather causes a change in the ocean's swell. Find out what that change is, and we might find out how these waves are being created. Find that, and we might just be onto something. Chapter 13. Sam Reilly knocked at the door. It was a small apartment building on the MIT's university grounds, where Timothy Locke often taught. By the third knock, an elderly man opened the door. He was quite tall, at least Tom Bower's height, although his frame appeared much frailer. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. Are you Professor Timothy Locke? Sam asked. The man studied Sam's face, the slightest sign of recognition in his eyes. You were a student here. Did I teach you? It was a long time, but I never took any of your subjects. Pity. I heard that you've made quite a name for yourself, Mr. Reilly. So you do know me? No, but I've heard of your exploits on the ocean, and I've watched your escapades over the years. A couple amazing discoveries of historical significance, and some not so astonishing. He sighed. At any rate, you've had quite the adventure. Thanks. This is Tom Bower. He's been involved in many of the searches over the years. Do you mind if we come in? There are some things I'm hoping you can help me with. Locke's eyes darted between both men. He then stepped out of his apartment and scanned the people in the university's quadrangle. Sure. Sam and Tom followed the man inside. Locke turned on the radio, and then, loud enough for anyone outside to hear, he said, Okay, tell me about your literature review. Then I'll hear the premise for your thesis. With that, Sam and Tom sat down on the small couch. It appeared older than its owner. Professor Locke then poured all three of them a whiskey without asking if they were interested. Okay, so you want to know why they killed Luke Eldridge. Chapter 14. Sam looked at Tom. The edge of his lips curled into a slightly upwards grin. Yes. How did you know? Because they're after me, too. They'd like to kill all of us if they could. But even they understand that you can't get rid of the 4 top energy scientists in the world without someone wanting to investigate more thoroughly. And that's the last thing they want. No, they're going to let me live. At least for a year or two. They're hoping they've paid me enough to buy my silence until they can get rid of me. Who are they? Sam interrupted. Locke took a large sip of his drink. They are the ones who didn't want us to succeed with our project. Sam studied the man. He appeared confident, almost relaxed for someone who knew they wanted him dead. He had light blue eyes, almost gray. His eyes expressed the significance of his intelligence. He must have been nearly 80, but his mind hadn't faltered an inch. What exactly were you working on? It was called Elixir 8. I've heard of it, but have no idea what it means. The professor laughed. The name's industrial espionage, a red herring. Elixir 8 represents probably the most significant discovery about electricity since Benjamin Franklin proved the correlation between electricity and lightning by using a kite with a key. And it also means absolutely nothing.
Nothing. 2 people are dead over nothing?
When we registered the research lines, we didn't want to have everyone else trying to copy us. We were working on a means of stabilizing thorium nuclear reactions.
You were working with nuclear energy? I thought Luke was a leader in alternative energies and clean fuels.
Thorium conductors are the holy grail of energy production. The stuff is everywhere. It's in the sea, the soil, mountains. There will be no wars waged over thorium.
So why haven't we had thorium conductors for years?
2 reasons.
Locke spoke slowly, with multiple pauses for significance. His voice was deep, and Sam found it hard not to feel like he'd entered one of the man's lectures.
In the late 1940s, when uranium and thorium isotopes were first being used to build nuclear reactors, the U.S. Navy wasn't interested in power generation for the country. Instead, it was concerned with building nuclear submarines to power its fleet of subs to maintain its shield of nuclear deterrence during the Cold War.
He waited for them to nod their head in understanding. When they didn't, he continued his lecture.
Uranium reactors cause a fission of an atom of uranium-235 and produces 2 to 3 neutrons, and these neutrons can be absorbed by uranium-238 to produce plutonium-239 and other isotopes. While thorium only produced energy and waste products, uranium could produce an ample supply of plutonium, which, as you know, is required to build nuclear weapons. Consequently, all the funding for research and development went towards uranium reactors.
Sam had heard the argument previously. He also heard the other problems associated with thorium conductors, but he wasn't going to get into that now. And the second reason?
The second, like with all the best technologies, there's a minor glitch that we couldn't overcome. The nuclear reaction is highly unstable and difficult to maintain. You can do so, but only in large scales. Elixir 8, however, was supposed to change all that. It broke down the process, theoretically making it possible to build handheld thorium reactors safely. It was supposed to take 8 single thorium molecules and bind them to make one stable molecule, Elixir 8.
Sam grinned. He'd heard a lot of these types of spiels before. None of them had panned out the way their proponents had hoped. Even so, the threat would have been enough. You're going to bring down the price of electricity and piss off the oil industry?
I don't think you quite understand the value of this discovery. Elixir 8 meant that people could power their entire house with a single thorium reactor that fits in the palm of their hand, and it would do so for their entire lives. Electricity is the source of everything. The greatest changes to humanity occur when electricity becomes readily available.
Sam drank more of his whiskey. But you said Elixir 8 means nothing.
Locke smiled. Well, you see, the theory behind Elixir 8 had been tried previously with no success.
By who? Tom asked.
Me.
Then why did you patent the name? And how did you upset someone bad enough that now we have 2 dead scientists?
We patented the name and the idea because we needed funding for a different type of research. At the same time, we wanted to put industrial feelers out, looking for a big name to fund our real research.
Sam shuffled in his seat. And what was it that you were really working on, if not the original Elixir 8? Locke crossed his arms.
Telling you that, I'm afraid, would get me killed.
Why can't you just tell us what this is all about? You obviously know. And if you wanted to keep quiet about it, you wouldn't have said as much as you have. Instead, you would have told us both to go away.
They watch me. If I tell you, they'll kill me too.
He shook his head.
By the way, how did you find out about Luke?
He sent the man in charge of his life insurance a text the night before he was murdered, saying to find me in the event of his death to prove it was murder.
Really?
Locke took a deep breath.
So, you see why I can't talk to you about it?
That's crazy. You've already told us they are planning to kill you within the next couple of years anyway. And haven't you essentially just told us everything?
No, I haven't told you any more than you could have gotten for yourself by walking into the patents office. I wish I could help.
Professor Locke shrugged his shoulders.
I can tell you that Luke was probably the smartest pupil I ever had. If he sent a text that only you could prove that he was murdered, I would suggest you look into the areas that you, of all people, know best.
The rogue wave, Sam said, thinking about why his old school friend would have reached out to him. Tell me what happened. How did they build the rogue wave? We'll protect you. Locke laughed. It was only a little forced.
No one can protect you from them.
Sam stood up to leave. It was clear he wasn't going to get any more out of the man. Beneath his outward composure, Professor Locke was terrified to the core. Good luck. I hope you live long enough for us to sort this all out.
Yeah, you too, son.
Locke's voice was crisp but polite. Sam stopped just before the door. Oh, say, where did the name Peter Flaherty come from? Timothy gritted his teeth just slightly. Even the most casual observer could see the man was trying to hold something back with great difficulty. He looked like a restrained man about to fly off the wheels. His voice became concentrated and intense.
Forget about that name. It won't do any good to you, or to anyone else for that matter. Just forget it. Concentrate on the damn rogue wave.
Chapter 15. Senator Vanessa Croft stood at the podium. She wore an elegant business dress with flat-soled shoes in an attempt to conceal some of her height, a small American flag pin at her left breast pocket. With light brown hair tied back in a bun, high cheekbones, and a large, confident smile, she was easy to watch. But the people did more than just watch. Vanessa's popularity had risen fast. Her big smile and exuberance became infectious as she spoke on matters such as family, while her tenacity and conviction drove her to change the status quo. The people watched her speak about the future of government policy regarding the environment, health care, and gun control in such a way that it was hard not to become enthusiastic and motivated. She smiled. It was honest and heartwarming. This was her day. More than 20 years in the making. She was getting close to achieving what she'd set out to do so long ago. Vanessa finished her acceptance speech, turned, and then returned to the podium. God bless you all, and God bless America. She just won the Democratic nomination for President of the United States. The crowd of more than 35,000 people cheered and chanted her name. Despite reaching into her late 40s, it wasn't hard to imagine her
just as perfectly at ease on the catwalk as she was in a political arena. It would be easy to mistake her as simply a beauty pageant contestant, but in reality she was a formidable presence in the political arena. Staring at the thousands of cheering people in the crowd, Vanessa realized for the first time that her lifelong dream might just become a reality. She had campaigned heavily on the future of the environment, clean energies. She was supported by a grassroots campaign, motivating the younger voters who were sick of the age-old rhetoric that there were other problems to beat first, and the planet would be saved when the time was right. Of course, everyone knows that the world has a number of problems that will continue to occur until it becomes too late to save Earth. She thought about her own vicissitudes, the challenges that had forced her into her current position, one that she would have never believed herself capable of. Lost in the sound of 35,000 people cheering, her mind returned her to the journey which had ultimately brought her to this place. Chapter 16. After completing a Bachelor of Medical Science, she'd planned to go on to study medicine. However, after marrying Brian, her high school sweetheart, she fell pregnant immediately. She gave birth to a boy. Her baby was beautiful, and she fell in love with him instantly, as every mother does. It wasn't until he was nearly 6 months old that the doctors confirmed what she had suspected all along. Her son was blind and deaf. It took another 2 years before she discovered the cause. It was the consequence of a local mine sending their runoff water containing a deadly element into the town's water supply. It took 3 more years to prove they were involved, and nearly 10 more before they closed down the mine altogether. In that time, she'd put all her energies into fixing it. Instead of drowning in the time and effort required to help her own child, she had fixated on changing the status quo and improving the environment so that no one else had to bear the same experience. Instead of going on to study medicine, Vanessa changed to a Master of Environmental Sciences. She studied mostly in the evenings. She slept little. Her parents were still alive, and she burdened them with longer and longer hours with her son. She became distant with her husband. It wasn't that she no longer loved him. It was simply a case that she no longer had time to love anyone. In truth, all she wanted was to change the world. Revenge, she discovered, was as powerful a motivator as fear, and it drove her away from the family she should have loved completely. Afterwards, she got a job with the Environmental Protection Agency. At first, it satisfied her need to punish the companies and people who managed them. Each fine she issued, or case she brought before a court, somehow made her feel as though she was making the person responsible for her own child's pain pay. It was foolish, she knew, but still it felt good. For a time, she felt as though she was making a difference, that somehow what she was doing served a purpose. But then she saw how the penalties demanded of the companies who were destroying the environment were nowhere near enough of a deterrent to force the companies to act decently. In many cases, the companies had performed a simple cost versus benefit analysis and found that it was cheaper to pay the fine than it would have been to work in a safe manner to begin with. If she ever really succeeded in a major windfall, the company would simply appeal in one of the several legal avenues for recourse, so that it would be years before anything would be achieved. This made her more fanatical and drove her to achieve more. The EPA demanded more hours of her and further study to stay ahead of the next culprit. The companies would often simply purchase the expert opinions of others
to satisfy their objectives by providing false perspectives. And then, the only solution she could see was to study more. By the time she was 32, she went back to university for the third time in her life, this time to complete a doctorate in environmental sciences. She mistakenly believed that to beat people in this game, she would need to increase her knowledge base. After the first year of her third degree, Brian left her. She didn't blame him. How could she? After all the hours that her chosen field demanded of her, it left no room for intimacy or family. 3 more years of study, and she had successfully completed her doctorate. Now, she'd thought, she was armed with the knowledge base required to change the world. It took her another 2 years, and finally the death of her son, before she discovered that she'd been absolutely wrong about everything. Her son had died aged 9, during winter after contracting viral pneumonia. He was unable to shake it due to his multitude of lead poisoning-related illnesses. She walked in to check in on him on her way to work at 4:30 a.m. one morning. At first, she thought he was just in a very deep sleep. She thought he looked so very peaceful. Vanessa had walked into his bedroom to see him for a moment and give him a kiss before going to work. Instead, she greeted his lifeless body. The ventilator that her son had now lived with for nearly 9 years was still going, mechanically causing his chest to rise and fall. He hadn't changed much since she'd kissed him goodnight before going to bed, but in an instant she knew that he was dead. She sat down next to his bed and cried. To her dismay, she knew that they weren't tears of loss, but to her shame, tears of relief. Vanessa contacted her boss at the EPA that very day and quit. It was the catalyst that changed her life. Suddenly she realized how wrong she'd been all this time, to think that she could change the world by simply enforcing rules. No. For her to make the world a truly better place, she would have to do so by changing everything from the top down. She needed people to think differently. To do that, she would need to commit to something more than she ever had before. And that meant that she would have to reach the top. Politics was the only way to really change the view of the people, to really make a difference. The difficulty was to not become lost in the corruption required to achieve it. The crowd started chanting her name. It brought her mind back to the present. They had come a long way since that day, nearly 30 years ago, when her son had been poisoned. Her thoughts considered the current lead poisoning case in the town of Flint. But there's so much further to go. She smiled. Her life's ambition had begun. As she rolled the die of chance, she wondered where it would end. Her acceptance speech had been well received, and she wondered for an instant if she might actually have a chance at winning. As she smiled for the cameras, Vanessa wondered if America could ever accept an environmentally friendly president. The faces smiled back at her. Yes, they could. Fear, she understood, was a powerful motivator. She'd been lucky to make it this far. All she needed now was an environmental disaster to strike the heart of America, and she might have a real chance at winning the presidency. Chapter 17. The Maria Helena's massive twin 44,000 horsepower diesel engines turned her powerful screws through the water. Her steel bow sliced through the calm waters. The swell was low, and the barometer showed a high. They would be in for a nice few days at sea. On the bridge, Sam stared at the Admiralty charts which mapped the region. Standing next to him was Matthew, his conservative skipper. One look at the man's hazel eyes and cordial smile, and you knew exactly what the man was thinking. There's no such thing as the Bermuda Triangle. He glanced at the fanciful map of the Bermuda Triangle, superimposed on the area in which all 4 rogue waves had recently done so much damage. Within the Atlantic Ocean, an imaginary triangle formed between Bermuda, Miami, and Puerto Rico. Contrary to popular beliefs, research gathered by both the American Bureau of Shipping and shipping underwriters of Lloyd's of London show no statistical increase in maritime risk or insurance claims within the area. Sam grinned as he plotted a GPS marker to a point along the eastern edge of the supposedly deadly triangle, a place where all 3 cargo ships and 1 sailing vessel had been severely damaged or sunk as the result of a rogue wave. He marked the exact location of each rogue wave with the letter R, the last one being the Mirabelle, which was a sailing vessel designed for blue water sailing. The Mirabelle had previously won the Open 40s Challenge, which was a circumnavigation of the globe by any means, as long as they maintained latitude below 40 degrees south. By comparison, Bermuda was like sailing in a mill pond. Sam then plotted the areas highlighted. They were all within a 5-mile radius, an area comparable to finding 4 needles in the same location within a field of haystacks. Sam grinned as he plotted the course for the GPS waypoint. "That's where we're headed, Matthew." Matthew looked at it and nodded his head, checked the instruments, and then let the autopilot take over. "That's some coincidence, isn't it?" "There's no coincidence about it. There's something there, and I'm going to prove it." Matthew shook his head. "You're not really starting to buy into this rubbish about rogue waves being intentionally created?" "No, not for a minute. But something mortally wounded all 4 of these ships, and I intend to find out who was responsible and just how they've done it." Matthew made the slight course adjustments, steering to a slight angle no more than 5 degrees off the waves running towards their port side, to avoid the discomfort of pounding by the oncoming waves. After a minute, confident that the Maria Helena had settled into a comfortable rhythm, he said, "Just like your father, you need scientific answers where coincidence and luck seem to play the biggest part." Tom Bauer looked up from where he was lounging at the far end of the bridge, reading a book. "That's not true. Well, not in this case, anyway." "Really?" Matthew replied, looking back where Tom had already returned to his book, apparently disinterested in their discussion. "What's he interested in, then?" Tom grinned, marking his book with a dog's ear. "Sam thinks this is going to prove his hypothesis about the Bimini Road." Sam laughed out loud, but said nothing. He stood up, as though he were about to make a counter-argument, and then sat back down again, keeping his mouth firmly shut, having thought better about it. "What about the Bimini Road?" Matthew asked. Tom smiled. "Sam here had a theory going back more than 10 years ago, when we were still in our 20s, that an ancient tribe built the Bimini Road. Part of his theory was that the ancient tribe used it to sink invaders, or at least damage their ships enough that they were easy plunder." Matthew looked at Sam, trying to determine if there was an ounce of truth in Tom's words. Sam smiled sheepishly. "Holy shit, Sam! You were a believer?" "Enjoy your laugh. Let's see who finds the first answers." "Sam and I even spent a few weeks on vacation diving the place, before I was convinced that it was nothing more than a natural formation of rocks." "Rocks that aren't found anywhere else in the area, and clearly do not match up with the surrounding sand," Sam pointed out.
Yes, well, I didn't say I had the answer. The point is, Sam's been fascinated by the Bimini Road since we were kids. No wonder he jumped at this case.
Matthew rolled his eyes.
So, Sam, what the hell's so interesting about the Bimini Road?
Chapter 18. Sam wanted to wait until he'd had time to find what he was looking for at Bimini Road before he explained his entire crazy scheme. He looked at Matthew's hazel eyes. They told him the skipper wanted answers before he risked bringing the Maria Helena anywhere near the trouble. Sam took a drink of lemonade. He considered how much to tell Matthew, and then he began talking about one of the first maritime mysteries he'd ever tried to solve. Sam opened his laptop, scanned through several files labeled archives, until he found the one he wanted. It was named Bimini Road. He clicked on it, and several files came up. Sam opened the first one, revealing an image of an old oil painting on canvas. It was a depiction of a trimaran made from the cutouts of massive tree trunks. The old boat was completely flat, with no mast or sail. It appeared as though it was simply paddled by dozens of occupants. A closer inspection showed wooden carvings, most probably used as cleats, and a basket of woven leaves, the purpose of which was entirely unknown.
"What do you see?"
Sam asked. Matthew bent down to look at the image. His expression told Sam everything. It wasn't the first time he'd shown Matthew some obscure image or location and asked him what he made of it. The man smiled patiently. After all, Sam was still his boss.
"I'm not an art critic, but I'll give it a try."
Matthew expanded the image and began focusing on individual aspects from the right to left.
"At face value, I see an old painting of a pre-industrial trimaran. The hull looks to have been cut out from large tree trunks, possibly oak or pine. I couldn't be sure. The vessel looks primitive, but strong. I see several dark-skinned people inside, waving axes and showing their perfectly white teeth. I see no mast, sails, or rigging. In the left-hand corner, there's a basket with woven leaves."
"Go on. What about the people?" Sam persisted.
"They're dark-skinned, wearing nothing at all. They are short and very stocky, perfect for stabilizing in rough seas."
"Not just stabilizing in rough seas, raiding ships."
Matthew smiled. "Ships already floundering?"
"Yes. Ships already struck by a rogue wave, already in trouble, and then attacked." Matthew zoomed back so the entire image of the painting became visible again.
"They look like happy people. You got all that from this painting?"
Sam laughed. "They're called the Antiqui Nautae. Its Latin translation means the ancient seafarers." Sam pointed at the basket of woven leaves. "It has been said that they used those intricately woven leaves as giant kites to help move their ships over large distances at great speed. One of the theories is that the Antiqui Nautae used the strange shape of the Bimini Road to change the size and shape of the swell as it flowed over the strange rock formation. In doing so, they created a large swell, or even a small rogue wave, which they then used to disarm or demast ships during the 17th century, providing them with the unfair advantage required to beat Britain's man-of-wars, Spain's frigates, and pirates, who all had a significant technological advantage over the primitive seafarers."
"Are you saying they built the Bimini Road?" Matthew interjected.
"No. Well, maybe. Numerous maritime archaeologists have studied the strange formation of underwater stones. and despite being a strange phenomenon, they all agreed the thing is entirely natural. Matthew stared at the Admiralty charts of the area surrounding North Bimini Island. So then, how did the Antiqui Naute use it? I believe they learned through experience that the sea responded uniquely under certain circumstances. For example, a strong easterly wind after a king tide. I'm really not sure what the conditions were, but in theory, a certain type of event caused the Bimini Road to produce a rogue wave. Interesting theory. Do you know where they lived? No idea. Tom put his hand on Sam's shoulder. It's a good theory. The only problem with the entire thing is that there's absolutely no evidence that the Antiqui Naute ever existed. Sam laughed. That's not entirely true. There were reports of more than a dozen large ships being lost in these seas during the 17th century. And then there's this oil painting. The oil painting could be of any number of early seafaring cultures, or it could have just as easily been an image from the artist's own fantasy. As for the ships going missing, hundreds of ships were lost with no traces during the 17th century along the coast of the Americas. Sam grinned. He was just about to prove a long-standing theory of his. Yes, well, we're going to find the truth in the next few days. A bottle of Grange says I'm right. Matthew stared at him. I'm not a betting man. Tom intervened. I'll take that bet. You seem confident, Matthew said. Well, there's one more thing. Even if Sam was right, we've dived the Bimini Road many times before, and never seen signs of any shipwrecks. That's because we never knew where the rogue wave would finally form and strike its target. And now we do? Tom asked. Sam brought up the GPS coordinates of all three of the cargo ships recently severely damaged by the rogue waves. Now we do. Chapter 19. Their private Sea King helicopter flew overhead and circled the Maria Helena once. At its control, Tom recognized Veyron, their chief engineer. In the passenger seat, a young woman was just visible. Are we expecting visitors? He asked. Sam smiled at the sight. No, Veyron's returning after picking up our latest crew member. I didn't know we were taking on new staff, Matthew asked. We're not. This is an old member who I've asked to relocate on board the Maria Helena because of a hunch. A lease? Tom asked. Yes. Sam confirmed that they were going to meet his highly illegal computer genius, who often provided them with unique and often just as illegal intel. The helicopter landed. The rotor blades settled to a stop, and then both doors opened. Veyron stepped out the right side door and immediately set about connecting the Sea King's locking harness so that it didn't get accidentally knocked off the Maria Helena's deck. The second occupant got out the opposite side and walked towards them. She looked nothing like what Tom had expected. Not that he really knew what he expected. Despite talking to her hundreds of times over the phone, he'd never met her, had no idea where she lived or what she looked like. Sam had once told him that Elise had intentionally done so. Her parents had died before she was 5, and the CIA had kind of adopted her when a routine school assessment showed that she was in the finite 0.001% of the population capable of breaking impossible codes. She was taught code breaking and computers by the best of them at the CIA, and then, one day, when she felt that her goals and the CIA's no longer aligned, she simply walked away. Not before leaving a back door to the CIA's main server, which allows her unique access to one of the world's greatest information-gathering machines. She'd created a new name, passport, and life for herself. From what Sam had told him, Elise was the new name she had chosen, and no one knew what her real name was. Even so, Tom stared at her, surprised. She was slightly shorter than the average American woman, but not by much more than a few inches. She wore cargo shorts and a white tank top, revealing toned and muscular arms. Tom's first thought was that she probably did a lot of yoga in her spare time. Her ancestry was probably Eurasian. She had golden skin, light brown hair, and a wondrous expression. Like life was all one big game, and she was the one with the most talent. "Welcome aboard the Maria Helena," Sam said, shaking her hand formally. "This is Matthew, our skipper." "Pleased to meet you," she said, shaking his hand. "And this is Tom. He's our pilot, and despite his size, he's probably the best wreck diver in the world. You've already met Veyron, our engineer." Tom shook her hand. She removed her sunglasses, revealing startling purple eyes. Clearly she wore contacts, but still it had taken him by surprise. "It's nice to finally put a face to your name, Elise." "Pleased to finally meet you too, Tom. Between the two of us, we seem to keep Sam alive, despite his apparent indifference to it." She was much younger than Tom had imagined her. Sam had never mentioned that she was still in her early 20s. Sam looked at both of them and said, "So, that leaves Genevieve, our three-hatted French chef. Tell her what you like and she'll make certain you have it. Also, if you need any help with anything around the ship, she's your general go-to person." "Okay, thanks." "Do you need anything before we get started?" Sam asked. "I'll have a glass of water with ice. Then I'm happy to help find you anything you want to know. About anything, anywhere in the world, current or old." "Great. Did you get the video clip?" Sam asked. "Yeah, simple," she smiled confidently. "Child's play. You want to watch it now?" Chapter 20. Sam sat down at the head of the mission room table. Elise sat on the corner opposite to him and set up her laptop and connected it to the overhead projector. "This is the video recording from the live streaming camera mounted on the satellite dish of the Mirabelle, giving it ample view of the deck right through to the horizon." At first, there was little to see. After all, the ship was a marvel of modern engineering, and probably considered ghoulish to the traditional sailor. There were no intricately woven ropes, winches, or even canvas sails. Instead, there were 4 massive masts with matching carbon fiber sails. Sam ignored the yacht out of instinct and studied the sea instead. It appeared mild, with a following swell. Apart from the brilliantly lit phosphorescence, there was nothing spectacular about the image. A man casually walked up to the bow and stood there for a while, just watching the sea. He looked mesmerized by the beauty of the water. "That's Luke Eldridge, the person who dragged us into this in the first place." Tom nodded his head. Elise slowed the video clip. "Okay, here it comes, gentlemen." The green phosphorescent sea appeared to flow away from the bow of the yacht. Like a tsunami, something was drawing all that water. Luke was slow to notice, and then turned and ran back. He then opened up a secure door and closed it behind him. In the horizon, the wall of green water raised up like a ghostly apparition. "That's more than 100 feet," Sam said. A split second later, the wave reached the yacht. Then, microsecond by microsecond, the ship was disintegrated. The Mirabelle never even tried to ride the wave. Despite her unique blend of carbon fiber and advanced materials, her hull was simply obliterated by the wave. and then the video clip ceased. "No one could have ever survived that sort of accident," Tom said. Sam was the only person who appeared unaffected by the destructive force of the wave. In a room full of people who'd made their life's ambition and goals on the sea, and knew firsthand how dangerous a rogue wave could be, it was hard to imagine why he, of all people, was so disinterested in the wave. "Elise, can you play the last bit of that again? Only this time, can you focus in on Luke?" "Sure. Why?" she replied. "There's something strange about his face, almost as though he knew we would be watching this." Sam grinned, surprised by what he spotted. "Just have a look." "No worries, you're the boss." Elise pressed play. This time the clip focused entirely on Luke's face. Behind the protective glass bubble, his eyes were wide with terror, but there was something else, too. "Pause it there," Sam said. Luke's face was drawn into a rigid contour. Despite his confidence as he faced certain death, there was something else. His lips were curled upwards. "What's he got to look happy about?" Tom was the first to see it. "It's more than happy. I've seen that look before. That man's proud of something. He almost looks as though he achieved it, whatever the hell it is." Sam nodded at Elise. "All right, let's continue." Luke's head stared at the wave, and in the split seconds before the Mirabelle disappeared completely, something else happened. "Anyone else notice our friend just got shorter?" Sam asked. No one said anything. Elise replayed the clip again, single frame at a time. It was now obvious. The man was either shrinking or his security pod was sinking. In the final frame, before the camera was destroyed, you could no longer see Luke's head. Tom tapped his pen on a piece of paper in front of him. "So you think Luke might have survived? Is it possible the security capsule was a single-man submersible that shot downwards like an ejector seat in a plane?" Sam grinned. "I'm saying Luke might not be the victim after all." Chapter 21. The tiny submarine bobbed on the surface of the water. Its dome-shaped glass bubble was open. The sole occupant sat with his feet half inside and half out as he stared at the sight of land on the horizon. Behind his unshaven face and unkempt hair, a smile formed. He'd seen it, like a mirage, for the past 48 hours. Each time the tide took him almost close enough to swim, it would change and drag him back out to sea. Now he was finally getting close enough that he might just make it if he tried to swim. Designed as a safety device for use in a severe storm, the submarine had automatically broken away from the main ship and sunk to 30 feet, where it could stabilize itself despite the rogue wave. Luke Eldridge had then maneuvered the little submersible away from the remains of the Mirabelle in case they had come looking for him. His vessel was powered by a small electric motor. It was enough to adjust his depth and move several miles, but there was nowhere near enough battery life to reach the shore. Luke had carefully examined the currents and positioned himself to increase the likelihood of reaching the American mainland. He could have just surfaced and contacted his onshore support using his satellite phone, but he figured that once someone has attempted to kill you, it is best to let them continue to believe you're already dead. At least until he'd learned who his enemies really were and was in a position to deal with them. So instead, he had bided his time, living off emergency rations until the currents had taken him close enough to reach the shore. Afraid that the swift and powerful Gulf Stream was going to tear him further away from the coast of Florida, Luke had wasted the submersible's remaining energy supply. Now he was close. 2 days ago, with a strong easterly wind, he was certain he was going to reach land. Then, at the change of tide, he was sucked further out again. But now, he was within reach of landfall. By midday, he was close enough to swim to the shore. He picked up his waterproof duffel bag, which housed his satellite smartphone and a clean set of clothes. He manually opened the water intake valves, and the sub slowly returned to its neutrally buoyant position once more. It took nearly 20 minutes before the hatch was swamped by seawater, and then the entire vessel disappeared under the water and sank like a stone. He couldn't afford the risk of someone else finding the submarine washed up on the shore. It wouldn't take long for them to make the natural connection. He was still alive. Clutching his duffel bag in front of him with both hands, like a flotation device, Luke swam towards the shore. Ordinarily, it would have been an easy swim, but the days of confinement within the miniature submersible had made his otherwise strong muscles of his arms and legs atrophy. He'd misjudged the strength of the outgoing current just before the breakers. Luke forced himself to breathe and swim across the rip. Rips are usually formed by a deeper channel carved in the sand by the outward flow of water returning from the beach. Most people drown trying to fight directly against it, whereas the best way to handle a rip is a relatively easy swim across the current. He wasn't afraid of drowning. Luke's concern was more that in his weakened state he might not have the stamina to ever reach the shore. Holding onto his flotation device, he kicked as hard and as much as possible. Within 2 to 3 minutes, he'd crossed the rip and settled on the calm side of the current. With his head just above water, the sandy beach now appeared very distant. Gritting his teeth, he began the long, slow swim to shore. Timing himself, he kicked for 10 minutes and then rested for 1 minute. By the end of the third rotation, his bag caught a breaking wave. Gripping its handle as he was dragged under, Luke rode the mesh of whitewash all the way to the beach. He then looked up at the sky, wondered if they were watching him. Luke forced himself to walk up onto the dry sand, where he promptly collapsed with relief. Chapter 22. Luke unzipped the waterproof bag. He removed the cash and fresh clothes stored inside, took out a single brass sextant, sentimental antiquity more than real value. He burned his ID, credit cards, and smartphone, the only 3 records of his survival, and then replaced the items of value in the duffel bag. He'd already disconnected his satellite phone. They would be watching it. If they were that powerful, they would reach his phone lines. Luke sighed. He had a long way to go. He walked to the end of the beach and flagged down the first car he saw. It was a BMW. The driver ignored him and kept going. 20 minutes later, another car approached, a green Volkswagen Combi van. Luke raised his thumb, and the driver pulled over to stop next to him. "You want a lift?" the driver asked. He looked like he'd just been for a surf. He wore board shorts and no shirt. His long blonde hair hung over his shoulders. Next to him, a sporty blonde girl still wore her bikini. "I'd love one," Luke smiled his most ingratiating smile. "Jump in." Luke opened the passenger side door. The girl shuffled into the middle seat so that he had room to sit. The entire back of the van had been converted into some sort of sleeping arrangement. "I'm Veronica, and this is Christoph," the blonde girl said in a thick German accent. Luke offered his hand. "My name's Ryan. Thanks for helping me out." "Where are you headed?" Christoph asked. "Anywhere in town would be much appreciated. I'm heading over to the West Coast tomorrow by bus." Christoph admired his small waterproof duffel bag. "You travel light. Do you need to pick up anything else?" "No, this is it." Luke smiled at the young German couple. He had an honest smile and a deeply formed cleft chin that gave him the appearance of a model or movie star, the sort of person people tended to trust for no apparent reason. "This is your lucky day. We're about to head west. We've got to meet up with some friends in California in a few days' time, so this is going to be a pretty quick trip. We're happy to take you if you want to come along for the ride." Luke smiled again. It was his lucky day. "That would be great." Chapter 23. They drove for 2 days along Interstate 10. Driving hard, the three of them took it in turns to drive. Veronica played the guitar, and the three of them sang old classic rock songs and smoked weed. By the time they reached California, the three had become good friends, albeit based primarily on illegal drug use and old rock and roll. They'd traveled some 3,000 miles together in a small van. It brings people together. Christoph looked at him as they entered the southern tip of California. "What are you doing here?" "I've got business in Los Angeles," Luke said. "Really? You don't look like someone who's traveling for business." Luke stared at the young man. Despite his 60s flashback appearance, he was an intelligent man, a computer engineer from Berlin. There's only so much you can fool an engineer. Christoph offered him another lit roll. Luke took it and breathed deep. "I made a mistake." "What sort of mistake?" "We were offered a lot of money for something we'd created. My business partner thought it was a good deal and accepted it while I refused. Apparently, the price of refusal was death. They tried to kill me and came very close to doing just that." "Wow! Someone's hunting you!" Christoph turned from the steering wheel to look at him. "Watch the road." "No one's looking for me. They already think I'm dead." "Sweet! So what do you need in California?" Luke took a deep suck on the hippie's weed to relax himself before he spoke. "I need to pick up something." "Okay, cool. We'll help you out. Where is it?" "It's in a place called Death Valley." Chapter 24. They drove the small combi van into the entrance to Death Valley National Park. It was the hottest and driest place in North America. Luke climbed out. "Thanks for the lift," he said politely, closing the door to the car. Christoph stared at him like he had a death wish. "Are you going to be all right out here? You're a long way from anything?" Luke nodded his head. "I'll be fine. I'll be back by tomorrow morning." "We'll be here." "Thanks." With his duffel bag thrown over his shoulders like a backpack, a big Texan hat, and little else, Luke walked into the desert. He started climbing the sand dunes that looked like the never-ending swell of the oceans, and continued all the way to the horizon. He walked for hours upon hours. At the top of a ridge, he took the sextant out of his duffel bag and took a reading of the sun. The sextant was broken, out by 5 degrees. The thing had always been that way, as far as he could tell. It had only served to make his treasure cache more secure. Anyone could find X marks the spot using a GPS, but very few people could work it out based on the coordinates of an old sextant, especially one that was out by 5 degrees. He took the reading, grinned. He was getting close. He would still reach it by nightfall. He climbed another dune, followed by another, and then stopped. Luke took a final reading, and then commenced digging. Ravenously, he dug into the sand, as though he might just find water. He dug deeper and deeper, until, his shovel struck metal. He stopped. Smiling, he carefully removed the sand on top, and then pried the box free from the earth. Luke struck the rusted lock with the edge of his shovel. Sparks flew for an instant, and the lock broke free. He quickly opened it. Inside, a cool $1,000,000 in cash was packaged in neat bundles of $100 notes. Next to it, a Magnum 44 with several rounds of cartridges. Last and most precious amongst his hoard of treasure, in a small bundle of notes, was his new identity, a passport and driver's license. Years ago, he paid a man who worked for the DMV to scour their records for a man who matched his facial appearance, someone who was currently single and desperate. Ryan Thomas had met those criteria. He also desperately needed money to pay medical bills for a rare type of cancer that would most likely bankrupt him before it killed him. Luke had met with the unfortunate man and offered to pay for his medical expenses on the proviso that once he died, Luke could have his identity. Luke examined the passport photo. It was uncanny, their resemblance. They could have easily been twins. He smiled. Luke Eldridge was now a dead man. He was now Ryan Thomas, a dead man with a secret, one that a federation of powerful people around the world, including politicians, had killed to maintain. Luke had only one name on the list of people responsible for the attack on him, but it wasn't hard to imagine who had the most to lose with his discovery. He had one of the brightest minds on Earth, cash, and a new life. Somehow, he would find out exactly who was behind the offer. He grinned. And then they were going to discover that some dead men do more than talk. Chapter 25. The constant hum of the Maria Helena's powerful twin diesel engines reduced to an idle. Sam looked at the spectacular azure water surrounding the Bimini Islands. Like a jewel in the Gulf Stream, few islands held the imagination of so many for so long. Legends. The Bimini Islands manufactured them like a magic factory. All of the great ones were tied up in there somehow. The Fountain of Youth, the ruins of Atlantis, megalithic stones. It was all there. And it had all been disproved. Sam stared at the sparkling waters. The Fountain of Youth turned out to have high levels of lithium, providing people with a natural mood elevator. As for Atlantis, Sam had already been to the Temple of Poseidon, and this wasn't it. Extensive geological studies and mineral analysis of the megalithic stones showed them to be a natural, albeit unique, limestone formation. But Sam knew a strange fact about legends. Sometimes they're based on an ounce of truth, often a minor detail or a hidden truth. The Antiqui Nautae were that truth. He didn't even know why he believed it so much, but he was going to prove it. Sam walked down to the Maria Helena's moon pool. He quickly attached his single dive tank to his buoyancy control device, BCD for short, turned the regulator open, and rotated it back half a click to stop the seal from catching. He picked up the dive computer and confirmed 210 bar of air pressure. It would be a shallow dive, less than 15 feet. No need for twin tanks. Tom finished his own check. For once you've taken me to a pristine place to have a recreational dive. Are you ready? Sam slipped his arms through the BCD and locked the Velcro straps. Pick us up here in around an hour, Matthew. Got it. We'll keep an eye out on the surface for you. I'll also get that survey of the water in the area you wanted. Thanks. Elise handed him a sealed dive bag. Make certain you place one on the top of each stone at both ends of the Bimini Road if you want an accurate reading of the water's speed and weight. The weight is more useful to us than the speed. As you know, rogue waves are rarely any faster than normal waves, but large waves mean greater mass. If you have a 100-foot wave forming here, these depth gauges are going to suddenly read a massive increase. Sam nodded his head. Opening the bag, he examined the small cylindrical patches she had given him. Sure. He then squeezed his feet into fins and looked up at Tom. You ready to find some answers? Tom smiled. I'm just happy to go for a nice dive on a day like today, but if we find what you're looking for, that will be good too. Sam fitted his dive mask and then placed the air regulator into his mouth. He then leaned backwards, falling off the side of the moon pool and into the azure sea below. Chapter 26. Sam marked his position using GPS and confirmed they were at the most southwestern stone in the Bimini Road. He then checked his watch. The time was 09:20. They would be done before 10:30. Catching Tom's attention, he pointed his thumb down, signaling he was going to commence the dive. It was a shallow dive in warm water. Sam simply wore board shorts and his diving equipment. He was happy. It made for a very free dive, more like skin diving. As soon as he looked downward, he imagined the large rectangular limestone blocks as being the start of the yellow brick road in Oz. He wondered if this road would lead to an even stranger place, once its hidden answers were revealed. A minute later, he was kneeling on top of the most southwestern rectangular block. He placed the first of the data dots in the middle of the stone. A single red light flashed intermittently, showing that the information being gathered was transmitting. Veyron was already in the process of laying a new relay buoy to receive and transmit the collective information via satellites. There were 7 similar stones that formed the southwestern end of the Bimini Road. It didn't take long to place all the data dots and confirm they had been set correctly. Sam then ascended to a depth of 5 feet and met up with Tom. In front of his friend rested a neutrally buoyant machine shaped round like a ball on one side with a computer monitor on the other. Tom casually held onto a side handle with his left hand, studying the screen. The device was called a Kongsberg EM3003D multi-beam echo sounder. It was a portable, shallow-water, multi-beam system with 508 beams, providing very high-resolution surveying. Multi-beam echo sounders emit a fan of sound beams to the seafloor to scan a wide swath of the seabed in great detail. Compared with conventional echo sounders, which direct a single beam of sound to the seabed directly below a ship, multi-beams show more detail and greatly reduce survey time. By surveying the area at a depth of 5 feet, Sam hoped to develop an accurate 3D analysis of the Bimini Road without the surface swell interrupting the process. Once the area was surveyed, his computer whiz, Elise, was going to run it through an ocean hydrology computer program and determine what sort of water movement over the structures of the Bimini Road could cause a rogue wave. Tom pressed his thumb to his finger to form the signal for OK. Sam nodded his head in reply, and then gestured that he was ready to start the survey process. Tom flicked a switch, and silent waves swept over the monitor screen. The two of them began their half-mile journey along the unique stone formation in a northeastern direction. The Bimini Road was approximately 300 feet wide and 1,600 feet long. The pristine waters allowed the area to be easily surveyed during the first swim-through. At the northeastern side of the strange stone formations, Sam dived to 15 feet and laid out another series of data dots on each of the limestone rocks. After confirming that he had covered each block on the northeastern side, he returned to the surface where Tom was already waiting. Tom took the regulator out of his mouth and breathed the warm air from the surface. "I don't know if you found any of the answers you were looking for, Sam, but I must thank you for finding a reason for us to come diving here again on the company's dime." "You're welcome." In the distance, the Maria Helena turned to move towards them. Tom grinned. "Here comes our ride." Chapter 27. A couple minutes later, their ship came to a stop right next to them. Sam handed his fins to Matthew and began climbing the aft boarding ladder. "Did you find anything of interest for me in your survey of the outer harbor?" Matthew handed the fins back as Sam reached the deck. "No, there wasn't one single shipwreck or any other evidence of destroyed vessels from previous rogue waves." "Of course not. Why would there be?" "I thought you told me this morning to search the area. Didn't you want to find other shipwrecks so that you could prove your theory?" Sam dumped his dive gear and began drying himself with a towel. "No, I already know where the rogue wave reaches its zenith. It's at that point we will find a graveyard of shipwrecks." Matthew looked surprised. "Where?" "Here," Sam said, pulling out the Admiralty charts. "Where all 4 vessels have recently been struck. I thought that was obvious." "So then, what were you looking for here?" Sam looked along the several simple images from the sonar report, and then pointed to what he was after. "One upturned rowboat and a weather buoy." Matthew looked as though his boss might have truly gone mad this time. "You were after the upturned rowboat?" "Well, no. Technically, I was more interested in the weather buoy. It's not one of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administrations, and that means it's one of theirs." "One of whose, exactly?" Matthew persisted. "I'm not sure, but if we're accepting at face value that someone's been artificially creating these monster waves, then it makes sense that they would need a means of communicating exactly when a rogue wave passed through this section." Tom hung his towel over the railing after resurfacing after making 2 dives. "Okay, I didn't see anything to suggest that was man-made." "I never said I thought it was man-made," Sam replied. "No, the Bimini Road has been extensively studied by archaeologists and recreational divers alike. There's no doubt in my mind it was a natural, albeit strange, rock formation." "But you still think it was used to create rogue waves?" "I believe the ancient people who used this area to steal from shipwrecks noticed long ago the naturally unusual occurrence of waves as they passed through it." "But we've been here for several hours now. I haven't seen any rogue waves forming." "No, but have a think about the kind of conditions that might just do so." "It would need larger swell, and coming from the north." "And if that were the case, very few divers, either recreational or professional, would want to be anywhere near that wall, even if it wasn't creating rogue waves." Chapter 28. The GPS course plotter placed the Maria Helena 20 miles due west of the Bimini Road. Superimposed on the digital map were 3 markings which represented the precise location of each of the cargo ships when they were struck by the rogue wave. Sam put his left hand on Matthew's shoulder. "This is the place. Take us to a crawl and prepare to commence a circular search of the seabed." Matthew carefully eased off the twin throttles. "Copy that." The engine vibrations, felt through the steel floor beneath their feet, ceased, and the high-pitched roar of the twin diesel engines settled to a dull murmur. Through the large windows on the bridge, Sam could see the dark blue water reach the horizon in every direction. The swell was almost entirely flat. It's hard to believe that a place like this has recently sunk 2 massive cargo ships, caused another one enough damage to render her useful only as scrap metal, and obliterate the Mirabelle, a winner of the Roaring Forties Extreme Circumnavigation, Sam said. Next to him, Matthew studied the long-range radar and weather reports. The man was meticulous when it came to safety. His eyes then darted from one horizon to the next, as though he were expecting a rogue wave to reach them at any moment. "You okay?" Sam asked. "Sure," Matthew replied. "I don't believe all this rubbish about a rogue wave killing people, but there's no denying the evidence that something caused these vessels to sink. Whatever was responsible may still be around, and I don't want to take chances with the Maria Helena and my crew." "I understand." Sam knew that his skipper wasn't prone to superstition. He was merely being careful. More importantly, Sam realized that Matthew was giving him a warning. "First sign of trouble, and we're out of here." "Very good, sir." The port side door to the bridge opened. It was Veyron. "The multi-beam echo sounder has been deployed. We're ready to begin the search." Sam took 2 steps to the right, where Elise studied the computer-aided digital terrain model, which had started to take the first waves of images to build a 3D model of the seabed. "Thank you, Veyron." The multi-beam echo sounders, like other sonar systems, transmit sound energy and analyze the return signal that has bounced off the sea floor or other objects. Multi-beam sonars emit sound waves from directly beneath a ship's hull to produce a fan-shaped coverage of the seafloor. These systems measure and record the time for the acoustic signal to travel from the transmitter to the seafloor and back to the receiver. Multi-beam sonars produce a swath of soundings to ensure full coverage of an area. The coverage area on the seafloor is dependent on the depth of the water, typically 2 to 4 times the water depth. "Okay, Matthew, let's commence the circular search." Sam looked at Elise. Matthew slowly pushed the twin throttles forward. "Setting the GPS plotted center and commencing circular runs. Are you happy with 5 knots? "Yes." Sam studied the 3D imaging of the seabed. It was a new addition to their advanced system of underwater surveying equipment. He was impressed at the quality of the images of over 120 feet below the surface. The seabed was mostly flat and sandy. The shipwreck graveyard that Sam had hoped for certainly wasn't beneath their keel. If his theory was correct regarding the Antiqui Naute, this area of seafloor would be riddled with sunken vessels. The science of discovery beneath the sea was as much an art as it was a testament to a person's patience. The tedious prospect of working hours upon hours for days and days, staring at nothing but a blank seabed, threatened Sam. It was nearly 2 hours before they found their first shipwreck. The monster rose from the seafloor in 2 almost identical 140-foot-long sections of the hull, in a grotesque image of destruction. Superimposed on the otherwise barren, sandy ocean floor, the image of the vessel could be seen with such clarity that the ship's name could be read, indented into the side of the hull, the Argonaut. Sam took a deep breath. She was a cargo ship, mostly carrying small digital imports from China, lost 3 weeks ago. There was no call for assistance by its crew. She simply disappeared. There was a search, but no one had heard from her since leaving China. Tom stared at the hull. It looked more like it had been hit by a torpedo. "Now we know what happened." All right, let's GPS mark the final location of the Argonaut. Her owners will want to know what happened to her, Sam said. Do you want me to make another circuit so you can get a better look at her? Matthew asked. No, thank you. Sam made a note on his navigational chart of the precise location of the Argonaut. Let's continue with the search grid. If I'm right, we should find some much older ships down here. Matthew pushed the throttle halfway forward again. The Maria Helena picked up speed. Copy that, Sam. By the end of daylight, the other two cargo vessels, the Tehila and the Arkansas, had been found, but no sign of any older shipwrecks were spotted. That's the end of the sunlight, Matthew said. We've covered a 5-mile radius from the known location where the Tehila was struck. What do you want to do? Sam studied the circular grid of area they'd surveyed. It was extensive. They'd covered a lot of ground. He then looked at the 3D mapping that Elise was working on. We'll continue through the night. Break into 4-hour shifts with teams of 2. Right now all we have is my theory, and the fact that something keeps sinking large cargo ships in the area. If we don't work out what that is and stop it, shipping in the region is going to grind to a halt. Tom looked at the navigational charts. Where do you want to search? We've already covered any reasonable area close to the site of the rogue waves. What makes you so certain that we'll find these 17th century shipwrecks? Because I just realized my calculations were so far off. The cargo ships were nearly 300 feet long. Of course. Veyron was the next to understand it. At that size, the ships would be dragged much further than the 17th century schooners and man-o-wars. Meaning? Tom asked. The 17th century vessels will be further back towards the Bimini Road. Chapter 29. The Maria Helena headed east again. The ground below became empty, and the seabed devoid of all but natural sea life. It never ceased to amaze Sam that below the vast ocean lay an empty and monotonous world. Few changes in the sandy bottom were seen over a number of miles. And then the swath began to highlight a man-made object. It was much smaller than the previous ones, almost as though most of it was already buried, perhaps by 4 centuries of sand and debris. Then another one came into view, followed by a third and fourth. My God! Matthew said reverently. Gentlemen, I think we've just come across the hunting ground of the Antiquinaute. A 5th shipwreck came into view. This one appeared much larger than the previous ships in the area. Veyron, can we increase the clarity of that image? Sam asked. Veyron tapped the keyboard, and a gray wave crossed the monitor screen, increasing its clarity. By the 3rd attempt, the image became clear. What do you think about that? Tom sighed as the image came into clear view. In front of him stood the perfect outline of a British man-o-war. We're going to need evidence of their age. If they were before the 17th century, then my theory holds true. If they're more recent than that, then we're back to believing in some sort of natural phenomena. Sam grinned. Do you guys want to keep watching the video, or shall we go dive the real thing? Chapter 30. The Maria Helena dropped her anchor in 140 feet of water. Now 10 miles to the west of the Bimini Road, she settled in the calm water, and her anchor chain became lax in the still water. Below her keel were the watery graves of as many as 24 17th century sailing ships. Today, the swell appeared almost non-existent. The barometer read high. There was almost no wind whatsoever. Sam studied a series of synoptic charts.
It hardly seems like the sort of place where one expects to get killed by a rogue wave.
No one ever expects to be killed by a rogue wave, Matthew was quick to point out. On that matter, if you are so certain that the Bimini Road is somehow inexplicably causing these events, is it wise that I anchor the Maria Helena here?
I've left a series of data dots along the Bimini Road. If something happens and a rogue wave begins to form, it will send an urgent message. Elise is currently keeping track of the data coming in and will notify you immediately.
A lot of good that will do for us. We're at anchor now. How long do you expect it to take me to up anchor and escape?
Matthew paused, swallowed.
On that matter, where do you expect me to escape to?
It's likely to take as much as 4 minutes for the wave to reach us here, Sam replied. And my recommendation would be to head due south. It's the fastest direction out of harm's way. Chapter 31. Sam stood at the side of the moon pool, examining his full-face dive mask. Built into the Maria Helena's hull, the moon pool looked more like something out of an old James Bond movie. Aside from looking cool, it served a much more useful purpose. It allowed their 2 submarines to be housed in a protective location, while having easy access to launch. A hyperbaric chamber stood in the aft section of the room, a solemn and constant reminder of the risks faced with deep-sea diving. Veyron entered the room, his notepad at his side with dive calculations.
The seabed is approximately 140 feet below us. With twin tanks, you should have a bottom time of 40 minutes. I've left a pair of single tanks on the guide line at 10 feet.
His eyes darted between both men.
But don't let me catch you overstaying your visit. They're there for safety, not so you can have those extra few minutes to enjoy the dive.
Understood, both Sam and Tom murmured together. They were professional divers. Each one knew their own limit down to the last breath of air. Sometimes they had pushed that limit out of necessity, but neither would intentionally plan to do so. With twin dive tanks connected by a titanium manifold in front of him, Tom returned to setting up for the dive.
I bet I'll find evidence of their age before you do.
Oh, yeah? Sam replied, a confident and wry smile curling at his lips. What are you betting?
Tom paused. I'll bet you a week's vacation leave.
Sam calculated the weight required to maintain neutral buoyancy, and then attached the belt firmly at his hips. My father owns the company. I can have leave whenever I like.
Sure you can.
His voice was sarcastic.
When was the last time you actually took a vacation?
Sam shrugged. I enjoy my job.
I do too, but I'll take that week of leave off of you, at any rate, and just to settle the measure, I'll throw in a beer at the end of this dive.
It's a deal. Sam climbed the 3 steps and sat on the edge of the moon pool. Are you ready to do this?
Let's go.
Sam placed his full-face dive mask on and took a couple breaths to ensure that his regulator was working correctly. He then let himself fall forward and into the pool. Settling at the first marker, 10 feet below the surface, he studied his dive computer. It read 300 bar in each of his tanks. This confirmed that they were full. He depressed his emergency octopus, the yellow regulator designed as a backup for a dive partner, or if the primary becomes damaged. A large series of bubbles came out and made their way to the surface. Everything's working at my end. How are you looking, Tom?
I'm good.
Sam kicked his fins a couple times and grabbed hold of the guide wire. Next to him were the twin tanks that Veyron had left them. All right, let's start our descent. Chapter 32. At 120 feet, Sam stopped their descent and stared at the mass grave of shipwrecks. He'd seen on the survey that there were at least a dozen ships within the area, but somehow it all appeared much more remarkable when you looked at it with your own eyes. "That's quite a sight," Tom said. Sam felt the hairs on his skin prickle in awe. It was a monument to just how weak mankind was in the ocean. "It sure is." He scanned a number of them before deciding which one to swim towards. Some of them looked perfectly intact. The unique thing with salt water is that it preserves wood. Despite lying there for more than 400 years, some of the shipwrecks appeared as though they had only recently sunk. Some were on their side. A couple had their hulls broken in two, presumably when they were struck by a rogue wave. Others were half buried in sand, and then he spotted what he wanted, a British man-o'-war. She had sunk keel down and come to rest forever on top of a sandbar at a depth of 140 feet. The hull looked perfectly intact. All three masts remained upright, although her rigging had worn away long ago. "That one," Sam pointed at her. "The British man-of-war. I have to see it. She looks impeccably intact." They were staring at her starboard side. "I thought you might say that." Sam had studied them extensively out of interest when he was at college. The man-of-war design, developed by Sir John Hawkins, had 3 masts, each with 3 to 4 sails. The ship could be up to 180 feet long and could have up to 124 guns, 4 at the bow, 8 at the stern, and 56 in each broadside. All these cannons required 3 gun decks to hold them, one more than any earlier ship. It had a maximum sailing speed of 8 or 9 knots. They swam toward it and descended another 20 feet. The ship was enormous. It was hard to believe that anything made of wood all those years ago could be so large and capable at sea. Sam slowly made a circle around the bow. A glance at the port side showed why she had sunk. A gaping hole of approximately 12 feet opened in her port bow. Sam pointed his powerful flashlight inside. A lone giant eel grinned back at him with razor-sharp teeth, and then slithered away. "Shall we?" Tom placed his hand on the edge of the broken hull and pulled. The wood didn't move an inch. Despite centuries laying at the bottom of the sea, her wood had maintained its strength. He then checked his own dive computer and replied, "Sure, we've got another 25 minutes at this depth. Let's not go too far." "Agreed." Sam tied the end of his fluorescent guide wire spool to the entrance, and then entered the giant crack in the side of the hull, disappearing inside. Chapter 33. Sam followed the opening until it reached the second cannon bay. It was a shallow level, no more than 4 feet in height from floor to ceiling. The cannons were still there, as though they were still waiting to fire. He quickly passed the second cannon bay and dropped to the third. He swam quickly. He'd already chosen his destination. "Where are you headed so fast?" Tom asked. "The aft hold." "What did they store in the aft hold?" "The ship's gold." Sam said it like a kid exploring buried treasure. "I thought you wanted to date the ship, not loot it." "We can do both, can't we?" He descended to the 6th floor and followed it as far back as he could. A solid hatch barred their way. Sam looked around for something heavy. A single cannonball had rolled down into the room behind him. He turned around and reached for it. The increased weight wreaked havoc on his buoyancy, and he carefully adjusted his BCD to compensate. Sam returned to the hatch. He slowly swung the old cannonball at it. The hatch obliterated on impact. The silt had stirred, and visibility was less than a couple feet.
Sam entered the room, feeling with his hands for any obstructions. They found something solid, and he stopped to see what it was. "Tom, I found the treasure chest." Tom swam in from behind him. "Thanks for kicking up all the silt." There was no way he would be able to remove it. Sam had to open it. He shoved his dive knife into the side of the lock. It broke immediately. He then pried it open with his bare hands. Behind him, Tom shined his flashlight directly on the old treasure chest. It was empty. Chapter 34. Sam checked his dive computer. He had used a little more of the heliox than he should have by now. He often used the oxygen and helium mix in deep-water dives, which otherwise would be prone to complications caused by nitrogen saturation. He shook his head at the reading. He shouldn't have entered the wreck at all without prior planning, but had always wanted to dive a British man-of-war. "How's your gas levels?" Sam asked. "Fine, but let's not dawdle." "Okay, I'll follow you." Sam watched Tom swim past the damaged hatch, waited until he cleared it, and then followed. He followed Tom's dive light up the 2 vertical chambers they had come in through. And then something fell. From what he could see, it was part of the wooden structure supporting the cannon bay doors. Not that it mattered what it was. What mattered was it was now falling towards him and sending millions of tiny silt particles into the immediate area around him. The entire wreck became a whiteout. "You okay, Tom?" Sam asked. "I'm fine. You?" "I'm all right, but the place is now a complete whiteout." Sam ran his hand along the fluorescent guide wire until it stopped. He carefully inspected the severed end. Something had cut it in two. Sam shined his flashlight around. Panic and claustrophobia was rising quickly. He set his emergency spool, tying it to the wooden shard directly below him. If he was going to get lost, he was going to make certain that he can make it back to where he started at least. "You okay, Sam?" It was Tom's reassuring voice, asked like a casual question about what's taking him so long. Tom was a better wreck diver than Sam would ever be, but even so, the man knew exactly how dangerous the situation was. "Yeah, I'm all right. It's a complete silt out here, and my guide wire's been severed." "I'm coming back for you. I've switched my strobe light on. Let me know when you can see it." Sam let himself ascend, carefully feeling his way through the ship. "Copy that." A few moments later, his hand reached through an opening. Tom caught it and gripped it and pulled him through. The water above was much clearer. "Thanks," Sam said. Once out of the man-of-war, the two quickly made their way toward the surface, stopping at the 10-foot mark to swap to the spare dive tanks and perform a decompression safety stop. Sam swore. "I forgot to get a sample of the wood so we can carbon date the ship." Tom grinned. "I wouldn't worry about that. I found this." Tom opened his hand. Sam looked at it. Something glowed inside. A gold coin, dated 1721. Chapter 35. Sam removed his dive tanks and stripped his wetsuit. Elise came through the door. "You're going to want to see this. I finished making calculations based on the movement of water over the Bimini Road." "And what did you find?" "I know how it is used to create rogue waves," Elise replied. "Follow me to the mission room. My laptop's set up and I'll show you the hydrology and wave prediction reports." Sam stood up to follow her. "How?" "Through constructive interference," she replied. Tom slipped on a V-neck. "What the hell's that?" Sam began explaining as they walked up the stairs. The basic underlying physics that makes phenomena such as rogue waves possible is that different waves can travel at different speeds, and so they can pile up to build larger waves. Constructive interference allows two waves to join and form a resultant wave of greater, lower, or the same amplitude. Elise entered the mission room and sat down. In basic terms, each wave travels at slightly different speeds. If they share a similar frequency, they can stack up on top of each other. In nature, it's not a particularly unusual event for two waves to combine, but in rare circumstances, 3 or more waves combined with each other. The result is that the final wave height is exponentially larger. Okay, but how does the Bimini Road change any of this? Elise took a deep breath, swallowed. Because I just ran wave prediction software over the top of the recreated seafloor, including the Bimini Road, based on the underwater survey that Tom kindly obtained for me. And the results? Sam asked. The strange rectangular blocks that make up the Bimini Road serve to adjust the speed of the waves. It slows the faster ones and speeds up the slow ones until all of the waves align. Sam grinned. That proves it. The Bimini Road is artificially creating rogue waves. Elise looked pleased with herself. Want to see it? Absolutely, Sam replied. Elise pressed play, and the computer-generated wave prediction showed the waves flowing from the northeast along North Bimini Island and striking into the Bimini Road. With limited swell, the thing made very little changes to the subsequent wave height. But as the swell increases, the force striking the Bimini Road increased the height of the wave exponentially. Show me a projection with 6 feet of swell, Sam said. Elise clicked on the computer and then typed the initial wave height and pressed play. The swell increased to 10 feet once it struck the Bimini Road. Okay, what about 10 feet? The two of them watched the projection. It now produced a 25-foot wave. Sam wasn't convinced it would make a deadly rogue wave. Okay, go 20 feet. Let's see what that does. He watched the computer-aided program run its course. Sam held his breath, swallowed, and then said, That's 100-foot rogue wave right there. You were right, Elise replied. Only I wish to hell I wasn't. Tom looked concerned. I hate to burst your bubble and all, but if this is correct, why have rogue waves only recently become a problem in the area? I can answer that, Elise replied. It's missing a keystone. What keystone? Sam asked. She handed him a picture of a very large rectangular stone. This is what it would have looked like. Elise then handed him the ultrasound image of the entire area, with a marking in front of the first rectangular stones to form the Bimini Road. It would have gone there. Without it, the waves never match up. But once you include the keystone, the waves then all run together. But there's no sign of a keystone anywhere near North Bimini Island, Sam complained. The Antiqui Naute, Tom said. They must have had the keystone. When they needed to increase the size of the swell, they simply placed it in the water. And that's why, when they disappeared hundreds of years ago, so did the rogue waves. Sam swore. Only now, they've started up again. And my guess, someone's recently found the keystone. Chapter 36. His satellite phone rang. He answered it immediately. Sam Reilly speaking. Mr. Reilly, it's Captain Miller of the Global Star. I have something that I think you're going to be interested in. Can you talk? Sam sat down on the side of the table. Sure. What have you got? It's the Global Star. They've just started to remove some of the steel chine. Let's just say the damage is a lot more extensive than you'd expect from a single rogue wave. I think you're going to want to take a look at it. Okay. Where did you say the ship was being salvaged for scrap metal? Fort Lauderdale.
All right, I'll fly in this afternoon. I'll bring Veyron, my chief engineer. Maybe he'll see something your guys don't. Chapter 37. Sam flew above the global star, which stood forlorn on the hard stand of the scrap metal shipping yard. The pride of his father's fleet of cargo ships destroyed by a seemingly random event. Even from 100 feet above it, Sam could see the extent of the damage. They had already removed the outer chine, the hardened metal designed to keep the hull intact in the event of striking an iceberg or other catastrophic collision. In this case, it had been peeled back to reveal the extent of the damage within the hull. Inside, not only had the main bulkheads been damaged, but the inner metal appeared to have been eaten away by some form of strong acid. "What the heck causes something like that?" Sam asked, and then banked the helicopter to provide Veyron with a better view of the damage. "It sure looks like someone's used an ocean of hard acid to dissolve its strength. Come on, take us down. Let's go have a look at this poor lady." Sam nodded his head and then turned to land. He carefully placed the Sea King helicopter down on an open field, overlooking the scrapyard. After waiting for the rotors to settle, he carefully shut down the system. A man from the scrapyard met them as they walked towards the global star. Sam looked at him and took it all in with a moment's glance. The guy looked like every stereotype of a friendly Texan, right down to the 10-gallon hat and revolver worn on the right side of his belt. He had a big smile to match his rotund stomach. "Mr. Reilly." "That's me," Sam said, extending his right hand. "This is Veyron, my chief engineer." The man shook it. "Donald Richardson's my name. I'm the naval engineer in charge of taking this wretched ship to pieces for scrap metal." The man spoke with a slow southern drawl. "Although I should let you know I take no pleasure in doing so. I'm sure she was a beautiful ship before the accident." "How's it going?" Sam asked. "Captain Miller told me that you had some interesting findings as you stripped the chine from the hull. He said there were some things that I just had to observe for myself." "Follow me. I can fill you in as we walk." Don examined them both, as though he were judging what sort of people had come to investigate his work. "Listen, how much did Captain Miller tell you about what we found here?" "Just that we need to observe it ourselves." "Right you are," Donald replied. The perimeter was enclosed by a wire fence with a roll of razor wire on top. They stopped at the front gate. Don typed the code into an electronic keypad and let them both through. "We've had a few unexplainable accidents ourselves since we received this ship. It's become quite a problem. Our labor force is predominantly migrant workers, mostly Mexican. You know what that means when superstitions are involved?" Sam shook his head. He had no idea what the man was talking about. "I'm sorry, what are you getting at?" "Migrant workers, Mexicans. They're awfully superstitious people." Don looked at them both and winked, as though they knew exactly what he meant. "So you can see this run of bad luck is causing a real stir. All in all, we'd love to just get rid of the damn ship." Veyron caught Sam's eyes with one of those faces that said, "Leave the guy alone. He's clearly not going to say anything useful, so just keep your mouth shut." Don continued. "We're all trying to work out what really happened to this ship to cause such irrevocable damage." "I don't understand. I thought the damage to the hull was consistent with a significant frontal collision, most likely 100 or so foot high wall of water. Are you now saying that's not what caused the damage?" "No, that's about right, at face value anyway. But now that we've begun stripping the chine, we're seeing some strange internal damage to the bulkheads." "Such as?" Veyron asked. much of the metal has been damaged by some sort of strong acid. I still have to send some of the steel to a metallurgist for definitive answers, but I think it's clear to say that something has eaten away at a significant amount of the ship's insides. Could it have been something they were carrying as cargo? That's what I thought to begin with, but the Global Star's logbooks tell us she was carrying a shipment of cars. I spoke to Captain Miller, and he assures me there was no way either himself or someone aboard was taking on a private cargo of acid. Someone might have hidden it, Sam suggested. Not enough of it to cause this sort of damage. Sam climbed another set of scaffolding ladders and stopped. So what do you think caused it then? No idea. Captain Miller seemed to think you might be able to help us out with it. He smiled, kind of patronizing-like. Said you got some sort of sixth sense when it comes to shipwrecks. Veyron smiled. Sam's been involved in a number of shipwreck recoveries. He's the best in the game. If there's something to find here, we'll come up with it. So, we're thinking that whatever damaged the ship was acidic, Sam asked. We're not thinking anything at this stage. We're just thinking it's all pretty unusual, if you ask me. Reaching the height of the lower deck, Donald opened the door and entered the ship's hull. Now tell me, did Captain Miller tell you about the damn phosphorescence? Yeah, he said something about it being radiant on the night of the collision. I suppose it would have been. What with all that turbulence, but that's not what I mean. I'm speaking about the problem with the phosphorescence since we got hold of the ship. You have a problem with plankton. You could hear the ridicule in Veyron's voice. Not plankton, that's for sure. Don forced himself to smile. He'd obviously been expecting such a response from the men who'd been sent to get some answers. Come with me. I'll show you the bilge. It appears some of the water from that terrible wave ended up in the bowels of the ship. You're going to want to see this for yourself. They walked through the dark tunnels, which open into the engine room. They passed the massive turbines and walked further downwards. A series of cables with floodlighting surrounded the walkways. Their feet clanked as they stepped along the steel grates that formed the internal working stairs, used by maintenance to check on the bilge and assess the engines at different heights. At the end of the last one, it came to a sudden ending about 3 floors above the bilge, giving it the appearance of a giant viewing platform. This will do, gentlemen. Don stopped and then flicked off the lights. What's this about? Just wait for it. You'll see what I need to show you. Chapter 38. Sam strained his eyes, trying to make out something in the darkness, but no light came to them. He could hear the labored breathing of Donald, the overweight naval engineer, who had led him down into the dark hull. Okay, watch this, Don said. A moment later, there was the sound of a large splash as something dropped into the bilge water. Sam's heightened sense of hearing while in the complete darkness magnified the echoes of the splash as it ricocheted around the confined steel hull. He struggled to make out an image, but saw nothing. Veyron switched on his flashlight. All right, Mr. Richardson, what's this all about? Donald shrugged his shoulders. I'm not sure. It must have died. What died? Sam and Veyron asked in unison. The phosphorescent plankton living in this bilge. You brought us here to see the plankton? Sam asked. I know what you're thinking, but I'm telling you this wasn't no ordinary plankton. This stuff glowed stronger than anything I've ever seen. It was like plankton on steroids, and it wasn't behaving normally. Sam was getting frustrated. What do you mean by that? Plankton doesn't do anything or behave in any sort of way.
It just drifts in the ocean at the mercy of the currents.
It's doing stuff to this hull. I can't prove it, but if I had to bet on it, I'd say that something in the plankton ate away at the hull.
Have you done tests with the stuff? Taken the plankton and placed it in a metal container to see what it does?
Sure have.
And what were the results? Donald smiled stupidly.
Nothing. It did nothing.
So, the plankton behaved normally.
Yes, but that doesn't prove it was normal. If it doesn't prove exactly that, what do you think it proves, Mr. Richardson? Veyron asked.
Donald gritted his teeth. He looked like a man waiting to tell the most unbelievable part of the story, only to stop at the last minute, having thought better about what it would sound like. Then, crumbling with the need to get it off his chest, he said,
Only that the plankton didn't want to lose its container of seawater.
Interesting, Sam replied. We'll run some tests on the water and see what we find.
What do you think you'll find with dead plankton? Veyron asked, unable or unwilling to hide his skepticism.
I have no idea, but the only similarity between the story told by each captain whose ship was struck by this rogue wave was their reflection that the plankton was brighter than it had ever been before.
We've already agreed that it would be reasonable for the phosphorescence to be radiant in the wake of such a powerful wave. What makes you so willing to believe such a ridiculous theory? Veyron asked.
Because I've seen more improbable answers to questions in the past.
Donald chuckled to himself. Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Sam opened his backpack and removed a sampling kit. He then climbed down the steel ladder and knelt next to the bilge water. Using a glass beaker, he withdrew 200 milliliters of seawater from the bilge. Don't get too carried away. I agree with Veyron. It's a long shot. But I'll run some tests and follow the only lead we have so far. Say, you seemed pretty convinced by all this. Was there something else which makes you feel that the plankton is somehow different?
Look, I get it. You think I'm crazy, but run the tests. I'm telling you there's something different about this stuff.
The man was sweating. He looked nervous near the bilge water, constantly fidgeting, and when Sam asked him to help with the water, he took a step back.
No, thank you, sir. If it's all the same to you, I'll just wait here.
Go on. As you said, we already think you're crazy, so no reason to stop where you are now. May as well go all the way with your story.
All right.
He fidgeted with some paper notes.
Just remember, I'm just telling you the facts. We have a large Mexican workforce here, and as you know, they can be prone to superstition. Frankly, we'd all be happy once this ship has been scrapped.
Sam reassured him it would be all right. Go on.
A few days ago, one of my welders, Juan Gonzalez, fell into that bilge.
Donald pointed at the dark, lifeless water.
A few hours later, he developed a terrible rash all over his body, and by that afternoon had an intense headache, followed by a rapid deterioration of his ability to stay awake. An ambulance was called, and by the time they arrived, they had to stick a tube in his mouth so that he could breathe. By 6 p.m., he's in hospital, and they take him for an MRI. You know, one of those imaging machines.
Sam nodded his head. Go on.
Well, 5 minutes into the test, he began having seizures, and the doctors had to stop it. Then all his symptoms seemed to disappear, and by the next morning it was like nothing had ever happened.
Did they complete the MRI?
Sure did. Waited until the morning and sent him through the same machine with some drugs on board to keep him from fitting again.
Sam was eager for the man to get to the point. What did the MRI show?
Donald shook his head sympathetically. He has a grade 4 brain tumor. Probably won't live until the end of the month. Never had any symptoms before. Some shitty luck, huh?
Chapter 39. Tom dived to 130 feet. Next to him, Genevieve reserved her energy and her air supply by lying perfectly still. The two of them looked out over the large sandbar on the sea floor. There were at least a dozen vessels there, and maybe another dozen in the surrounding areas. It's like looking at a candy shop and being told to take photos and mark the location of each type of lolly, then being told that if you're a good kid, you can taste them in a few days' time, Tom complained. Jen took a photo of the shipwreck graveyard, probably the largest collection of 17th century shipwrecks ever found together. They say vision is the food for the soul. I'd say this is quite a feast we have here. Good point. Tom showed her a dive slate. A single triangle marked the Bonaventure, which he and Sam had explored. Tom ticked it. Okay, that's one down. Sam wants us to document the rest of them. We'll start on the western side and slowly progress inwards towards the east. Got it. She swam ahead of him, eagerly kicking her fins. Tom followed. They documented a total of 16 shipwrecks before it was time to ascend to the surface again. Tom followed Genevieve's lithe figure as she swam to the top of a sandbar like a water nymph. Genevieve stopped at the top of the sandbar and stared at the wooden structure below. Is that what I think it is? Tom smiled. I believe that's the trimaran from Sam's stupid oil painting. Chapter 40. Sam ran his hand along the inside of the cylindrical bulkhead at the bow of the gigantic cargo ship. The thing must have been nearly a foot in diameter. Once perfectly straight, it now had a single bend around halfway down. Then, at its base, where it was fixed to the ship's hull with 16 giant bolts, it had been pushed with such force that it now popped out through the bottom of the hull, leaving a gaping hole for seawater to flow. Along the hull, a distinct line formed where the seawater had reached. Now drained, everything below that line appeared to have been melted, while everything above looked normal. What do you make of that? Sam asked. Veyron looked down at the markings on the wall. Beats me, but it's hard to refute the evidence. I might have been wrong before. Wrong about what? I thought this must have come from inside the ship. A leak of strong acid stored as cargo? But now this looks like it's going to disprove that theory. Sam glanced between the gash along the bow, where the bulkhead broke through and back down towards the main bilge. The markings clearly showed that something had entered at one end and flowed through towards the other. Whatever that was, it caused the damage. It came from outside, didn't it? Veyron sighed. It would appear so. Are you starting to give some credence to this whole plankton was behind everything theory? No. But you said this was caused by whatever came through that gap in the bulkhead. Veyron grinned. Yes, but I never said it was seawater that flowed through here. Of course it was bloody seawater. What else do you get when you make a hole in a ship's hull out in the open sea? I've been thinking about that. Veyron climbed down the ladder and squatted over the now empty bilge compartment. Do you remember when we flew in, how I said that the damage looked like the global star was struck by a solid wall, not a rogue wave which the ship would have at least tried to ride over? Yes, but a rogue wave can move like a solid wall of water. Veyron put his hands up to tell Sam to give him a second to finish. What if the global star did collide with another ship? She's one of the largest cargo ships on the planet. She must have hit some pretty big ship for it to cause this sort of damage. Sam looked at him. The theory of evil plankton was beginning to look more palatable. Think about it.
The law of the sea states that while underway, a watch must be on deck at all times. But we all know with the invention of GPS and automated identification systems, which track the directions of large vessels, most modern cargo ships are entirely automated. Their crew are rarely on deck, let alone at the helm. How many times have you heard a cargo ship turning up to dock and being advised that a small yacht or motorboat is crumpled in its bow? Sam frowned. He'd seen it once himself. It had been a 42-foot Catalina yacht. The captain of the cargo vessel hadn't even realized he'd struck the vessel and had continued underway, unaware that the crew was drowning beneath his monstrous bow. Okay, so why would Captain Miller weave such a different story? Because such an event would never be deemed an accident by the Maritime Safety Board. It would be an act of gross negligence, and both ship captains would lose their registrations. Okay, so what happened to the other ship? I don't know. Perhaps it sank. Or it was able to limp away? Okay, let's say we entertain this fanciful concept, Sam said. How then would any of this explain why we have this ridiculously damaged metal? Because whatever that other ship was carrying, it was sure as shit highly corrosive. Veyron pulled on a piece of the hull next to where he stood to demonstrate. An entire section, roughly 3 feet wide by 2 feet high, broke off. The tiny grooves and broken sections of the metal wove deep into the sheet like termites had eaten away at it. Is it just me, or does this look like the entire ship has been eaten by termites? Sam picked the metal up and then squeezed it. His hands broke through the metal, crushing it like a piece of honeycomb. Beats me. You're the engineer. You tell me. You don't need an engineer. You need a metallurgist. I'm a lot of things, but that I am not. Then find me one. Chapter 41. Sam broke the hollowed metal into smaller pieces until he could carry one without too much trouble. He and Veyron continued making their way aft of the cargo ship, through the bowels of its internal hull. It involved climbing and descending several series of internal stairs in order to reach over the watertight barriers. Sam noted that at the base of the barriers, where the seawater should have been stopped by the large metal compartments, a hole, nearly 10 feet wide by half a foot high, had been melted through the bottom, as though the seawater had been eating its way to reach the lowest point within the bilge. The strangest thing, he thought, was why the acid hadn't simply melted through the outer hull altogether. The hull certainly wasn't any stronger. Sam climbed the latest set of stairs to overcome the third watertight compartment. Just as he was about to begin his descent into the next one, he noticed 4 laborers casually removing any wiring from the gangway. "Hello, gentlemen," Sam said. He watched as the men scrutinized him. Their eyes displayed respect and also fear. Donald had told Sam and Veyron earlier that all staff would be willing to help with anything that they required. The men nodded their heads in response and then continued working, making an obvious show that they were not slacking in their duties. "Do you have metallurgists here?" Sam asked. "Yes, senor," the shortest of the 4 men replied. "Good." Sam lifted the honeycombed metal he'd pulled off the hull. "I need you to take this to him and have him run an analysis of what caused these holes. Can you do that?" The man looked frightened. Sam tried to hand it to him. "It's very important." "Yes, of course, senor." The Mexican laborer held the metal with the very tips of his fingers and out from his body, as though it might hurt him if he allowed any skin contact. Sam watched him turn and start running up the steel stairs and through an open hatchway. Sam turned to Veyron as they continued to descend the stairs approximately midship.
Is it just me, Veyron, or did that man look frightened?
That's an understatement, Veyron whistled. Did you see the pupils in his eyes? They were like dinner plates, they were so large. The man looked positively terrified of the hollowed metal. It was as though the entire thing was going to come alive and kill him and his family. I thought for a moment he was just going to turn around and walk out on his job, but obviously he thought better of the American dollars that it earns him. There was very little new to be learned by examining the rest of the ship. It was very clear that whatever entered the ship at the bow slowly made its way aft by melting its way through each of the watertight compartments. Sam and Veyron reached the main bilge by 4:45 in the afternoon. It was the same one Donald had shown them that had contained the spooky green plankton. A Mexican worker strung a large woven band in the shape of an eye onto the side of the main viewing platform. There were already another 3 just like it hung around the massive room. At the same time, another person poured something from a large bag into the bilge water. Sam turned to the foreman, who appeared to be planning out the work for tomorrow.
How's it going?
It's a big job, but it's what we do here. The man smiled. He was American and shorter than average, with a wiry frame, presumably from years of hard work. He offered his hand and said, "Adrian Sanders, you must be Sam Reilly." Sam took it.
"Yes, and this is Veyron, my chief engineer."
"Pleased to meet you, sir," he replied, turning to shake Veyron's hand.
"What do you think happened here?"
Sam inquired casually. Adrian shook his head. "Not paid to work that out. I just stripped the poor ship of anything valuable."
"Even so, you must have some ideas," Sam persisted.
"I've seen a lot of fine ships end up in this shipping yard, each being dismantled for scrap, piece by piece. For the most part, we find the most likely event is often the case."
"Occam's razor," Veyron noted. Adrian made another note in his folder.
"What?"
"It means that, given 2 hypotheses, the simpler one is most often the correct one." Adrian smiled.
"Exactly."
"You don't buy all this superstition about the plankton being evil?" Sam asked.
"No. This ship was struck by an almighty wave. Her size should have allowed her to ride it out, but it didn't. That's simple."
Sam pointed to the Mexican, who now finished tying his woven image of an eye onto the viewing platform. "What's that man doing?"
"It's called an evil eye. They're Mexican good luck charms. They believe it will keep them safe."
"And the other guy, the one slowly pouring those chemicals into the bilge?"
"He's called a curandero, a traditional Mexican folk healer."
Adrian smiled. It was clearly intended to be condescending.
"The bag contains a concoction of natural potions and herbs, purported to keep evil away."
Sam grinned. "It smells like chlorine to me."
Adrian laughed. "Yes, well, nothing quite like a little bit of science to help boost an ancient healer's abilities."
"He was here yesterday, wasn't he?"
"Yes. How did you know?"
"Because Donald told us the bioluminescent plankton that has everyone so worried was alive yesterday."
"They're all pretty spooked about this thing. They're saying there's evil here, and this is purifying it."
Sam laughed. "Donald doesn't mind letting the healers into his shipyard?"
"Mind? Are you kidding me? He pays for them."
"Really?" Adrian looked serious for a moment.
"Of course. The sooner these healers declare the evil spirits dead, the sooner our workers focus on the task at hand."
Chapter 42. That night Sam stayed at a room in a local motel. It was pretty cheap, but would serve the purpose and allow him and Veyron to get some rest before tomorrow. His head had just reached the pillow. It was soft, and after the day he'd just had, Sam was quick to fall asleep. He'd barely reached that deep state of sleep before his cell phone began ringing. He wanted to ignore it, but his work ethic told him to answer the damn call. A glance at the phone as he accepted the call showed him that it was Ryan, the biologist and lab technician, to whom he'd sent the seawater sample from the bilge. "Did you get the sample that I sent you?" "Yeah, but it appears to have been contaminated." "Contaminated? Let me guess. Chlorine." "Yeah, but there was something else, too." "What?" "Silicon." Sam sat up on the side of the bed. "What the hell would that be doing in there?" "It's normally used in computer chips for microprocessors, among other things. Maybe the ship was carrying it in its hold," the biologist suggested. "I know what silicon's used for, but I can't think of any reason the seawater was contaminated by it. What about the dead plankton? Can you tell me anything?" "It's definitely been genetically modified, but how and why, I don't know. We'll need a live sample to find out more. Get me that, and I'll find you some answers." Chapter 43. Tom breathed easily as he began his descent towards the shipwreck graveyard. It was 6:30 a.m. exactly. He would have dived earlier if Matthew had let him. Instead of sleeping, he'd spent the night mentally preparing for the dive. Somehow, there was a deep sense of anticipation that he was about to find answers to one of the longest questions that plagued Sam Reilly. It's not every day he got to show his friend the answer. Next to him, Genevieve confidently watched her dive gauge as they descended. She'd been diving for less than a year, but she was naturally good at everything she ever did. With an analytical mind, she could grasp the complex formulas and science behind deep-sea diving. In the 2 years since Sam had brought her aboard the Maria Helena, she had probably logged more dives than most are given the opportunity to in a lifetime. Even so, a 400-year-old wreck dive at 160 feet is not something to take lightly. Tom checked his pressure gauge. They'd just reached 80 feet. He looked over at Genevieve. The whites of her teeth stood out behind her clear, full-face dive mask, and her dilated pupils nearly swallowed her blue eyes whole with anticipation. "How you feeling?" "I'm good." He shined his flashlight downwards. As the beam of light shot towards the bottom of the sea, Tom could just make out the image of the first bow of a shipwreck. He couldn't yet tell if it was the one he was after. Tom continued to descend until he came to a stop at 120 feet, when the ancient trimaran came into view. "Wow, what a sight, eh?" "Everything about Sam's oil color painting was wrong, wasn't it?" Genevieve said. "It would appear so." The oil painting did little in the way of justice for the gallant old warship. The artist had captured the fact that it was built with 3 large tree trunks, used as dugouts like oversized canoes, but that was where the accuracy of the depiction ceased. Her massive tri-hulls were at least half buried by the centuries of sand, but even so it wasn't hard to grasp the sheer size of the vessel. Unlike the simplistic tribal rig that Tom had expected, the antiquing Naute's trimaran appeared to have been built by expert carpenters on a monumental scale. The 3 hulls were made from monstrous tree trunks, most likely sequoias. A startling discovery, given that the shipwreck was now lying on the east coast, while sequoia trees had only ever been found in the Californian west coast. This meant the Antiqui Naute had either sailed from the west coast, which would involve passing the southern tip of South America, or transfer the giant tree trunks overland, a feat just as impossible given their pre-westernized tools. Tom guessed each of the 3 hulls was at least 30 feet in diameter, and nearly 200 in length, making her the largest ship of her time, considering the Chinese treasure ships were all either destroyed or dismantled by then. Between each pair of hulls were another 4 tree trunks. Although a few hundred years' worth of marine growth had covered any possible connections, Tom already imagined that the ancient carpenters had joined each of the massive structures by using reciprocal cutouts so that they fit together like a jigsaw puzzle, making them exceedingly strong. Next to him, Genevieve took several photographs of the ancient warship. "Are you ready to get a closer look at her?" Tom asked. "Sure." Tom slowly descended until he rested just above the bow of the first of the 3 hulls. He carefully placed his hand on the hull. She felt sturdy, despite her years spent at the bottom. There were barnacles and other marine life which had now made their lives on her hull, but there was no missing the strength of the original vessel. He squeezed Genevieve's hand and smiled. They both recognized they were exploring something very special. "Let's get a survey from her topside, and then we'll see if we can dive inside." "Understood." A quick survey of the ship showed that she was all in all 220 feet in length and nearly 140 feet wide. The center hull was 260 feet long, and probably more like 40 feet in diameter. At the end of each of the 4 side hulls were openings which could still be penetrated. Interestingly, the largest of the 3 hulls didn't have any entry points to its bow or aft sections. Tom shined his flashlight inside the starboard aft opening. It dropped nearly 5 feet before turning into a long tunnel. It looked like the ancient seafarers had carved the entrance and the tunnel into the old tree trunk. Without any joints or connections, the ship would have been exceedingly strong. Genevieve followed suit, reaching her head inside the opening and shining her flashlight down the tunnel. It looked like it could have reached the other end of the ship. Without entering further, she couldn't tell whether or not there were more tunnels crossing the bows. "Shall we?" she asked. "Not yet. Let's finish surveying the hull, and then we'll set up a guide wire, an entry plan and exit plan, as well as a turn-back point. Then we'll see what we find inside." "Okay." She sounded like a disappointed kid. Tom kicked his fins and headed toward the middle of the trimaran. At the center of the middle hull, an opening had been carved into the wood, and a giant tiller still stood proudly. Tom reached for the massive handle. "It must have taken 5 men just to steer the damn thing." All this time, Sam has been talking about how the simple tribe was able to beat the pirates, the European ships, and the British man-of-wars by use of the rogue waves. Meanwhile, we have just discovered the Antiquinaute were probably more advanced sailors than they were at the time. So, does this disprove Sam's theory about the rogue wave? No. It might just weaken the strength of them, however. For example, a trimaran like this would be exceedingly well built to overcome an unsteady swell. It would make for a fantastic trap, lure their attacking ships into the area, and then, as they opened up their cannon bay doors, strike them with a tide of ocean, so unsteady that they were bound to be swamped. Tom studied the marks on the wall of the deck. With their cannons now useless, the Antiquinaute could come and board them with ease. The rest of the center cockpit seemed almost empty. "Where now?" she asked. Tom checked his dive computer. "We have a bottom time of 35 minutes remaining. Do you want to see what's inside those 2 outer hulls?" "You bet I do." Tom secured the bright green guideline to the edge of the hull. On his BCD, he kept a red emergency guideline to be pinned immediately if he loses contact with the primary line.
I'll swim through first. If it's all clear when I reach the other side, I'll give you a call to come through. If I don't come back out, don't come in looking for me. You'd only be putting both of our lives at risk." "Understood." Tom shined his flashlight down the tunnel. It was completely dark inside, like an unused railway tunnel. It had the eerie feeling of ghosts hidden inside. Those of the old sailors, their enemies, and simply the fear of what lies in wait. "But those are just the fears of fools. There's nothing inside there except fish." Tom entered the long tunnel, where he shined his flashlight and strained his eyes to see as much as they could. A pale green apparition with glowing eyes stared back at him. Chapter 44. Tom shook his head, trying to remove the vision from his mind. Like a child, he felt that he was letting his imagination get the better of him. At these depths, and inside a dark and narrow tunnel, it was easy to let your eyes play tricks on you. His pulse raced, and he felt foolish. He kicked his fins slowly and continuously, so that he moved towards the strange image. It stood inside a small alcove, maybe just large enough for a fully grown man to crouch inside. Like a mirage, the apparition constantly appeared more distant the closer he got, until the vision disappeared altogether. In its place was a small sword, its hilt made entirely of gold. Tom picked it up. It was much lighter than he expected. He examined it and found the golden hilt was hollow. Hundreds of tiny holes had been extensively made throughout the hilt. It was as though the thing had been eaten away by something. "Holy shit!" In his ear, Tom heard Genevieve's voice. "Are you all right?" "Jen, you have to get in here and have a look at this thing," Tom said, forgetting his dive protocol and dragging her inside the narrow tunnel before he'd reached the other side. He saw the light from her flashlight move in the distance. A minute later, she was next to him in the confined tunnel. Tom looked up at her. She was staring at the short sword with a gleaming golden hilt. "Is that gold?" she asked. "Looks like it." Tom handed it to her. "But I couldn't tell you what made those marks in it." She examined the precious metal. "Are there any marine creatures that could eat away at metal like that?" "None that I know of, but I'm not a biologist. Sam might know of something. It's possible, let's face it. There's a lot of weird creatures that live in the depths of the world oceans." She handed it back to him. "Now what?" "Now we get out of this tunnel." Tom turned to keep moving. "I shouldn't have brought you in until I'd reached the other side." The tunnel turned out to be a little under 180 feet in length, and with the exception of a small amount of marine life and the golden sword, the place was entirely empty. Tom waited for Genevieve to reach him. "What do you think?" "I think that's a lot of gold." Tom laughed. "Forget the gold. Stay aboard the Maria Helena and you'll discover Sam Reilly has a certain attraction to the stuff. Only in this case, the stuff seems to have a greater affinity for him than the other way around. What about the dive?" "What about it?" She shrugged her shoulders. "It has been pretty straightforward." Tom checked his dive computer. "Good, we've got another 25 minutes of bottom time. Do you want to try the other hull?" "Absolutely. Maybe we'll find more gold?" "You never know." Tom kicked his fins and moved toward the center of the trimaran. At the edge of the old cockpit, he dropped the sword with the golden hilt. "What are you doing?" "It's too heavy. I'm not taking it with me." "What? So you're just leaving it there?" "Sure. Why, are you worried someone's going to take it?" Tom turned and swam towards the second outer hull without waiting for her answer. He set up the dive guideline. "Do you want to go first this time?" "Sure." He checked her dive computer.
She had used more heliox than him, but still had plenty in reserve. If this hull was anything like the first, it would be a simple swim-through, nothing complex. "Okay, any trouble, just stop where you are, and I'll come get you." She smiled back at him, her blue eyes full of infinite tease. "I'll be fine." And then she disappeared inside the hull. Tom watched her light grow distant and then disappear completely. He waited in silence. And then her voice came reassuringly through the radio. "There's another alcove in here." "Anything in it?" "No, this one's empty." More silence. "Okay, I'm coming up to the end of the tunnel. I can see the exit." "All right, I'll swim through behind you." Tom swam confidently through the carved tunnel. He shined his flashlight through the alcove. Confirming Jen's assessment, there was nothing. The place was empty. He kicked his fins and within minutes reached the other side, shortly behind Genevieve. She greeted him at the exit. "Now where?" "Now we grab our gold and return to the surface. We're going to be out of heliox if we play any longer." "All right." She started kicking her fins vigorously as she swam towards the center cockpit. "Race you to it." Tom casually kicked his legs. He looked like he was swimming slower than her, but his 6'5" frame meant that he didn't have to work nearly as hard to reach the cockpit before her. He felt her hand on his shoulder. "Okay, Tom, where is it?" "Where's what?" "The gold." Tom shined his flashlight where he'd left the gold. It was completely blank. A small marking in the old wood where the golden handle had scratched at it was the only evidence that he'd ever left it there. He carefully shined the light toward the bottom of the center cockpit. The wood was still solid, and there was little marine life attached. If the gold had fallen, it would have stood out like a lighthouse. "I have no idea." "Don't fuck with me, Tom. Where is it?" A slight shiver of a ghost ran up his spine as Tom recalled the image of the green specter inside the hull, which had been staring at him. "I don't know." Chapter 45. Sam and Veyron were greeted by Donald as they approached the scrapyard. "Good morning, gentlemen," he said in his southern drawl. "Morning, Don. Any news overnight?" He shook his head. "Nope. Were you expecting anything?" "Not particularly. Just hoping," Sam replied. "What's your plan today?" "We won't stay long," Sam said. "Probably just have one last walk around. See if anything provides answers. I want to get back to the Maria Helena by this afternoon. We have other work to do. If the Global Star can't provide us with answers, we'll have to take our questions elsewhere." He slowly started the long and cumbersome climb up the nearly vertical stairs. "You still believe this wasn't a random event?" Veyron asked. "I'm not sure what I believe." Sam stared up at the remains of the superstructure. "It's not that it's beyond my ability to believe that a rogue wave could destroy a vessel this large. I think the problem I have believing any of this is that this would be the fourth vessel destroyed in less than 3 months from the same area. That is some coincidence, but hopefully we won't have any more for another 50 years. "I hope so." Once they reached the deck, Donald turned and said, "All right, gentlemen, this is where I'm going to have to leave you. I have quite a busy day ahead of me." "Okay, thanks again," Sam replied. Veyron watched Donald leave. "What do you make of him?" "Do I think he's hiding something and that he's actually behind it?" "Yeah." "I don't think he's bright enough for that sort of thing. No, I think he comes to work, and that's it. But someone's responsible for this, and I'm determined to find out who." His cell phone rang. He picked it up before the second ring. "Hello." "Sam, it's Marcus here." "Yes." Sam couldn't think of anyone he knew by that name. I'm a metallurgist in Fort Lauderdale. You sent me a piece of steel from a ship to be examined? Sam stopped walking so he could concentrate. Oh, right, Marcus. What did you find? The metal hasn't been touched by an acid. Really? What could have caused that damage then? I don't know. If I were to hazard a stupid guess, I'd say that you found yourself the world's first termites who concentrate on metal instead of wood. That is crazy. You should see this thing under a microscope. There are millions upon millions of tiny holes in the metal. Clean cuts, too, as though ants have chewed away at it. Chapter 46. Sam borrowed Donald's car, a Dodge pickup, and drove the several blocks so that he and Veyron could see the metallurgist in person. The security camera followed them as they approached the workshop. A balding man of average height and build came out to meet them. Hi, Marcus, is it? Sam asked, offering his hand. Yes, you must be Sam Reilly. Sam nodded. This is Veyron. He's my chief engineer aboard the Maria Helena. Come on through, and I'll show you what we've got. The security camera followed them inside the building. Do you have any further ideas about what could be causing this? Sam asked. None, but you're going to love this. Marcus handed him the honeycombed steel, which he'd sent away the day before to be analyzed. What do you think of that? Sam held it in his hands, moved it around a little. What about it? It's the same piece I sent you. Actually, it's the identical piece you sent me, less 2 pounds. What do you mean, less 2 pounds? I mean I cut off a couple thin slices to examine, and then weighed the remainder. When I got in this morning, I picked it up and noticed straight away that it had lost some of its weight. Naturally, I put it back on the scales and confirmed the impossible. Nearly 2 pounds, to be exact. This morning, I left the entire thing inside a bucket filled with denatured alcohol. Thought I'd better kill whatever bugs it had inside before the damn things demolished my work shed. That seemed like a logical step to Sam. And what happened? Well, nothing came out, but the weight now appears to be staying the same, so that's a start. Sam smiled impatiently. Everyone here seems to be superstitious. Can I see it under a microscope? Marcus placed a small slice of the honeycombed steel under the microscope. Have a look for yourself, Mr. Reilly. Sam leaned over, closed his left eye, and looked through the eyepiece. Using his right hand, he adjusted the focus of the lens. Well, that's just the strangest thing I've seen in a long time. Sam motioned to Veyron to have a look. What do you make of this? Veyron had a quick look and replied, Well, what did I say? You found yourself the first termite in history that eats steel. Chapter 47. Sam wanted answers, not more questions. Any idea what could do this sort of damage to steel? Marcus shook his head. No, none. I've studied metals and corrosion for nearly 30 years. I've never seen anything that even remotely looks like this under a microscope. Veyron grabbed Sam by the shoulder and whispered, We've seen enough. Someone's been lying to us, and I just realized how we're going to find out who. Sam turned to face Marcus. Thanks for your help. I think we've seen enough. He followed them to the front of his workshop. If you do find out what caused this, please let me know. Sam promised to keep him in on the loop. After they walked out the door and got back in the Dodge pickup, Sam turned to Veyron and said, What's this all about? You know damn well that what we just looked at wasn't caused by any rogue wave, and nor was it caused by a shipment of strong acids. Someone's been moving something they shouldn't have,
and that means they've been covering it up. And I think I just realized how we might find out who."
Veyron called Donald and explained what he wanted to see, told him that he would be back on board the wrecked Global Star within the hour. Sam turned the corner and smiled. It was a warm day outside, and he was finally getting somewhere. He was glad to see Veyron finally coming closer to an answer.
"What have you found?"
"It was the CCTV camera that followed us when we entered the workshop."
"So what?"
"The Global Star is rigged with more than 100 cameras, specifically designed to ensure its crew aren't stealing from your father, smuggling narcotics, or transporting other contraband aboard," Veyron explained. "I noticed a series of CCTV cameras on board the Global Star tracking us while we were examining her hull yesterday."
"You want to see the recordings of the event?"
"That's if there even was a rogue wave."
"You still don't believe it?"
"Not for a minute. I think someone has tried to smuggle something on board, or that the captain was taking on illegal equipment. Even some type of weapon. Something capable of working its way through metal. New technologies. Something that broke out, or leaked and destroyed the ship."
"You're starting to believe in this whole genetically modified plankton theory?"
"No way. Whatever it is, I can promise you it has nothing to do with plankton and its stupid, eerie phosphorescent light." Sam parked the pickup and began eagerly climbing the several flights of steel stairs towards the bridge. Veyron whistled happily to himself as he ran his hand along the steel railings, which had similar damage as the hull, but nowhere near as extensive. It reminded Sam of those odd medical examiners on TV who hum while performing an autopsy. Veyron continued up the stairs. Despite his solid frame, the man never appeared out of breath. "It's the security footage I'm interested in."
"You think the whole thing was caused by sabotage?"
"No, although I haven't ruled that out either."
Veyron climbed another set of 10 steps, and then ran his hand along another melted bulkhead.
"Whatever caused this type of damage to the steel, I can promise you it wasn't salt water, or phosphorescent plankton for that matter."
"No, of course not."
"So I asked Donald to meet me up there to go over the security footage from the hold. I'm betting you someone took on some additional cargo that your father's not aware of. Whatever that cargo was, it made a hell of a mess out of his steel in the ship."
"One thing's for certain. The phosphorescent plankton has never hurt anyone." Sam reached for the handle to the door that led to the 5 stories high command bridge at the aft section of the Global Star. His hand never reached it. Instead, the door flung open, and Donald hurried out to greet them. He looked excited and out of breath.
"Great, you're here. You'll never believe what I've just seen on the CCTV footage."
What?
Sam and Veyron asked in unison. "That creepy fucking plankton tried to murder Juan Gonzalez."
Chapter 48. "I thought you weren't a believer, Donald." Sam was quick to remind him that he thought all the Mexican workers were paranoid and superstitious. Donald tucked his thumbs into his belt, smiled at him like he was an idiot. Then in his slow southern drawl replied, "I began checking on the CCTV footage of the cargo hold. They were a massive shipment of European cars coming from Germany, like Captain Miller's logbooks show. Then I looked through some of the other areas of the ship, the engine room, bilge compartments, etc., anywhere that someone might hide tons of hard acids."
"And what did you see?" Veyron asked.
"Nothing. They all looked empty, as they were supposed to. But then it got me thinking."
"Go on," Veyron said.
"So then I thought to myself, If the constant CCTV has been running since the ship left Port Hamburg, Germany, then—"
"Go on. What did you find?" Sam said.
"Then I thought it might have captured what happened to Juan. You know, the welder who I said fell into the bilge."
Donald pressed play so they could watch the CCTV and make up their own mind about whether or not the worker was attacked. The CCTV recording showed the scrapyard's worker preparing to start a diesel motor. He was about to pump the remaining seawater out of the hull. He finished drilling a hole in the side of the hull, then fed a pipe into the bilge water and attached it to the diesel pump. He then ran the other end of a second hose from the pump out the hole. It wasn't until the worker went to switch the pump on that anything unusual happened. The bilge water started to swell until it flooded the steel grate that he was standing on. A small ripple of green iridescent liquid oozed from the bilge and slid onto the grate, where the Mexican worker was now trying to start the pump. It reached his feet where he stood. A moment later, he slipped and fell into the bilge water. Terrified, the man scrambled out of the bilge, climbed the ladder, and ran out of the room. Donald stopped the video.
"Nothing else happens after that. Juan never returned to his work."
He then turned to them both.
"Well, what do you make of that? Thought you'd seen it all, hadn't you?"
Sam shook his head. "Beats the hell out of me, but if I didn't know better, I'd say that plankton just stopped your man from pumping them out."
"It certainly looks like he was attacked. I don't know what the connection is, but I'd say it's pretty obvious that this plankton is behind it somehow." "There's no doubt about it, Sam. Those fuckers just tried to kill the man."
"The question is, why?"
"No, we know that he was going to pump them out into the dry dock, which would have killed them. The real question is how."
"Yeah, well, until we find a live sample, we're going to have no way to prove it either way. One thing's for certain. This was no random accident. And that means neither were the rogue waves. We don't know who's causing them, or why, or when the next one is going to take place. But we do know there's only one place they can form, so we'd better do something to stop it."
"Or prepare to hear about the next disaster."
Chapter 49. Tom had waited a frustrating 8 hours for his residual nitrogen levels to settle. He eagerly prepared his dive equipment so that he could return to the ancient trimaran. The gold was still down there, he was certain of it, and hoped that he'd find it before he had to explain to Sam that he just lost a small fortune worth of gold at the bottom of the sea. Also, he wanted to find out more about the ancient trimaran. He still had a swath of unanswered questions. Who were the antiquae nautae? Where did they come from? Matthew entered the dive room.
"It will be getting dark soon. I'd prefer you to wait until the morning. It's safer." "We're diving a wreck at 160 feet. It's always dark," Tom replied.
Matthew smiled condescendingly.
"And there are little green men who live there to contend with." "I never said there were men, just one, and I have no idea where it lives. Besides, I already admitted that the pleasant green apparition must have been a figment of my imagination." He looked at Genevieve. "I want to go find that gold before another green man takes it. Are you still happy to join me?"
Genevieve strapped the twin heliox tanks onto her back, firmly pressing the Velcro BCD straps together at her waist.
"Matthew, you're certain there wasn't another vessel for 20 miles, and the sonar showed that we were alone throughout our dive?"
"Certain."
"Good. Then the gold's still there."
Genevieve reached for the shark stick, a high-pressured gas gun used to take down sharks that become a little too inquisitive.
I want that gold, and I don't believe in scary things in the night. But just in case, we'll be ready." "Suit yourselves." Matthew picked up a spare set of Heliox dive tanks. "With Veyron and Sam both away, you're going to be in a world of strife if you fuck up down there. Given this is your second dive in 8 hours, I want you to take a second tank each and set up a safety camp on the trimaran." Tom looked at Matthew. The man was by far the most conservative on board. "Doesn't he realize Sam and I dived below 500 feet last year? Compared to that, this is a relatively safe environment." "We'll be fine, but just in case, I'll bring the spare tanks. You ready, Genevieve?" "I'm always ready." This kind of sassy comment got a slight smile and raised eyebrows from both men. Typical Genevieve. They made a quick descent, landing just behind the center cockpit and middle hull of the ancient trimaran. Tom had a quick look at Genevieve. No extra bubbles. Good, no leaks. "Welcome back. The trimaran's just where we left her." "Shame the gold isn't." Tom set the spare twin Heliox tanks down on the deck. "We'll find it, don't worry. Haven't you ever lost anything before?" "Yeah, my car keys. But never have I lost around 100 grand worth of gold." "No, that's true. That'll be a first for me, too," Tom conceded. "All it takes is a little bit of backtracking, and you generally get your car keys back, right?" Genevieve flashed her long lashes, and her blue eyes glistened with a deep blue. "Not me. Last time it cost me $200, and 3 months waiting time to have the manufacturer send me replacements." Tom laughed. "Well, you'll be happy to know that I generally have better luck than that." He moved above the large opening in the hull, which made up the center cockpit. It was approximately 10 feet wide, 40 feet in length, and 5 deep. Tom shined his flashlight casually around the edges and across the flooring. His eyes scanned the slightest chip in the wood, where he first laid the golden sword. There was no sign of it moving. There wasn't even anywhere for it to fall. He'd placed it on a perfectly level piece of wood. "Who do you call to replace something a little more valuable than keys?" Tom asked. "I thought you said you'd find it." "I did." "So where is it then?" she teased. Tom shined his flashlight around the cockpit again. There was very little marine life attached to the wooden structures. Nowhere that the gold could have fallen. Definitely nowhere for it to disappear to. The gold should capture the reflection of the flashlight like a beacon. He moved further down into the cockpit and ran his hand along the edge. "I have no idea." Genevieve followed him. Starting at the opposite end, she ran her hand along the wooden structure. Tom slowly reached the end of his side without finding anything. He looked back at Genevieve. She'd stopped. "Why did you stop?" he asked. She pushed her hand harder, and the side of the wooden wall broke. Her hand slipped inside the hollowed-out area behind the wall, all the way up to her shoulder. "Because I think I just found an opening to another level." Chapter 50. Tom's heart leapt into a gallop. He knew the sensation. He'd felt it when he and Sam found the lost treasure of Atlantis. He had answers. The deck was hollow. There was another passage below them. The gold must have fallen through. He moved towards Genevieve. "Can I have a look? There must be a way inside." She swam back a little. "Be my guest." He started tapping on the edge of the wood, and then felt for the opening. He pulled at it, and an entire section of the wall, approximately 5 feet high by 4 feet wide, began to move. It didn't break. The growth of marine life seemed to be holding it intact,
but it was clearly the shape of a door. "What does that look like to you?"
"It's a door."
"That's what I think, which confirms there's another level to this shipwreck. My guess is the Antiquinaute kept their most precious cargo inside their deepest hold." Tom used the back of a small crowbar to break off several barnacles at the edge of the potential door. He always carried one when wreck diving. It served to help him gain access and, more importantly, break free if he became stuck. He ran the steel edge of it into the gap until he was able to dig the tip of the crowbar inside. Then he drove it hard into the gap and pried. The entire door broke open. He shined his flashlight inside. A large tunnel ran horizontally towards the outer hull. "We're in." Tom looked at Genevieve's face. Her blue eyes glistened with desire. He'd seen that desire plenty of times before, too. In his experience, the lust for gold is only just beaten by one thing on the planet: the allure of a shipwreck's treasure.
"How far do you think this thing goes?" she asked.
"No idea, but let's go find out." Tom tied off his green primary dive guideline to the ancient tiller inside the cockpit, and then began swimming through the tunnel. Like the hull tunnels, there were very little changes and nothing to obstruct them. When he reached the end of the tunnel at the point where the outer hull most likely stood, the entire tunnel turned to a right angle and dropped approximately 10 feet. Carvings into the side of the wood showed the remains of a ladder that the Antiquinaute once used. He took his primary guideline and made a couple of loops over the edge of the ladder. "Okay, you can come through now, Genevieve. There's another level below us. I'm going to descend, and I'll let you know if it's safe for you to follow."
"Copy that."
He watched for a moment until he could see the glare of her LED approaching. Then he descended into the lower level of the outer hull. He swallowed, equalizing the pressure in his ears to the new depth. The tunnel turned left and appeared to follow the length of the hull. It was an easy dive. By having the access door closed all those years, no marine life had ever developed on the walls of the inside of the hull. It was still in the same condition as it would have been hundreds of years ago. Tom swam towards the end of it. Approximately 60 feet away, it turned left at another 90-degree angle. "Genevieve, how are you going?"
"Good. I can just make out your light at the end."
Tom checked the tension of his green guideline.
"Okay. It seems to snake back towards the middle hull again. I'll wait for you when I reach the middle hull." "Okay, got it."
Tom swam along the horizontal tunnel until it opened into a large rectangular room. A dining table, which appeared to have been carved from the original sequoia tree trunk used in the hull, filled the length of the room. It was at least 40 feet long. Solid bench seats ran the length of the table. For some reason, the image made him think about a room full of Vikings sitting there, eating recently slaughtered animals with their bare hands. At the far end of the room, another tunnel led most likely towards the outer hull on the other side. A bright light flashed behind him. He turned his head to look at her. "Welcome to the dining room of the Antiquinaute." Genevieve flashed her light around the room.
"It looks empty."
"It appears they lived simply while at sea." Tom smiled.
"Come on. Let's see where this ends."
"It seems strange to build a tunnel that snakes around unless they were protecting something."
"I'll follow you," she said.
Tom swam through the tunnel, which brought them out on the lower level of the first outer hull. It snaked around to the right. He followed it all the way to the end. Again it turned back towards the middle hull. Tom continued until it opened up into the largest of the rooms, and most unique. At first he thought it just looked like the Viking dining room without the table. Then he noticed the exits. There were at least 50 inside the room, each one only just large enough for an adult to crawl through. Below, as his own light filled the room, he noticed the deep build-up of sediment on the floor. Unlike the rest of the ship, which had been mostly clear, the flooring here had deep sediment. Tom swam to the middle of the room and secured his green dive guideline to the roof, using a hand-driven screw to hold it into the wood. "Genevieve, careful with your fins in this room. The sediment is huge, and you'll have a white out pretty quick if you kick it up." "Okay, got it." He then waited for her familiar LED light to enter. "What do you think?" he asked. She flashed her light aimlessly around the room. There was no treasure, and nothing to warrant their long trip to the secret chamber. And then she noticed the exits. "My God, there must be 40 tunnel exits. I've just counted 53. Chapter 51. She looked at his face, searching for answers. But why would they make so many entrances? "My best guess is that this room was used by the Antiqueen Naute to defend against boarding parties as a means of last resort. They would likely retreat into here. The attackers would follow them, not expecting too much of a challenge, as they were allowed to continue through the empty tunnels. Then, when they enter this room, the warriors would be hiding inside each of these additional passageways and would emerge to slaughter them." Tom flashed his light towards the sediment below. "Perhaps those are the remains of their last victims? So then, what happened to the warriors?" "I don't know. Maybe they got it wrong. Maybe there was a second rogue wave, and they were taken by surprise. Who knows?" She looked around the strange room again. "Now what?" "Let's check out these passages. Maybe one of them leads somewhere." He screwed a blue secondary guideline into the wooden roof. "I want you to come off the primary line and run a secondary line, so we don't end up with multiple overlapping lines while we're here." Genevieve nodded her head in understanding. "Sure." Tom divided the room in half, one side for him and the other for her. He then began methodically working his way through the series of openings. Most simply turned back around on themselves and returned to the same room. Others were no more than an alcove large enough for hiding a couple of men. Frustrated, Tom returned to the starting point, disappointed. "There's nothing here, Genevieve. The entire thing was used as a killing room. There's no secret treasure. Interesting history, but nothing more. It's just an empty room." Silence. "Can you hear me?" Tom asked. More silence. Tom switched off his flashlight. A faint glow could be seen. It seemed far away. It was light green, instead of the bright LED glow. Tom closed his eyes for a second, and then opened them again, unsure that the light wasn't caused by his eyes still adapting to the complete darkness. The glow was still there, but it was a long way away. Without any other light, a matchstick will stand out like the sun. Likewise, the tiny green glow became a beacon. Tom began swimming towards it. His heart raced, and he felt himself breathing the heliox much faster than he should at this depth. Consciously, he struggled to slow his rate of breathing. He kicked his fins as though he were racing some unknown evil to the finish line. The tunnel was long, and then it curved in a sharp leftward direction. The light seemed to be maintaining its distance from him, no matter how fast he swam. "Genevieve, if you can hear me, switch your strobe light on." Radio crackles. He dropped another 10 feet as the tunnel descended. There was a third level to the trimaran. Tom swallowed to equalize the pressure in his ears. "Genevieve, can you hear me?" More radio crackles. The new level was very narrow, almost too small for him to squeeze through with his 6'5", 230-pound muscular physique. With his twin tanks, he was only just able to make it forwards. His diving intuition told him not to go any further. Ahead, the silt had been recently disturbed, filling the entire tunnel with ancient particles of dust. He could no longer see more than a few inches in front of him, but it was the evidence Tom needed. Genevieve must have passed through this place. Against his instinct, he continued into the silt whiteout. "Jen, can you hear me?" More crackles, this time followed by one word that he could understand perfectly well. "Help! Genevieve? Tom? I think I'm in trouble." He swam faster, his twin tanks now scratching along the walls of the tiny tunnel. "I must have snapped my guideline. I tried to turn around but seemed to have gone the wrong direction. Now I've reached a dead end, and I'm trying my very best to hope that term doesn't turn out to be the truth about my fate. I'm stuck." Ahead of him, the ancient silt had built up like a frenzied swarm of locusts, which his vision could barely penetrate. "I'm pretty certain I can see you up ahead. Don't move. And for God's sake, stop kicking your fins. You're sending all the silt particles flying. I can barely see a thing." "I have stopped. The tunnel is so narrow I couldn't kick even if I wanted to." Against all safety, he blindly entered. It was dark, despite switching on his light again. In fact, his light worsened his vision. It was like switching on the high beams in a car while driving in heavy fog. He turned it off again, and the familiar light green glow returned. The light was finally getting stronger. "Genevieve? Help!" Her voice sounded sharp, rushed, almost frantic. Tom increased his pace, if that was even possible. Then the green glow turned into the warm light of an LED. In front of him, he saw the back of a single fin. It was completely stationary. Christ, is she dead? Then it moved slightly. "Genevieve?" "Where are you?" she asked. "I'm right behind you. Do you think you can turn around with my help?" "No, my dive tanks will never let me turn. It's too narrow." Tom checked his dive computer. He'd used more heliox than he should have, because he'd chased her. "We're getting low on heliox. Can you go forward any further?" "No, there's a door. It's made of bronze or something metallic. I've tried pushing on it, but it doesn't move at all. I could probably kick it down if I could turn around, which I can't." Tom pulled himself forward using the back of her fin. He shined his flashlight at the door. He placed the crowbar in Genevieve's hand. "Here, try this." She took it and began working to pry open the door. It didn't move at all. "The brass is heavier than I expected. I didn't even know the Antiqui Naute even knew how to make brass." Tom struggled to see the door. He shined his flashlight directly on it. The light bounced straight back at him like a mirror. "That's not brass. I believe that's gold." Chapter 52. Genevieve tried for a couple of minutes to break the door. "Okay, time for a new plan. I'm not going to be capable of creating enough force to break this door." Tom looked at his dive computer. He had about 10 minutes' worth of heliox remaining, and they still had to get out of the ancient trimaran. "I'm going to see if I can squeeze past you to reach it." "There's no way you'll fit." Tom carefully detached his BCD from his chest. "I'm not planning on taking my dive tanks with me." He then slowly slipped his twin dive tanks off. It was hard, and for someone his size, Tom was surprisingly lithe in the confined area. He would still struggle to turn around, but he might just squeeze through to the door. "I need you to rotate so that you're looking up towards me." "Why?" "Because, for me to get past you, I'm going to have to lose my dive tanks." Tom shuffled closer to her and picked up her dive computer.
She had less than half the heliox he had. "We're running pretty low on heliox. Good thing Matthew made me take an extra twin tank." She slowly maneuvered herself to face him. "Pity it's back on the deck." Tom shuffled a little closer towards her. This was the dangerous part. If he became stuck now, they would both die for his mistake. "We'll break through this door, and then we'll find somewhere to turn around. Trust me." He disconnected his dive tanks from his face mask. Dozens of bubbles of residual heliox disappeared from the end of the tube with a hiss. He held his breath and then calmly turned to face Genevieve. No longer encumbered by his own twin tanks, he was able to squeeze himself directly above her. He attached her secondary gas source to his own face mask, expelled the small amount of water in the tube, and then took a deep breath of heliox. Tom could see her light. He could hear the deep mechanical sound of her breathing too much heliox, but he couldn't see her face as he tried to squeeze over the top of her. The ancient silt had been stirred so badly that it looked like a million stars made of gold as the light ricocheted off the tiny particles. Their two bodies pressed together hard. Tom shuffled himself ever slightly forward. Her arms shook, just slightly, the only outward sign of fear she displayed. They were trapped at the end of an ancient tunnel inside the trimaran's hull, sharing the one heliox system at a depth of 175 feet. The sort of thing that would scare the best wreck divers. Tom felt his face mask scrape along hers. Careful not to damage it, he strained his eyes to see. They were face to face, with their masks only just separating them. Genevieve opened her eyes. They were blue and stared at him with something resembling adoration. And there was something else there, too. It surprised him. Was it desire? "Tom, do you realize you have the most beautiful hazel eyes? They have tiny shimmers of green in them." The statement shocked him. "Thank you, I think." Tom squeezed further forward. "I'll give you the chance to have a much better look at them once we break through that damn door and get back on board the Maria Helena." He felt her place the crowbar back in his hand. "Can you reach the door with this?" The tunnel was so narrow that Tom was only able to take shallow breaths. He pushed the crowbar into the side of the door. The hard steel bent back part of the thin layer of gold covering the wooden door. If he had more room to move, Tom was certain he could break through it. He pushed harder until the sharp edge of the crowbar broke through. Tom tried to pry the door open. His arm couldn't move far enough to get the leverage needed to have any effect on the door. Tom didn't check their heliox supply. He didn't have to. He knew it was going to run out within minutes. Then his eyes noticed something else. It was fastened to the side of Genevieve's left leg. He glimpsed it, but couldn't quite see it properly. Then he remembered her fixing it there when they were talking about beating his green ghost and diving with adequate weapons. He slid his right hand down her leg. Tom felt the neoprene wetsuit stretch over her firm thigh as he slid his hand downward. She didn't move an inch until he reached what he wanted, the shark stick. "Hey, just because I said I liked your eyes doesn't give you the right to—" She stopped short. Tom had just fired the shark stick at the door from point blank from the door. Designed to stop an approaching great white shark, the shark stick was basically a modified shotgun, loaded with a backwards-facing Winchester 30-30 cartridge case, and then primed with 38 special case in its mouth to hold the primer. The full case of burning powder was propelled into the target upon firing. The muzzle blast does the damage, as so much high-pressure gas is forced into the flesh of the target. Tom looked for the remains of the door. There were none. But something else shined right back at him. Holy shit, Tom said. He felt Genevieve pull him backwards. Whoa! Is that what I think it is? Tom swam inside. I believe it is, and it's probably worth more than you or I will ever make in a dozen lifetimes. Chapter 53. Sam had spent the afternoon watching hours upon hours of CCTV footage from a laptop inside the foreman's office. They watched the initial damage to the vessel from what appeared to quite clearly be a rogue wave. It was nighttime, but the green wave appeared as a wall of turbid water. The video ended, and Sam looked at his watch. It was approaching 7 p.m. and getting dark. He closed his laptop. Okay, I've seen enough. We should get back to the Maria Helena. Until we know more about what we're dealing with, we should destroy the Bimini Road. At the very least, block the Bimini Road before another rogue wave forms. Agreed, Veyron replied. Sam climbed down the series of stairs and through the gate. He saw the foreman, Donald, approach. He shook the man's hand warmly. I must thank you for all your hospitality. We'd better be getting back to the Maria Helena. Donald looked him in his eyes. Find out whatever the fuck that thing was and where it came from, and then make sure you kill any more of its kind. We'll let you know as soon as we do. Sam walked towards the Sea King helicopter. The last of the sun was setting on the horizon. The sky was clear, and the air was a little cooler than it had been all day. The stars would be out tonight. He unlocked the side door to the cockpit and climbed into the pilot's seat. Sam looked at Veyron. We need a way to predict when another rogue wave forms. Then we can come up with a plan to destroy whatever the hell that green thing was. At the very least, we can keep out of its way. Veyron grinned. Maybe we can. Sam flicked the main electrical switches to on. The Rolls-Royce engine began to hum as the rotary blade began to spin counterclockwise. What are you thinking? The plankton glows with bioluminescence in response to movement, doesn't it? Yeah, it's thought to be a primal response to a predator. Whatever comes to eat them is now reflecting the light, and consequently becomes the prey of something larger. Why? Because that means that the light created when a rogue wave is forming, or more exactly, as the group of whatever the hell these things are, come together, a large glow will form. My prediction is that light will be big enough to be seen from space, or certainly a real-time satellite that's looking for them. Of course, you're right. Sam picked up his cell phone and made a call. What are you doing? Sam ignored the question. Matthew, it's Sam. Hey, Sam. Any luck with your investigation into the global star? A few leads. I'll explain it all when I get back to the ship. But first, I need you to do something for me. Go ahead. I need you to get Elise to hack into any local satellites overhead and search for a glowing light near the Bimini Road. Okay, I'm getting her to do it now. What's this all about? It's just a hunch, but somehow the glowing plankton appears to be connected to the rogue waves. If I'm right, there should be an unusually large cluster somewhere to the east of Bimini Road. Something big and bright enough so it can be easily spotted by our satellites before another rogue wave forms. Sam released the collective, which adjusted the angle of the main rotor blade, and the helicopter took off into the air. They were 40 minutes flight time away from the Maria Helena, but something in his gut told him that the sooner he was back on board, the better. You still there, Sam? Matthew asked. Go ahead, Matthew. What have you got? Elise is just zooming into the bay at the east of the Bimini Road. There's nothing obvious. It's all dark there.
Look around. See if there's anything further east. Try up to 20 or so miles away. Okay, let's see. What have we got? Matthew said. Hang on a second. I think we found something. What is it? Oh, shit! It looks like a glowing bay of fire, or a billion fireflies coming together. I have no idea what they're doing, but they appear to be swarming together like ants. I think I know what they're doing there. Matthew, you have to leave, right now. Jesus, it's firing up again! Matthew, you need to get out of there. Tom and Genevieve are on a night dive. Are they close to surfacing? Sam asked. They should be, but we haven't heard from them yet. They entered a wreck and haven't come out since. Now we can't get any communication through to them. Does Tom have a spare heliox supply with him for when he gets out? Yeah, I insisted he took twin tanks of heliox as backup. They're currently sitting on the deck of the shipwreck. Then don't worry about him. He's the best wreck diver on the planet. If he's got a secondary supply of gas, you can count on him to look after Genevieve and himself. Shit! Elise says her marker buoy just recorded a 120-foot wave pass over the Bimini Road. Head south, away from the epicenter. Chapter 54. Matthew opened both throttles to full and swung the helm so that the Maria Helena was heading due south. The smooth twin 44,000 horsepower Rolls-Royce powerhouses screamed into life. Tom and Genevieve are going to need to look after themselves for a while. Next to him, Elise stared at the image on her laptop. It appeared as though swarms upon swarms of angry ants were all racing in the same direction, towards the Maria Helena. Each group of tiny glowing dots were collectively converging on the same spot where a giant glowing pool swelled like the enormous belly of a beast. If we don't do something quick, I suggest joining them. Better to be below the surface than above it when this thing hits. We'll lose the ship, but Sam can come pick us up out of the water. Her voice was calm. She was speaking out of logic and science, rather than fear. I'm hoping it won't come to that, but I'll keep it in mind. How much time do you calculate we have? If I gather correctly from your conversation with Sam, each of these glowing dots represents something that's going to start moving toward us? That's what Sam and Veyron think. And as they pass over the Bimini Road at speed, they'll create a rogue wave? That's what we're worried about. Elise walked towards him on the bridge and carefully placed her laptop next to him. Matthew quickly scanned the satellite image. Would you say that the flock just started to move? Oh, shit! Matthew held his hand on both throttles, hoping that in doing so, it might be able to drag some more precious horsepower out of the twin engines. His hand shook with the vibrations. He was glad Veyron wasn't on board. The engineer would have killed him for abusing the ship's engines. Can you calculate a time to impact? I'm working on it. Next to him, Elise was rapidly typing data into her laptop, her fingers hammering information with the grace and sensitivity of a concert pianist performing a rapid staccato. She then stopped and stared at the answer. Matthew turned to her, his usual manner of superiority and confidence broken by the events. Well, don't just leave me in suspense. How much time have we got? Less than 5 minutes. Shit! Matthew picked up the onboard ship microphone. All hands on board the Maria Helena. We are about to be hit by a rogue wave. Lock all hatches and prepare for impact. Elise crossed her arms and watched as the tiny glowing dots on her laptop monitor moved towards them. Do you think it's going to hit us? He asked. Elise smiled, and all he could see was her perfect white teeth. She carefully removed her glasses, safely placing them in their hard cover and then in her pocket. Matthew stared at her face. It was the first time he'd seen her without her glasses, revealing her startling emerald eyes, which betrayed her staggering intellect. She was probably the most intelligent person he'd ever met. At times she appeared entirely mathematical and devoid of all emotions. This was one of those times. "Of course we will be struck by the oncoming wave in just over 4 minutes. There's nothing we can do to outrun that wave. The question, Matthew, is can the Maria Helena survive such a collision?" Unlike her, Matthew had no idea of the answer. There was no mathematical formula to determine if a ship would survive a large strike from a wave. His heart raced. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want Elise to die. She'd been a pleasant inclusion on board the Maria Helena. Although little more than a child in her early 20s, she was intensely professional and capable. More importantly, she had brought a certain sense of wonder to life on board, and a type of youth and vivacity. Although she acted like a nerd, she was constantly fun. It was like having the most intelligent child in existence on board. The rest of them wanted to nurture her and show her things. He wanted to reassure her, as he would a child, that everything was going to be okay, but she was too smart for that. She was the youngest person ever to obtain a doctorate in mathematics from Harvard. She knew when she was being lied to. Matthew handed her a life jacket. "Here, put this on." She placed her head through the opening and tied the rest of the jacket around her waist. "I guess that's a no, then. Too bad. I was just starting to like your ship." "We haven't been sunk yet," Matthew said. They stared at the glowing wave that approached on the computer screen. "Here it comes!" Ahead of the bridge, Matthew saw the towering wall of water approach. In an instant he knew with the same mathematical precision of Elise that they were doomed. There was no outcome in which the wall of water wouldn't drown them entirely. A moment later, the rogue wave split in two. To each side of the Maria Helena, a wall of water at least 100 feet high loomed. And then it passed them by. Elise stared at him. For the first time, her face displayed fear. "What the hell was that?" Matthew embraced her as he watched the wave disappear. "I have no fucking idea." Chapter 55. Tom shined his flashlight into the room on the other side of the obliterated door. The room was small by comparison to the others within the trimaran, but it was large enough for Tom and Genevieve to turn around, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, to form a perfectly square room, no more than 4 feet high. It was filled with gold and treasure. The most prominent of all these was a golden eagle, perched on its own golden frame, staring up at them with its wings spread outwards. It was nearly a foot high, and held its wings outwards slightly wider than a foot. As the light reached it, several small dots of golden light ricocheted off the wall behind, forming an unknown celestial constellation. There were 3 piles of gold sovereigns spread around the room. Tom picked up a few coins and ran his hands through them. Their faces were of the monarchs of Britain, Portugal, Spain, and France. The most recent date he could find was 1772. Tom let the coins fall through his fingers. "I guess the stories were true. These guys really did hunt the Western ships." Genevieve pointed towards her dive computer. They were desperately short of heliox, and Tom was still sharing her gas. "Until the Antiquinaute got it wrong and died in their search for treasure. Let's not make the same mistake. We'll come back later for this." "Okay, sounds good." Tom grabbed the golden eagle from its perch. It was heavy in his hand, and he secured it to his dive belt next to the rest of the heavy lead weights. Something told him that it was important, and he wasn't willing to leave it behind. He increased the gas in his BCD to compensate for the weight and bring him back to neutral buoyancy. Wait here until I'm attached to my own dive gear, and then follow. If you lose sight of my light, let me know immediately. Gotcha. Tom disconnected Genevieve's secondary gas tube from his own face mask. He then held his breath while he swam towards his dive tanks. He worked quickly and efficiently as he reattached his own tanks, and then took a deep breath of heliox. Okay, we can go. Tom kicked his fins in a slow but continuous rate. He was torn between the balance of trying to reduce the time until he reached the spare tanks and using an excessive amount of heliox through exertion. He confidently swam through the disturbed silt. Run your hand along the side of the tunnel and keep going. There isn't enough room here for you to turn around, even if you wanted to, much less by accident. Okay. Tom swam vertically into the next level and out, along the complex killing room. He swung his flashlight around it, looking for the way they had come in originally. There were 53 exits by his recollection, and only one that took him to the surface. At first glance, they all appeared identical. Then his light caught the original green guideline he'd used when he entered the wreck. Tom pointed with his flashlight to where the guideline had been screwed to the wood. There it is. Attach yourself to the guideline and let's go. She held up her dive computer so Tom could see it. There was less than 20 bar remaining, not enough to reach the open deck. I think I'm out of time. No, you're not. Tom held his breath as he disconnected his own tank and replaced the nearly empty tank Genevieve was using. Then he took her almost empty tank and reconnected it to his own. He then smiled at her. I'll meet you at the safety point. Good luck. Tom swam through the opening which led to the long tunnel. At the end of it, he reached the Viking room. He breathed long, slow, and deep breaths. It was a discipline designed to utilize every bit of oxygen stored in the heliox, while at the same time slowing his heart rate and metabolic need. He followed the next tunnel until it reached the end. He tried to breathe in, but there was no more gas to breathe. He blew out slowly as he ascended to the top level. Then he swam along the long tunnel until his lungs burned. He turned right and followed the short tunnel to the opening in the center cockpit and out into the open water. Tom could see the twin dive tanks approximately 30 feet away from him, but his vision began to go all dark. He knew exactly what was happening. His brain was starved for oxygen, and it could no longer make any sense out of what he was seeing. He continued to kick his fins, but it was no use. He could no longer see. Tom heard Genevieve's voice, but couldn't make any sense of it. He was on the verge of unconsciousness. And then he took a deep breath. The gas inside his dive mask flowed easily. It felt cold and sweet. Am I dead this time? Tom had been close before when other dives had gone wrong, and he knew that when you approach death, there's normally a period of warmth and euphoria. Then he opened his eyes. No, he hadn't opened them. They were already open. Only now he could make out something, or someone. His vision was blurred and full of green light. His green friend had returned. Tom couldn't quite make out its body, but he could see the face. It smiled at him. The same face. It had the same distinctive cleft chin below its mysteriously kind smile. Now he knew he was hallucinating. Gradually, the green turned to the warm light of Genevieve's LED. She kneeled down next to him and tried to look at his face through his dive mask. Tom reassured her with a smile. "You reached the spare dive tanks for me." It wasn't a question, simply a statement. "Yes. Well, you told me you'd be all right, and I believed you, until you stopped moving, so I thought I'd better help you out a little." Tom grimaced as full sensation returned. "Thanks. How are you feeling?" "I've got one hell of a headache, but other than that, I'll live. Let's commence our ascent." Tom flashed his light towards where the Maria Helena's anchor chain should have been, only it wasn't there. "Oh, crap!" Genevieve checked her dive computer. "What is it?" Tom pointed to where the anchor chain from the Maria Helena should have been. "It appears the Maria Helena's abandoned us." Chapter 56. "Maria Helena! Maria Helena, come in!" Tom yelled into his dive radio. No response. Genevieve moved closer. "Why would they leave?" "I have no idea." Tom tried to contact the ship again. "Maria Helena, are you receiving our transmissions?" Silence. "Matthew, answer me, you bastard!" More silence. "All right, Genevieve, let's begin our ascent. We're not going to get any answers down here." "Agreed." At the 30-feet mark, Tom waited to decompress for 10 minutes. Then, moving to the surface, he said, "Let's see if we can find out why they left us." Tom's head barely cleared the surface, and he saw it. A wave at least 100 feet into the air, if not more, and radiating bright green. He turned and ducked his head back under the water. Grabbing Genevieve's buoyancy control device, Tom depressed the air release, sending her on her way back towards the bottom. "Quick, we have to dive again." "What is it?" "Rogue wave." Above them, the green apparition followed. At 50 feet, the two stopped diving and looked back. The frothy water seemed to have disappeared. "I think it's past," Genevieve said. "Yeah, but whether or not the Maria Helena survived it, I don't know." The two swam to the surface again. There was nothing around them. The only remaining light were the millions of stars, visible above them and all the way to the horizon. "Well, this might be a long wait." The sea appeared unusually calm. With his buoyancy control device inflated, Tom relaxed, floating on his back, and stared up at the stars above. They were as beautiful as they were plentiful. Tom removed the golden eagle from his dive belt and held it up against the night sky. "We might be here a while, Genevieve. We may as well enjoy it." She followed his suit and floated on her back in the almost perfectly still water, staring above. "I could think of worse places to have to wait." "What are you doing with that?" "I'm trying to make sense of it." She laughed. "By looking at the stars?" "Yes. I can only guess that it is some sort of celestial map. Hopefully it will lead us to where they once lived." Tom watched her face. It was glowing with interest. "Who am I kidding? Hopefully it will lead us to their real treasure cache." "What makes you so certain it's a map?" Tom swam slightly closer to her, so that his face rested next to hers, close enough that he could feel her warm breath on his cheek. He then held the golden eagle up into the air, so that the tiny holes in the wings spread across the sky. "See these tiny dots?" She nodded her head. "I believe they represent a constellation of stars. Once you reach a point where the holes all line up to stars directly overhead, you will be above the desired location, whatever that might be." "But none of those holes match up to any of the stars in our sky?" Tom lowered the eagle. "I noticed that too." He held the eagle directly next to her and pointed directly at a series of holes.
See these? I believe they represent the Southern Cross. Which means the Antiquinaute lived in the Southern Hemisphere. Exactly. Neither person spoke for some time after that. Tom noticed that Genevieve was still resting her head on his chest. She'd moved even closer, if that was possible. It surprised him. Genevieve had always been a sort of enigma aboard the Maria Helena. She was kind and nurturing to everyone, but there was also hardness there, too. Some sort of deep-rooted toughness that went further than her exterior. Tom wrapped his arms around her out of comfort. He waited for her to show her displeasure, and when she didn't, he cuddled her. She was quick to make new friends, but those friendships never surpassed the superficial stage. After 2 years on board, she had refused to open up about her previous life. One thing was certain. She had gone to great lengths to remove any history of it, and had no intention of dating or getting close enough to anyone of either sex to relinquish her past. Sam knew it. Tom was certain of that. Sam carefully vetted everyone in his team aboard the Maria Helena. He only accepted the brightest and best in any field, and was willing to pay big dollars to ensure that's all he received. Elise was probably the world's best data miner, and Sam would have used her talents to discover the truth about Genevieve's past. Whatever it was, Sam must have approved, because he'd kept her aboard. When Tom had asked if she was single, Sam had laughed and told him that of all the people aboard, she was the only one he was certain wasn't interested in a relationship. Sam had brought her on board 2 years ago, after she'd answered an advert for a quality chef who was willing to live at sea and anywhere around the world, and would have an acceptance to participate in other duties whilst on board. Everyone quickly learned that not only was she a 3-hatted gourmet chef, she excelled at every new skill she learned. They also noticed she had a unique repertoire of skills not officially listed on her resume, such as martial arts, hand-to-hand combat, and weapons training, suggesting a history in the military, but for which country was anyone's guess. Tom sighed. He shouldn't push his luck. What's your story anyway, Genevieve? I know you weren't always a brilliant chef. No, I've always been a brilliant chef. Cooking came naturally to me ever since I was a little girl. She smiled at him. There was uncertainty in it, as though she was deciding if she was ready to tell her story. He should have left it alone. But they were adrift in the Atlantic in the dead of night. They had no way of knowing if the Maria Helena had survived, and if she hadn't, it would mean that no one would come for them in the morning. So Tom persisted. What else came easy to you? She looked at him. Tom wondered if he spotted the slightest of tears. It could have easily been seawater. Killing people. It was the sort of thing people said as a joke, only she wasn't kidding. Who did you kill? There were a lot of people, but I remember every single one of them. I worked for a man who'd survived the Gulag in Russia. You know, the death camps? Tom nodded his head. He'd read a book about it years ago. Genevieve continued. He adopted me when I was very young. Taught me things. Worked with my natural talent. And I began killing people. I'm out now, but it's a past that's best hidden. Genevieve then turned her head and kissed him. It was tentative at first. Then, as his lips parted, it became more passionate. They were responding to each other's desires hungrily, until she suddenly pulled away and stared at him. You really do have nice hazel eyes. What was that for? Tom asked. A large grin formed across his face, like a teenager who just got to first base with his prom partner. Because you saved my life earlier? She smiled seductively. And because I've always wanted to. Oh, And by the way, if you tell anyone, I'll have to kill you." On the horizon, a new light glowed. Tom moved back from Genevieve and prepared to dive again. The light could have been another rogue wave. Then he heard the familiar sound of the Sea King's rotor blades whirling. It hovered directly above them. Veyron opened the side door and leaned out. The noise was horrendous, but through it they could just make out Veyron's words. "You kids want to lift somewhere?" Chapter 57. Sam looked to the left side of the helicopter, where Tom climbed the steel ladder. He looked wet, tired, and relieved. There was something else he spotted about him, but couldn't quite be certain. Did he look embarrassed? Behind him, Genevieve slumped into the seat. Her short, dark brown hair, normally tied back tidily, was tousled. Her large breasts, slim figure, and athletic frame cut a striking image through her skin-tight neoprene diving suit. "Sam Reilly, what are you staring at, all dumb? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" Genevieve said. Sam turned his head as he laughed. Then he waited for Veyron to close the door before he gained some altitude. "I'm just glad you two are okay." "We're fine. But what about the Maria Helena and the rest of them?" Tom asked. "They're okay. I'm not sure how they did it, but the rogue wave seems to have missed them completely." Veyron noted the marker beacon of the Maria Helena on the GPS. Sam nodded his head and followed the directional marker. It took them due south. And then the radio began to make noise. The person's voice at the other end was hidden by the strong static. Veyron adjusted the radio and then waited for whoever was on the other side to transmit again. "Mayday! Mayday? This is the Mississippi? We're a supertanker carrying 2 million barrels of crude oil. We've been damaged by a rogue wave and we're sinking. Please, if anyone can hear us, we need immediate assistance." "Mississippi, this is Sea King Mikey, Charlie 15. We'll render every assistance possible. Please confirm your location." 25 miles east of North Bimini Island." He then read out their precise GPS coordinates. Sam didn't have to look at a map. It was the exact same location of the other recent attacks. "Copy that, Mississippi. How many lives are aboard?" 5 crew and 2 civilians. "Mississippi, we're heading to your location to render assistance. What is the state of your oil compartments?" "One is compromised, and a deck fire has started. The rest are currently secure." Sam looked at Veyron, who typed the coordinates into the GPS and then plotted their distance. "We can be there in 12 minutes. What about our fuel?" Sam asked. "We should be all right to pick up the passengers and then return to the Maria Helena. We'd better get the Maria Helena moving toward the stricken vessel so that we can shorten our flight time on the return trip." Sam depressed the radio button. "Mississippi, we will be overhead at your location in 12 minutes. "Thank you." Sam then flicked the VHF to channel 45, where the Maria Helena had maintained an open communications channel with him. "Maria Helena." "Go ahead, Sam." It was Matthew who answered the call. "We're heading 25 miles southwest of Bimini Island to render assistance to the Mississippi, a supertanker carrying 2 million barrels of crude oil. We're going to be running pretty short on fuel by the time we rescue her crew and passengers. Can you please head in that direction?" "Copy that. We're on our way." "Mississippi, this is Sam Reilly, Special Projects Director of the vessel Maria Helena. I have the Maria Helena heading in your direction to take you under tow. Are you in authority to agree to Lloyd's open form?" Silence. "Mississippi, do you accept Lloyd's open form?" More silence. "Mississippi, do you read?" "Rescue ship, the fire is spreading to the bridge. Please hurry." Sam shook his head. "What do you want to do?" Tom asked. Sam banked the helicopter to the left. "Do you mean, am I still going to offer my services?" Genevieve leaned forward in the helicopter. "Are you?" "What?" Sam shrugged his shoulders. "Do you have any idea what the overheads are to run the Maria Helena? Many of the anti-looting acts prohibit us from making much more than a fraction of the value of any treasure we discover." Genevieve looked at him with horror. "What were you going to do if he'd said no?" Sam grinned. "Tom, please inform Genevieve the first rule of the sea. Render assistance to any person found at sea in danger of being lost." Chapter 58. Sam circled the Sea King as he saw the stricken oil tanker up ahead. Its forward oil compartment had split, and oil was already spilling into the ocean. The oil had caught alight on the deck, and the flames radiated with such strength that it might as well have been daylight outside. "Sea King, we're on the aft bridge. Please hurry. It's going to get hot here pretty quick." Sam looked at the raised bridge, nearly 5 stories high. On its roof were 7 people, waving their arms frantically. "Understood, Mississippi." He then turned to his other passengers. "Change of plans, Tom. Get the life raft ready. I'm going to have to drop you all in the sea. There's no way they will survive for me to make a second trip for the remaining passengers." "Got it." Tom maneuvered the heavy inflatable life raft to the side of the helicopter. He then opened the side door. Sam banked to the right and flew 500 feet away from the stricken supertanker. Tom threw the life raft out the side door. It hit the water, instantly breaking its soda canister, causing the compressed air to inflate it in seconds. "All right, everyone out." Sam watched as each of them quickly dropped out of the helicopter. Tom was the last to jump. He looked back at him. "Have you got a portable radio to contact the Maria Helena?" "I've got it. You go." "See you soon." The second he watched Tom disappear, Sam raised the collective, sending the helicopter back into the air. Within 40 seconds, he made his approach towards the bridge of the Mississippi. The heat over the burning oil created an artificial updraft. Sam fought with the controls as he tried to bring it towards the aft section of the supertanker. The flames were well forward of the massive ship, but he knew they wouldn't be for long. With that amount of oil, it had the potential to combust with life-ending consequences. He took the helicopter down to a hover just above the raised bridge. Tom had left both side doors open, allowing for immediate loading. "Get in!" Sam kept his left hand on the helicopter collective, a device used to change the angle of the main rotor blade, thus decreasing or increasing lift. As the people piled inside, he carefully raised it, thus increasing his lift and compensating for the additional weight. He turned his head slightly to the left so that he could calculate the average weight of each person who clambered aboard. There were 6 men and 1 woman. The last person to climb in, Sam predicted to be the ship's captain. The man had a trim white beard to match the rest of his hair, and dark hazel eyes. He looked like every other shipping captain Sam had ever met, but it was his eyes that told Sam the man was in charge. He looked broken. He'd just lost the company a fortune, and as a consequence, would never be entrusted with the command of such a ship again. Sam's predictions were immediately proved right. "I'm John Bates, captain and last one off the ship." Sam pulled back heavily on his collective, simultaneously rotating his left hand to increase the throttle. He wanted every last piece of power to get him away from the forsaken vessel. He then swung the joystick to the right, and the Sea King banked away from the Mississippi. Sam turned to the side and acknowledged the man. "Pleased to meet you, Captain Bates." "I assure you, I'm much more pleased to meet you, Mr. Reilly." Sam smiled. His reputation was prolific in the world of shipping, and the man had recognized him instantly. "Is everyone all right?" Yes, but we have the remainder of nearly 2 million barrels of crude oil still pouring into the ocean. Not only is the loss going to hit the company hard, but you and I both know just how much damage that amount of oil will do to the ecosystem in the area. Sam looked at the sea below. The oil had already spread along the surface for nearly a quarter mile. It would be the worst oil disaster to hit the U.S. coast since the Deepwater Horizon disaster in the Gulf of Mexico. He said nothing. There wasn't anything more that he could do about it. Given the circumstance, Mr. Reilly, I'm pretty certain the company would be willing to accept Lloyd's open form. Sam watched as a new flame caught the massive oil slick, sending fire skipping along the surface like a fiendish imp from hell. The top deck then exploded. Flames engulfed the rest of the decking. That's very big of them, but I'm afraid I really can't see anything we can do about it now. I thought all these modern oil tankers were required to have inbuilt redundancy systems designed to protect the oil from spilling during a collision. You're right, they are. We have a state-of-the-art foam system. It sprays a mixture of fire-retardant foam and also causes a chemical reaction which makes the oil solidify into a naturally fire-retardant barrier. Sam looked at the massive oil spill, now well alight, surrounding the Mississippi oil tanker. It doesn't look like it worked. Shortly after our initial collision with the rogue wave, and while we were in the process of damage control, there was an explosion midship. It must have severed the internal wiring. Otherwise, our foam device would have gone off, and we wouldn't have this disaster. Is there any other way to trigger it? Yes. There's a manual option located at multiple workstations throughout the ship. If you could reach the closest one to the hole in the ship, you could effectively shut down the entire leak. Not that it matters now. Why not? Because it would be impossible to reach. Sam's blue eyes sparkled with infinite possibilities. How impossible? Well, given that the entire top deck is now alight, there's no way to reach the safety valves. That is, unless you feel like swimming beneath the surface flame for about half a mile until you reach the hole in the hull. I don't know about feeling like it, but I wouldn't call it impossible. How many barrels of crude oil did you say she's carrying? 2 million barrels. Sam smiled. That's a lot of oil if I can save it. The man shook his head. That's a lot of crazy, even contemplating returning to the ship. But the man didn't realize just how lucky some crazy people were. Chapter 59. Sam landed on the helipad situated on the aft deck of the Maria Helena. Tom met him as the rotor blades began their tedious process of winding down. Genevieve was standing next to him, closer than Sam expected. Not like they were an item, but as though, for him, she'd removed the safety barrier of personal space that she normally maintained. Matthew must have fetched them out of the water minutes after he left them there. Tom shook his right hand as he climbed down from the cockpit. Did you get everyone off? Yeah, we got lucky, Sam replied. You always do. Sam started walking towards the dive room. Veyron approached him. Come with me. We have work to do. You too, Tom. Tom followed. Veyron, what do you know about fixed-deck foam systems and oil solidifiers? Under Solus, I know that oil tankers are required to have automated fixed-deck foam systems in place. Veyron looked at the burning deck of the Mississippi in the distance. This one appears not to be fitted with one. The captain assures me it is fitted with one, though. Says the control lines were severed during the initial collision. Do you think he's lying? It's possible, but highly bad luck. I'd say being the fourth cargo ship in as many weeks to be destroyed by a 1 in 3 trillion odds rogue wave already says something about this captain's luck.
Genevieve handed Sam a cold glass of water, then whispered to Tom, "What's SOLAS?" "It's the convention governing the safety of life at sea," Sam replied. "And I want to know if the Mississippi was abiding by its obligations and just unlucky, or if it had plain refused to obey them." Veyron answered for him. "It's possible the system broke. There will be an investigation, one way or another. The truth will be obvious, so there's no reason for the captain to lie." Sam stopped at the dive planning room, across from the moon pool, on the 5th level below the decks of the Maria Helena. He sat down and pulled out a pen and a piece of paper. "Good. Now, tell me about oil solidifiers." "What do you want to know?" Veyron, like all good engineers, needed specifics. Sam crossed his arms. The Mississippi was supposed to have a state-of-the-art system installed inside each oil compartment. The system was meant to stop oil from leaking into the ocean. "I'd say it didn't work," Veyron replied. "No, the captain tells me that some bright spark in their ultimate stupidity thought to run the cables controlling the solidifiers alongside with the ones that controlled the fixed-deck foam system." Sam looked at Veyron and Tom. Genevieve had already left. They both looked incredulous. "The captain says the system can be activated from inside the hull. So the question is, how well could this system possibly work in our current situation?" Realization dawned on Tom. No, you don't. I see what you want. The question is entirely moot. The whole deck of the Mississippi is now aflame." Sam uncrossed his arms. "So I hear. But both systems can be activated from deep inside the hull. The hull has been compromised, and not only is it leaking oil, it's also taking on water. That means there's a perfectly good access point somewhere beneath all that furnace. If only we knew of someone capable of accessing a ship from 30 feet below." "You must be crazy," Veyron said. "She's carrying 300 million gallons of crude oil. That's a lot of oil we can save from destroying the ocean. Besides, the captain tells me his owners have now kindly agreed to Lloyd's open form." Veyron shook his head. "That's a lot of crazy, even for you." Chapter 60. Sam downloaded the schematics for the Mississippi onto his computer tablet, which he took on all his dives. If he pulled this crazy stunt off, he didn't want to find he'd screwed it up because he activated the wrong system or couldn't locate it altogether. He prepared his equipment, a single dive tank, carbon fiber, and custom fitted to mold with his torso. Unlike a conventional tank, he wore this one wrapped around him instead of as a large cylinder on his back. It would offer some protection if he collided with the lethally sharp edges of the scarred opening on the hull. Filled to 300 bar, it would provide him with nearly 2 hours of breathe time at the shallow depth. Sam knew he wouldn't need anywhere near that much time. If he did, he'd already have failed. His plan was to take a Sea Scooter 6000 with bijet dive propulsion to the stricken supertanker. Depending on the size of the rupture to its hull, he might get lucky and be able to drive right in. If he's not, he'd have to dump the Sea Scooter and do it the old-fashioned way. Either way, it would be the fastest way to reach it. Matthew had advised him the slick of burning surface oil was now nearly a mile out from the Mississippi. Sam placed his full-faced helmet over his head and breathed in. He looked at his dive computer. There was ample gas. All systems appeared to be in order. He pressed the push-to-talk radio button. "Matthew, how far off the oil slick are we?" "You'd be right to dive in approximately 1 minute." "Good." Sam moved towards the moon pool, dangling his legs into the water. Tom entered the room and sat down next to him. Sam looked at his friend. He was equipped to dive and held his own sea scooter in his left hand. "Mind if I join you?" "Oh, Christ, Tom. I thought I told you that this was a stupid idea, and I didn't want to risk your life." Tom placed his helmet over his head and locked it in place. "My life? Are you kidding me? You know that I'm only here to stop you getting yourself killed. How many times must I save your life before you learn to keep me close by?" Sam began to complain. "I thought we were even." "Don't even start. I'm coming with you. No reason to let you bask in all this heroism. Not to mention I need a share of the profits of 2 million barrels of crude oil, more than you do." Sam knew Tom cared less than he did for the financial reward, but he was thankful not to be doing this on his own, nonetheless. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Tom pulled out a small plastic tube from his chest pocket. It was filled with some sort of clear liquid, probably water, and handed it to him. "Veyron told me to give this to you." "What the hell for?" "He said if we run into any more of that glowing green plankton, we're to take a sample. He didn't say what for, and I didn't ask. You're all just as crazy as each other." Sam laughed. "I'm glad he was thinking ahead." "You knew about this?" "Yes. I'll explain after we succeed." Chapter 61. Sam dropped into the water. Negatively buoyant, he sank to 10 feet within seconds, and then started the sea scooter. Its twin-jet propulsion system firing up, he drove it diagonally downwards to 30 feet. He set a bearing of 340 degrees northeast, towards the damaged supertanker. "You ready, Tom?" "I'm right behind you," Tom replied. He spoke his words slowly and with a calm certainty. "I'll follow you." "Okay, here we go then." Sam pulled back with his right-handed throttle. The sea scooter rapidly picked up its pace as the twin-jet propulsion systems reached their peak velocity. Above him, the surface darkened as though they had just been swamped by a dark storm cloud. Only this one had a strange orange glow and the occasional blue bursts of intensely heated flame. "There goes our ability to surface," Tom said. Then a moment later, as though he were mentioning the weather forecast, he said, "From here on in, we might as well be on an extended cave dive." Sam checked the speedometer at the center of the sea scooter. It read 40 miles an hour. No small feat for a scuba diver holding onto twin underwater jets. "I'm not worried about having to surface. It's what's below the surface and inside that ship that I'm concerned about." In front of him, the mammoth hull of the supertanker came into view. Sam could hear Tom's reassuring voice over the radio. "At least you won't have to wait too long to see how much you need to worry about that." Sam stopped, approximately 50 feet away, and looked up at the monster. "No, that's one benefit, I suppose." Tom stopped just next to him. At the front of each of their sea scooters, a sonar transducer focused on the hull. Mounted on the heads-up display above the sea scooter's own instrument panels was a visual representation of the water movement and materials up ahead. It included the basic shape and outline of the ship's hull structure. The hull was riddled with fractures and openings. In front of Sam, the screen showed the movement of liquid flowing into the hull as blue markings with arrows pointed upwards. Where it flowed outwards, the computer displayed it as red. "Look for one of the larger ones flowing inwards. I figure any outwards flow is oil and inwards is seawater." Next to him, Tom studied the flow of water. There was only one major oil leak, but several gaping holes with seawater flowing in. He pointed to the nearest one. "How about that one?" Sam studied it for a moment. "Think someone your size will fit?"
The gaping steel wound to the hull of the Mississippi was no more than 4 feet in diameter. On the left edge, a small section jutted out like the side of an opened tin can. It wasn't the largest entry point they could see, probably only the third, but by far the closest to the oil leak, and where they needed to get to in order to activate the safety systems.
"I'll squeeze through."
"Okay, we'll aim for that one." Sam looked at Tom. At 6'5" tall and 220 pounds of muscle, his shoulders barely looked like they'd squeeze through. It would be like threading a needle at high speed. Just remember, there's going to be one hell of a pressure buildup through that point. Like the drain in a bathtub, all the surrounding seawater will be competing to enter. If you strike an edge of the hull, you'll be dead before you realize your mistake. Tom grinned.
"Then I'd better not make a mistake."
The sort of statement made by any other person, and Sam would have mistaken it for overconfidence and stupidity. But with Tom it was simply the byproduct of a lifetime of diving.
"All right, let's do this."
The water near the razor-sharp gash spun as it approached the opening in a torrent of powerful seawater. Sam opened the throttle, and his sea scooter came to life, driving him rapidly towards the open wound in the hull. Chapter 62. The sea scooter pulled in a multitude of directions while Sam fought to keep it on track with the opening. The currents were powerful and kept trying to send him off course. It pulled him slightly to the left, making him drive towards the hull and not the opening. He cut out the electric throttle. He was drifting sideways towards the opening. At 7 feet to the gash, he opened the throttle to maximum, and the sea scooter sped in through the tiny hole. Like threading a needle. Inside, the seawater turned and spun in powerful eddies, trying to consume the empty hull. Bubbles frothed to the surface as the water competed against the air inside for space. Sam slowly surfaced. His head popped above the water. The room was entirely dark, with the exception of Sam's shoulder-mounted LED. He cracked an orange military-grade glow stick, and the entire room lit up. Sam quickly studied his environment. The ceiling was 30 feet above him, and he judged the bottom of the hull was another 20 feet below. It was narrow, maybe only 10 feet wide, probably a safety compartment between the oil tanks. Some safety compartment. The watertight doors were still intact. The gas inside the compartment was warm, enough to make breathing uncomfortable, but not yet lethal. That was, if it was air. Sam had already been informed that each compartment of the Mississippi's lower decks had been pumped with inert gas to reduce the risk of combustion. Oil itself is very difficult to ignite, but its hydrocarbon vapors are explosive when mixed with air in certain concentrations. Consequently, Sam brought enough air supply to last until he was off the supertanker. "Okay, Tom, your turn." "Well done, Sam. Now I'll show you how it's done." The water inside the hull had risen so that Sam could step onto a steel grate that formed the platform for a series of ladders. He swam to the side of it and stood up. Above, he looked for the large red handle used for the manual releases that controlled the fixed deck foam system and solidifying system. He spotted them almost immediately. They were situated directly above him. 3 separate ladders were all that separated him from reaching them. It would be an easy climb. He didn't wait for Tom. If those fires reached the main oil compartment, the ship could still be blown to pieces. He was worried about Tom entering the hole in the ship. Its edges were sharp like the edge of an open can. One mistake and Tom would be dead. There was nothing he could do about it if something went wrong.
and so he concentrated on climbing. Hand over hand, Sam took 2 rungs at a time. He breathed deeper while he worked, and the ambient temperature rose dramatically the closer he got to the ceiling. He'd seen the flames from above more than 20 minutes earlier. Sam knew the deck above him was well alight with flame, and oil-fueled flames burn extremely hot. A slight creak resonated in the deck above. He increased his pace despite the burning sensation in his muscles. On the 3rd level, he stood atop the grate and examined the twin levers. One was red with blue rings and the other was black with yellow rings. He pulled the blue one first, hopefully activating the fixed deck foam system, followed by the black one, activating the oil solidifier. He waited for a sound, anything to reassure him that it had worked. There were crackles of flame above, followed by silence. Tom poked his head above the surface of the water. "I'm in, Sam." "Great. I've already pulled the manual releases for the safety systems, but I have no idea if they've activated yet." "We won't know a thing until we get out." Sam moved to the edge of the platform he was on. "I wonder if we can get to the next section from here. I'd feel better if I knew for certain we had successfully triggered the safety systems." Tom started to surface swim towards the steel grate. "Okay, give me a second to get out of here and join you." Sam tried to reply, but his words never reached Tom. A large explosion above choked his voice. The entire ship shuddered in turmoil. Sam moved to the side to brace himself, and then the deck above collapsed. Sam looked on in horror as part of the deck, a still burning section of steel nearly 15 feet in length by another 8 in width, detached. The steel fell to the water below, where Tom was completely vulnerable. It made another violent crash as it struck the water, sending steam high into the air. Sam looked above him again. Foam was pouring into the opening. It had worked. The fixed foam safety system had been activated. Below, the smoldering wreckage and burning steam replaced the spot where Tom had been surface swimming. Chapter 63. Sam clambered down the ladders, half sliding, half falling. He reached the first rung of the 3rd ladder and stopped. The water had risen so that it now almost covered the entire 3rd ladder. Sam dipped his head into the water, trying to see any sign of Tom. There were bubbles gurgling everywhere, and steam shooting off the red-hot steel. The previously cold seawater now felt warm to touch. "Tom, tell me you're alive." Silence. Sam didn't wait for a response. He jumped into the water, released air from his BCD, and sunk to the bottom of the hull. The remains of the steel-framed deck rested up at a slight angle, maybe 20 degrees to his left. Something had blocked it from sitting flat when it reached the rounded bottom of the hull. Air bubbles formed by the edge of the steel, as it turned the water beneath to steam, which now flowed like the turbid froth found in whitewater rapids across the edge and up to the surface. He made a little over half a circuit of the damaged deck before he saw it under the sharp edge of the broken deck. Difficult to make out from any distance because of the bubbles. Sam had only noticed it because it changed the natural contour of the flow of bubbles. Close up, he was able to confirm exactly what it was. Tom's sea scooter, crushed to about 5 inches thick. "Tom, can you hear me?" he said. More silence. Sam shined his flashlight underneath the deck. There was nothing there. Certainly no signs of Tom's body. That has to count for something. Sam returned to the surface. He scanned the area from top to bottom. Still no signs of Tom. About to dive again, he felt a hand on his right shoulder and turned. Tom grinned back.
"You're alive," Sam said, gripping his shoulder. Tom made no response. Sam frowned. A few moments later, Tom handed him a dive slate. On it were the words, "My radio's been damaged." Sam nodded his head and replied, "I see. Let's get out of here." Tom shook his head, scribbled on the dive slate. "Can't leave. Sea scooter dead. Can't swim against current." Sam understood immediately. "What if I tow you?" "Are you kidding me? I'd be hanging out the back like a trailer. With your driving skills, I'd rather take my chances swimming on my own." "You want to wait until the fire stops, or the ship sinks completely." Tom began writing a new message. He was interrupted by a second loud explosion. This time, burning oil began spilling into their compartment. Tom scratched the message and then simply wrote, "Let's try your way." Chapter 64. Sam gripped the left and right throttles of the sea scooter, and Tom locked his big hands to his ankles. He made it cumbersome as hell, but Sam hoped the overall power of the sea scooter's bijet propulsion would overcome it. Sam slowly maneuvered the craft through the multitude of fallen bits of wreckage now inside the hull. He was cautious at first, and then he heard the violent shock of another explosion. Instinctively, he picked up the pace, swerving to the left to miss two large hanging sets of steel chains. He wanted to set himself up for the straightest advance towards the opening in the hull. A fourth explosion resonated through the hull. That was followed by the sound of metal tearing and then falling. "Oh, shit!" Sam gave up on his original plan to aim for a longer but straighter approach to the savage opening in the ship. He saw it now, directly below and to his left. The tumultuous and chaotic water still flowed through the relatively tiny opening at a devilish pace. Sam heard the splash as the steel above him struck the water. He then felt a crushing sensation as Tom squeezed both his ankles. Time had just run out. He pointed the sea scooter straight down and opened both throttles to full. He felt the onslaught of rushing seawater strike him like the collision of a small truck. They were jolted to the right. Sam corrected his steering to the left. And then they reached the opening, a 4-foot by 3-foot gash in the side of the steel hull. The sea scooter was forced to a crawl. The pressure increased, and Sam wasn't certain they were going to make it through or be shot back towards the falling metal. Locked into a powerful battle between the outside pressure and the powerful bijet propulsion system, Sam crawled through the opening. The pressure then changed. Behind him, the large steel wreckage caused a shockwave directly behind Tom. It was just enough to change the battle for power, and suddenly the sea scooter had the upper hand. They shot through the opening. A moment later, they were out of the strong pull towards the hole. Now released, the sea scooter charged like a bull let out of a gate. Sam sighed a breath of relief. They had half a mile to travel to clear the oil-streaked surface, and they would be safe. Back onto the Maria Helena as heroes. They had pulled it off. The impossible had once more been achieved. He grinned. This one's going to go down in the record books for good luck. And then his luck ran out. Chapter 65. Sam took another breath. It was hard. The air was somehow thicker and more resistant. He forced himself to breathe slowly and fill his lungs. He looked behind his right shoulder. The edge of the exoskeleton dive tank was missing. He must have clipped it on the razor-sharp edge of the Mississippi's broken hull. Above him, the oil-slicked surface ran longer than his vision could see. By the third breath, he was out completely. He couldn't even share with Tom, because his entire system had been damaged,
and there was no longer any place for him to connect Tom's secondary regulator. Sam slowly breathed out through pursed lips. About 5 years ago, he won the international free diving competition at the Devil's Hole. Of course, he'd been training for it then, and the stakes weren't life and death. He kept both throttles fully open, and the sea scooter screamed towards the clear surface. Sam had no way of keeping track of the time that passed, but he could feel the euphoria and delirium sneaking up. Then he saw the clear surface up ahead. He drove diagonally so that he shot up through the surface. Within seconds he had his helmet off and took several deep breaths of fresh air. Only the air wasn't fresh. It was full of smoke and oil, but it was enough to keep him alive. Tom removed his helmet and examined the missing section of Sam's exoskeleton dive tank. "I told you, you're a lousy driver. I had to use all my strength to avoid being thrown into the edge of the opening and opened like a can of sardines myself." Sam smiled. "Hey, if you hadn't carelessly wrecked your own scooter, I wouldn't have had to save your ass. But I'm glad you're alive." Tom looked at the smoldering wreckage of the Mississippi. "There's more smoke than I remember, but I don't see as many flames. Do you think it worked?" "I know it did. The foam was flying everywhere through the opening in the deck. I think we just pulled off a miracle for the local environment." Sam ran his hands along a bulge in his BCD. He recalled the science beaker that Veyron had given him. "One problem, though. I couldn't find any of that green phosphorescent plankton that Veyron wanted me to get, which means we're no closer to working out what's causing this." Tom grinned at him, pulled something out of his BCD pocket, and said, "You mean some of this?" Chapter 66. It was dawn by the time the last of the fires went out on board the Mississippi. The oil solidifiers did their job by stopping the release of any more oil, which meant that what was left could only burn for so long. On the deck, the fixed foam spray system choked the life out of the last of the flames. All in all, it was probably the best response to a near disaster involving an oil supertanker in the last century. It was also the luckiest. Veyron and Tom had gone across earlier in the Sea King to rig a 16-inch hawser rope through the Mississippi's cat hole. The thick rope, used for towing and mooring, appeared tiny compared to the massive supertanker. They had coordinated with Matthew and remained there while the Maria Helena got underway. Sam had spoken to the owners of the oil company, who arranged for a shipping yard in Florida to take the Mississippi out of the water. They had also arranged for a dry tanker to meet the Maria Helena offshore in order to decant the remaining oil before the Mississippi was brought out of the water for repairs. Sam remained on the Maria Helena to manage the logistics of the lost oil cleanup. The damage had been negligible, considering the potentially catastrophic amount of oil on board. The owners of the company commenced their risk management plans. It was nearly 10 a.m., and he still hadn't slept. The Mississippi would be under tow for at least another 24 hours. Sam smiled to himself. He could finally get some sleep. He showered and was about to get into his bed when the cell phone rang again. "Am I speaking with Mr. Sam Reilly?" It was a woman's voice, warm and confident, and somehow familiar to him, although he couldn't be sure where to place it in particular. "Yes, who is this?" Sam replied. "My name is Vanessa Croft." "I know who you are. You've just been given the Democratic nominee for president." "I don't know about given. It was quite a fight, but yes, I'm running for president." Sam grinned. "You must be a busy woman, Senator. How may I be of service?"
Sam was curt, but not unkind. "I've heard about what you did with the Mississippi oil tanker. You saved a lot of lives, both on the ship and in the surrounding areas. From what I'm told, the entire region could have been very easily destroyed if you hadn't arrived when you did." "You're welcome, but don't give me too much credit. I scored a large percentage of the remainder of nearly 2 million barrels of crude oil. They've agreed to Lloyd's open form. Don't worry, I will be well compensated for my efforts." "Don't be ridiculous, young man. I know who you are. That sort of money means little to you. You did that because you wanted to save the environment from the catastrophic possibilities of losing all 2 million barrels into the ocean." Of course, a politician can tell when someone is lying. She must have told enough of her own to know one. "What can I do for you, ma'am?" he persisted. "I'm coming out to personally thank you for your assistance, and then I'll tell you exactly what you can do for me and for your country." Chapter 67. Senator Vanessa Croft looked at the damaged supertanker below. The military helicopter gave her an eagle-eye view of the averted disaster by making a circuit from above. She insisted on getting the information firsthand. Her dark brown eyes, wide with excitement, studied the wreckage now under tow. The hull itself had a number of slight ripples, starting from the bow and moving about 2/3 of the way along the hull. At first, she wondered if they were part of the Mississippi's naval engineering to increase strength. Then it hit her. The hull had been struck with such monumental force that the entire hull had begun to bend and concertina in on itself. There were several small cracks where the hull could no longer withstand the force of the bend. The deck was black. Burn marks reached the full length of the ship and about halfway up the raised bridge towards its stern. At least 20 engineers had been flown onto the vessel and were currently working below to ensure that it remained afloat long enough to have its oil decanted. She watched as they moved chaotically around the deck. She felt her heart quicken as she considered her first press statement. Heroes were still working furiously to save the ocean. The gods of elections had smiled kindly and delivered her with a story to take her to the presidency. She could never have afforded that kind of publicity on her own budget. Vanessa knew that a good candidate was voted in by the love of the nation, but a candidate is more likely to be voted in on the hate of a nation. Channel that hatred, and the mobs will carry you straight to the top. The only difference in her circumstance, in contrast to many dictators, was that in this case, the mobs had a right to be angry, and she was the good guy who was going to make it right again. The helicopter approached the ship that towed the Mississippi. It looked larger than a tugboat, more like an icebreaker retrofitted for another purpose, although what no one could guess simply by looking at her. The vessel was sky blue with a gray deck. On the side of its hull were the words Maria Helena, and below them were the words Deep Sea Projects. It had a large raised bridge located towards midship, and an entirely flat stern. A single helicopter stood proudly strapped into the helipad. She had no idea what type of helicopter, nor did she care. Behind it, a marking with the letter H showed that it was capable of supporting 2 helicopters. All in all, she summed up that the vessel was too proud to be an oversized tugboat, and too modest to be a billionaire's plaything. Of course, she already knew who owned the vessel. Its purpose had been quite intentionally left undisclosed by the Secretary of Defense herself. Whatever projects Sam Reilly was involved in, as well as the crew he employed,
were wrapped in a dark shroud of secrecy and a sort of unspoken immunity from government observation. She could have guessed that beneath its tugboat appearance, the Maria Helena boasted some of the most state-of-the-art underwater equipment in the world. The helicopter came in to land. As its rotor blades came to settle, she noticed a young man waiting at the entrance to the main bridge. He wore a white V-necked shirt, cargo pants, and no shoes. One glance told her that this man was athletic and had spent his life outdoors. He wore a happy-go-lucky grin that she recognized instantly. He was the hero who was going to give her the presidency. Chapter 68. Sam watched her step out of the helicopter. She was tall, but not overtly so, maybe 5'10" or 6 foot. Slim, without being underweight. She wore a plain blue polo shirt and denim jeans over leather boots, a small button of the American flag over her right breast. It gave her the down-to-earth appearance of someone out to get a job done, rather than competing for the position of presidency. She approached him directly. There was a confidence in her stride, her posture upright and energetic. Sam figured she could have been in the military, or at least spent time performing some outside tasks which required her to maintain her physique. Definitely not a bureaucrat or a pen pusher, he decided. Sam couldn't remember much about her background. He'd intentionally ignored much of the news and hype regarding the primaries. As far as he was concerned, until the parties had picked their nominees, the candidates were wasting his and their time, when everyone had their own jobs to do. "Mr. Reilly?" she asked, offering her hand. "I'm Senator Vanessa Croft." He took it. She had a firm handshake, but not aggressively strong. "Yes, ma'am. Welcome aboard." "Thank you. I'm pleased to meet you. I believe I, along with the American people, owe you a great debt of gratitude. You risked your life for the environment. Is there anything I can offer you in return?" Sam smiled. "You're welcome, but there's nothing you can offer me that I don't already have. I'm just thankful we got lucky and that we didn't have another terrible oil disaster that wrecked our coastline." "You should be recognized and rewarded for your efforts." "Forget it. The owners accepted Lloyd's open form, which means that I'm entitled to a percentage of the value of the vessel and all that she was carrying. It just so happens she was carrying nearly 2 million barrels of crude oil. Given she was on fire and about to lose her entire hold, I'll be applying for at least 50% of her value. I'll be well compensated." "I know who you are, Sam Reilly. That sort of money means nothing to you. You did it because you wanted to save the environment, and I'm here to commend you for that." Sam smiled again. "So she's met my father. He probably paid into her campaign coffers. Come with me to the mission room, and I'll brief you on these rogue waves. I'm sure that's a lot more important to you than making a show about a hero." In the mission room, Sam pulled a chair out for her, but she refused it. Instead, she chose to stand while she examined a photo of a racing yacht under sail. The yacht was heeled hard to one side, and on the other were several men and 2 young boys. "This must have been your father. He looks to have been a similar age to you now. You and he look very much alike at a similar age. And that means one of these boys is a young Sam Reilly. The other must be your brother." She stopped talking as she watched his face. "I'm so sorry. I forgot your family tragedy." Sam's brother, Danny, had lost his life trying to protect him during a Sydney to Hobart race when they were still boys. Sam had spent a long time trying to run away from the ocean, and when he finally worked out that it was impossible, he spent the next years trying to recreate the events of that night. Somehow, in search of an answer why Danny had lost his life and he didn't. It's all right. It was an accident. We were both young and overconfident. My brother died trying to keep me safe. He was a better man than I ever was, and I've spent every day since then trying to live up to the man he should have had the opportunity to grow into. I think he would be proud of who you are. She stopped smiling for the first time since she'd arrived. She looked at the next photo, her expression pensive. I've lost someone close to me, my child. It changes a person, gives them the opportunity to be better than they ever could have, had they been given the life they wanted, had they been normal. Do you understand what I mean? I do, ma'am. And Sam did. He had taken risks to achieve things that he never would have, if his brother was still alive. Danny's death had changed him in ways that couldn't be measured. He saw himself as having a higher purpose than his own immediate gratification. She turned to face him. Now, this is the 5th rogue wave we've had in the past 5 weeks. I believe you were about to tell me why this supposedly exceedingly rare event keeps on sinking our ships. Chapter 69. In the mission room of the Maria Helena, Sam went through the tedious process of explaining all the events leading up to his current assessment of the suddenly frequent rogue waves, starting from his father's complaint that he'd lost 3 cargo ships in a month, to the loss of his old high school friend, Luke Eldridge. He told her about the Antiqui Naute, and the evidence that they once used the Bimini Road to create large and unnatural waves, which they then used to target Western vessels during the 17th century. She paused for a few seconds, maybe 10. She had worked in politics for the past 8 years, but before that she was a scientist. Vanessa knew how to take in complex information and separate the relevant parts from the meaningless. Then she looked up. You think the phosphorescent plankton has been genetically modified to create moving water, which then strikes the Bimini Road, causing it to increase in height and form a perfectly vertical rogue wave? No, Sam's response was immediate. Plankton are drifters, by definition, meaning they require the movement of seawater to bring nutrients to them, or them to nutrients. But I am certain they are involved in the process. Maybe they attract larger creatures that then travel across the Bimini Road, creating the movement required to create the wave under already chaotic swells. That seems pretty far-fetched to me. Sam tapped on the desk. Me too. Like I said, all I know is that the story of an amazingly bright phosphorescence prior and during the rogue wave has been described by the captain of each vessel struck by a rogue wave in the past 6 weeks. Bioluminescent plankton don't always glow. It takes energy to make the chemicals that allow them to glow. It would be a waste of that energy to glow during the daytime, just like you would be wasting batteries if you used a flashlight on a sunny day. It's normally used as a response to a predator. In theory, the light goes on, illuminating the larger predator, which then becomes the prey. So the question is, if the bioluminescent plankton is frightened, where is its predator? Exactly. She smiled, her most conceited politician's smile. Of course, I don't even care who its predator was. What I want is to stop these rogue waves. And from what you're telling me, it seems pretty simple. We just destroy the Bimini Road. Sam grinned. He liked action instead of rhetoric, and was surprised to find it from a politician. Yes. Some will see it as a terrible loss to the history of the region, but I'm far more concerned about the living right now. I couldn't agree more. In fact, I arranged for a barge to leave Florida yesterday. On it were 3 massive concrete blocks, large enough to act as a break wall at the point of the Bimini Road. It will never produce a rogue wave again. She smiled politely at him. Well, Mr. Reilly, I can see that you've got this situation under control. I'll leave you to it. I'm going off to make a press statement and then get the most out of this story for my campaign while you go and save the day in secret. Thank you, ma'am. Sam was glad to get rid of her. There were some things he had to do to solve this current problem that would require delicate handling or years' worth of red tape. And they didn't have years. The destruction of Bimini Road wasn't technically his to approve. It was inside the jurisdiction of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas government, and that would take years to get approved. He knew the less his own government was aware, the better. The best type of plausible deniability is the kind that governments really don't know about. She turned, about to leave. Sam stood up to see her out. By the way, you got here very fast. It was almost an accusation. She smiled. Like all politicians, she had the answer prepared before anyone had developed the question. Yes, I was on my way to speak in Miami. Ironically, I was supposed to be giving a speech about problems with the oil industry. I guess you'll be making that same speech, now with the backdrop of some dead marine animals smothered by leaked oil. Is it wrong to use the vivid imagery of a near disaster to highlight a message to the American people? It depends. What's the message? That we need to invest in future technologies and energy sources if we're to survive on this planet. Is that what the American government is doing? It was the second time he'd confronted her position in a matter of minutes. She smiled, aware of his complaints about the government's stance on global warming and alternative energy sources. It is if I become the next president of the United States of America. Sam was about to give his opinion, which he rarely did on politics. Instead, Elise walked into the mission room. Sam, Veyron just put the sample of the glowing seawater under a microscope. You're both going to need to see this. Chapter 70. Sam followed Elise down 3 flights of stairs into the aft hold of the Maria Helena, where their science lab was positioned. Neither he nor Senator Croft spoke. They both simply followed. The room was large, approximately 20 feet wide by 30 feet long. At the center stood a series of rectangular tables at a height comfortable for work while standing. There were no chairs in the room. On the tables were 7 microscopes with a number of slides lined up and 3 petri dishes. One laptop was opened and in the process of calculating something. The timer showed another 11 minutes remaining. Sam recognized it as Elisa's laptop. Veyron ignored them as they approached, his right eye firmly fixed to the end of a microscope, his left hand tapping at the table, the rest of him rigid as though paralyzed. Sam knew that look. He'd seen it only once before, when he'd agreed to sacrifice his most prized submarine to save the lives of over 1,000 Mexican workers. Extracting his eye for a moment to fit a new slide under the microscope, Veyron noticed Sam and Senator Croft had walked in. His jaw was slightly clenched, but otherwise it could have been any other day at work. Sam had learned long ago that Veyron was often hard to read and more accustomed to relationships with his machines than the other members of the Maria Helena. Sam hoped that he'd misread Veyron's stance today. His initial impression was confirmed a moment later. Veyron ignored any pleasantries or acknowledgement of their arrival and simply started with their problem. Veyron placed a new slide under the microscope. Have a look at what some idiots created. I'd say it's a beautiful work of engineering. If it wasn't so completely lethal. Sam bent over so that he could look into the eye of the microscope. With his right hand, he adjusted the lens into focus. So, it is phytoplankton, Sam said with an uneasy enthusiasm. There are two main types of phytoplankton, or algae, that use photosynthesis to grow: dinoflagellates and diatoms. Sam continued to explain, drawing on his experience in marine biology, so that they were all on the same page. Dinoflagellates use a whip-like tail or flagella to move through the water, and their bodies are covered with complex shells. Diatoms also have shells, but they are made of a different substance, and their structure is rigid and made of interlocking parts. Diatoms do not rely on flagella to move, and instead rely on ocean currents to travel through the water. Vanessa lost her facade of patient control. Scientists believe the noctiluca flashes to startle or scare away its predators. The bioluminescence might also attract bigger predators to eat noctiluca's predators. We've already been through this. What's the new discovery? Sam sighed. I'm still looking. They look normal. Do they? How many flagella do you see? Veyron asked. Sam increased the magnification and tried to focus on a single dinoflagellate. He then counted. Holy shit! There's 8! Veyron placed his hand on Sam's shoulder. Yes! So, we're looking at dinoflagellates, with 8 flagella for propulsion? That's correct, Veyron confirmed. Vanessa pointed out what everyone in the room was thinking. They've been genetically modified for faster movement and propulsion. That's what I'm thinking, Veyron replied. But nowhere near fast enough to create a rogue wave. Instead, I have a theory that Elise confirmed through computer modeling. Well, don't leave me in suspense, Vanessa said. These dinoflagellates use their 8 flagella to bind and join with others. They're climbing. Climbing? She asked. Picture this: 100 or 200-foot wall of water and plankton, bound in a solid state. Veyron waited long enough for her to close her eyes and imagine it. Vanessa closed her eyes. Okay, got it. Now imagine if the plankton let go of each other simultaneously at one side of the wall, while the back of the wall maintained its structural integrity. They could specifically target the direction of the movement of seawater. Exactly. But even this alone would only cause one hell of a splash. Whoever designed these things would still need the Bimini Road to form the shape of the rogue wave. Okay, so Sam here tells me that he's arranged to block the Bimini Road permanently, which should stop this from being anyone's problem. Would you agree, Veyron? Veyron ignored her question. I'm not finished with the show yet. He took a pre-filled syringe and injected a single microliter, or 1/1000th of a milliliter, onto the slide. Now watch them grow, Sam. Phytoplankton is renowned for its ability to procreate given the right conditions, those being warmth, sunlight, and nutrients. As a single-celled organism, it multiplies through cellular division, breaking into 2 cells every 24 to 48 hours. It can rapidly cover miles of seawater within weeks. Just watch, Veyron said. Sam took a deep breath. Oh, shit. We have a problem, don't we? Chapter 71. The otherwise dormant dinoflagellate cells became alive. Cellular division started immediately. Only they weren't dividing every 24 to 48 hours. They were dividing fast, very fast. He couldn't even begin to calculate how fast. That's very quick, isn't it? He said. Elise's computer stopped trying to compute the calculation. My computer tells me these are multiplying at a rate of 1 every 4 minutes. That couldn't possibly be right, Sam said.
Not naturally, anyway, Veyron agreed. No, someone has intentionally gone into the DNA and changed the code.
Why would someone want to speed up evolution?
It's a faster way of seeing an organism's response to external stimuli, Senator Croft answered. Before politics, I was an environmental scientist. We would often use mice, whose life expectancy is substantially shorter than ours, to understand their physiological response over the course of many generations. That way we could get results in 5 years that would take us more like 500 if we were looking at humans.
Okay, so whoever did this wanted to increase the speed of the plankton's evolutionary cycle. But to study what? Sam said. Senator Croft stood next to him.
May I?
Sure, have a look. See what you can make of it.
Perhaps they simply wanted to mass-produce the genetically modified creatures so that they could build a rogue wave, Vanessa suggested.
That's what we thought at first, Veyron replied. Unfortunately, the reason is much more dangerous. You were right about one thing. They were trying to speed up evolution, but not for the reason you both assume. What then? Sam persisted.
Veyron took the slide out of the current microscope and placed it into another one. They were trying to reach the plankton's next level of evolution, about 1 million rungs above their natural ladder of evolution. They were trying to make a weapon, one that might just destroy the world.
Sam felt the tingling of death on his spine as he began to comprehend exactly what was happening. Precisely what was inside that liquid you fed them?
A combination of several trace elements, including gold, silver, platinum, and common sand, or more precisely, silicon.
Veyron studied him for a reaction.
Now have a look at it using an electron microscope.
Sam looked through the scope. His worst fears confirmed. You've got to be kidding me. That's impossible.
Chapter 72.
Sam wanted to scream.
There were nanoparticles moving inside the cell. It was impossible. The research that he'd read suggested that this sort of technology was at least 30 to 40 years away. The nanoparticles were not simply moving from side to side. The particles were moving with purpose. They were performing a task. But what task? It would take him months to properly examine the technology. He wasn't an expert, and even Veyron would need specialist help to understand how it worked. The fact was, it did. Someone had cracked the code. It didn't make sense. If someone could develop such technology, why would they use it to create rogue waves? If they wanted riches, they would have it. Every venture capitalist in the world would be offering to invest billions in functioning nanotechnology. Instead, it was unclaimed by the scientific community, running free and killing people. He continued examining what he saw, trying to determine a reason that made it fake, a trick of the mind, anything to discredit what was impossible, science fiction, nothing more. He adjusted the electron microscope, searching for answers. Recalling his basic science days at MIT, his chemistry teacher once explained that one of the problems with the study of molecules was the fact that they are really very small. Small, of course, being an understatement. When measuring particles and molecules, he was talking about nanometers and molecular mass, where nanometers, written as NM for short, were 1,000 millionths of a meter in length, and molecular mass referred to the amount of protons and neutrons inside an atom. It turns out that using light, you can't see things smaller than its wavelength. It just goes straight through. Visible light has wavelengths in the range of 400 nanometers for blue to 700 nanometers for red, so you can only see things that are this size or larger with it. Nanoparticles are typically about 10 nanometers in size or so, some larger, some smaller. You can only see them with various types of electron microscopes, which use a beam of accelerated electrons as a source of illumination. As the wavelength of an electron can be up to 100,000 times shorter than visible light photons, the electron microscope has a higher resolving power than a light microscope and can reveal the structure of much smaller particles. The current agreement among the groups that set the scientific standards is that the scale from 1 to 100 nanometers defines the size range of a nanoparticle. Below 1 nanometer may be excluded in order to avoid calling clusters of atoms a particle, but the literature contains references to particles less than 1 nanometer. When he looked at the single-celled phytoplankton through a standard microscope, Sam saw only the structures of the cell, not the nanoparticles working inside. This was because the dinoflagellates were between 1 and 4 millimeters in length, easily visible using the natural wavelength of light, while the nanoparticles were well under 100 nanometers in length. Sam squinted his right eye, trying to make out what task 2 small movements of nanoparticles were achieving. I don't understand. What happens after cellular division? What don't you understand? Veyron replied. The dinoflagellates divide as they normally would, producing 2 cells out of 1. Eventually, usually after 8 divisions, the original cell loses its integrity and dies, while the others continue to reproduce its natural proliferation. I get that, Sam said. You know, I was a marine biologist at one stage, right? It's called mitosis, during which a parent cell duplicates all of its contents, including its chromosomes, and splits to form 2 identical daughter cells. So what don't you get? Veyron asked, without hiding the frustration in his voice. The cell I'm looking at has complex nanoparticles inside, the purpose of which I have no idea yet. But even so, it would take weeks or months for someone to build such particles in a lab. So then what happens to them when the cell divides? Veyron tapped the table. His anxieties returned. The nanobots reproduce with them. Chapter 73. They've found the Holy Grail, Sam yelled. Are you telling me whoever created these worked out a way to self-replicate nanobots? That's precisely what I'm telling you. One of the main problems scientists have in making nanotechnology usable is that due to their microscopic size, it would be necessary for very large numbers of them to work together to perform any specific tasks. One theory is to make enough nanobots to work collectively to achieve a common goal, the same way bees or ants achieve a goal for their queen, which would otherwise be impossible individually. The number of individual nanoparticles required to build nanomachines capable of functions such as sensing, communicating, navigating, manipulating other particles, locomotion, and computation is still an unknown in the realms of theory. In fact, science and technology is still potentially hundreds of years off the level of detailed engineering required to manufacture such tiny machines. The hindrance has always been the time it would take to build the first one is substantial, but the time it takes to build the second one, and the third, and so on, is the same. Producing millions makes such a project impossible, due to the insurmountable length of time required to do so. Sam shook his head. They've created molecular manufacturing through free-foraging replicators. Free-foraging replicators? Senator Croft was the first to interject. You mean they're hunting for nutrients in the wild?
Yes, Sam replied. They need materials to replicate, like sunlight, warmth, and organic nutrients required by their host phytoplankton. And nanobots would need materials such as silicon, gold, silver, and platinum, along with a number of other trace elements. For conditions to be just right for these symbiotic creatures to proliferate in the numbers required, such as an algae bloom, both the nanobots and the phytoplankton would need to match the perfect conditions.
It wasn't an accident. It struck the global star. It was after the cargo, Veyron said.
What do you mean? It was carrying a shipment of German cars.
Veyron placed a piece of paper in front of Sam. Here's the ship's manifest for the global star. It was full of high-end German cars. Audis, BMW, Mercedes. What are all of these filled with? Leather seats and overly priced name badges, Senator Croft replied, without hiding the sarcasm in her voice. Microchips, Elise said.
Veyron looked at Sam.
Do you remember how the steel partitions which divided the hull of the global star were eaten away by something? The nanobots weren't cannibalizing the steel. They were creating openings to get through to the storage hulls, which held the vehicles. And more importantly, their microchips. We need to know what the other ships were carrying.
Sam stood up. I'll make a call to my dad and get you the answers.
He reached for his cell phone in his left cargo shorts pocket and walked up the stairs onto the back deck of the Maria Helena. He needed to be alone. He could hear the increased effort in the ship's twin diesels. Sam looked behind the aft deck. The sea was calm, and the supertanker, trailing from the tow rope, glided through the water. He then pressed the call button. His father, James, picked up on the first ring. Hello, Sam. Have you found someone to pay for my damaged cargo ships yet?
No, it's a long story. But I have found what's causing the waves, and I'm still looking for who created them. You were right, though. They were manufactured by someone.
What do you need? His father, quick to the point, replied. Sam paced to the other side of the deck and stared into the clear water. It was a bad habit when he was stressed.
I need to know what the other 2 cargo ships were carrying.
Nothing important. Certainly nothing anyone was going to salvage after it was sunk, if that's what you're implying.
I'm not. But I need to know what exactly they were shipping, Sam replied.
The Tehila was carrying a shipment of microchips, and the Arkansas had about 2 million smartphones on board. James paused. Say, do you think this was all to do with industrial terrorism? They weren't targeting me. They were trying to manipulate the release of the new smartphone or tech shares.
No, I don't. I'll tell you exactly what this is about as soon as I've stopped it.
Okay, please do. By the way, good work saving the Mississippi. I hear you got the owners to agree to Lloyd's open forum. That must have been quite a payday. Well done.
Thanks, Dad. I've got to go.
Sam ran back down the stairs, taking 3 at a time.
You were right, Veyron.
Sam slid his phone back in his pocket.
They're foraging in order to increase their numbers so they can colonize. Their attacks have been calculated and precise. They knew which ships had the materials they needed.
What were they carrying? Senator Croft asked.
Microchips and smartphones.
Elise smiled. You all think these nanobots are targeting specific ships and planning to overthrow the world? It's just not possible. Elise looked at Veyron, counting on his engineering mind to back her up. We're talking about basic programming and mathematical equations, things like tighten flagella and relax flagella, simple actions and pathways that lead to apparent decision-making. We're not talking about artificial intelligence.
They sunk ships carrying cars, microchips, and smartphones. And you think they're not intelligent?
They're simply following basic programming. Besides, they just tried to sink an oil tanker. Tell me one reason that would benefit them. If anything, had they succeeded, the oil would have spilt into the ocean, destroying plankton and sea life for hundreds of miles.
The room went quiet. Elise was by far the youngest person on board, yet her exceptionally analytical mind was the first to point out the obvious flaw in their thinking. Sam heard the hurried footsteps of someone coming down the stairs. It was Matthew. Sam took one look at his crestfallen face. "What is it?"
"The barge was just sunk, 2 miles out from Bimini Road. There were no survivors."
Chapter 74. Sam smashed one of the beakers of nanobots on the floor. It was a knee-jerk reaction, and he regretted destroying it almost immediately. He had commissioned the barge to move the concrete blocks. He hadn't even told the crew why he wanted the concrete blocks dumped out on the Bimini Road. Now they were all dead, and it was his fault. That settles it. They're much more advanced than we give them credit for. We have to destroy the Bimini Road, and then we need to find their nest.
"You think they murdered the crew of the barge to protect the Bimini Road?" Elise asked.
"Yes," Sam replied. Elise clicked on a satellite icon on her laptop. She scrolled down until the present time image showed South Bimini Island. She then increased the magnification until she could see the mangled remains of the barge in approximately 20 feet of water.
"How could it have possibly known you had ordered it to block the Bimini Road?"
"I have no idea, but the evidence is clear."
"Which means it's formally declaring war."
Senator Croft immediately took on the air of authority.
"I'm sick of this. I'm going to make a call to the Department of Defense. By the time the Bimini Road has been the recipient of about 1,000 bunker busters, there will never be a rogue wave here again."
Sam stood up, opened his mouth to speak, then closed it and sat down again, having thought better of his argument. She smiled at him.
"Don't worry, we're not going to take ownership of it. No one will ever know we just eradicated an ancient site in foreign waters. Besides, if it starts a war with our neighbors, at least they're an opponent we can see with the naked eye. Anyone have a problem with that?"
"No. We need to destroy this before it gets any stronger and more lives are lost," Sam agreed.
"Good."
Senator Croft stood up.
"Mr. Reilly, once the Bimini Road is destroyed, and I have removed the teeth from this beast, I would be most obliged if you could help me by locating its nest so we can destroy it completely."
Chapter 75. The next day, the Maria Helena approached the main harbor in Florida. 3 tugboats moved towards them and took over the control of the damaged Mississippi supertanker. Released from her towing duties, the Maria Helena was taken into the local harbor for refueling and provisioning. Tom returned to the Maria Helena by a local runabout, after he'd overseen the towing of the Mississippi throughout the trip from the bridge of the stricken ship. Sam stretched his legs with a walk to a diner at the end of the dock. Tom joined him for the walk. It was a greasy 24-hour diner, used to servicing needs of dock workers and guaranteeing large amounts of fresh bacon, eggs, and rich coffee at all hours. They sat down at a booth. Sam ordered something big and greasy from the menu, ignored the pot of coffee. He began to fill Tom in on their discovery about the nanobots, their theory about the symbiotic machines having a nest and preparing to colonize. Finally, he finished by telling him that Senator Croft had arranged to have the Bimini Road bombed. At the end of it, Tom filled his cup with a second round of black coffee and smiled. "So then, I guess I don't need to worry about you making me dive Bimini Road anymore." "No, but we have work to do." "She wants you to find the nest," Tom guessed. "They're still out there, and they're evolving fast. Right now they're harmless, but in the future they might work out a way to attack again." "So, how do we find them?" "The same way as last time. Elise has been given control of a series of satellites specifically to search for it," Sam said. "There's a lot of sea to cover." "Elise has developed a program to specifically search for fast-growing plankton and phosphorescence." "And once we find it?" "Viran's developing a plan to kill the microscopic machines." Chapter 76. 2 weeks later, they'd failed to find any signs of the nanobot hive. Samples of live plankton had been retrieved in more than 40 locations throughout the Atlantic Ocean, focusing on areas along the equator where conditions were perfect for plankton proliferation. 3 unusually large algae blooms were noted, but each one came back negative for nanoparticles. At 8 a.m., Sam called his entire team to the mission room to discuss their next step. He sat down at the head of the table. It was rectangular, and he sat down at the end of it. He valued everyone's opinion on board, but his job was to receive the best information and then make a decision with it. Elise was the last person to sit down. "Okay, is there a possibility the nanobots have simply perished?" he asked. "Yes, it's surprising, but not impossible." Viran switched on the overhead projector. He slid his hand over his laptop and opened up a document. On the wall, an image of statistics opened up. "I have 4 samples from our own hive of nanobots that Mr. Bauer retrieved from the Mississippi. The first is the healthiest. As you can see, I have provided it with both organic nutrients for the host plankton and building materials for the nanobots to use. The hive is multiplying rapidly, and as a consequence, I've been able to use them regularly for further tests to see how to destroy them." Sam looked at the numbers. It had grown from a 1-gram hive 2 weeks ago to now having a mass of 4 kilograms, and that hadn't even taken into account the fact that Viran had been sourcing his sample nanobots to experiment on from that hive. "That's a frightening image," Viran continued. "In the second one, I've provided nutrients for the plankton only, and no building blocks for the nanobots." "That's more promising," Tom said. "The plankton hasn't multiplied at all." "Technically, Mr. Bauer, the plankton has continued to multiply every 24 to 48 hours, as they would in normal conditions. However, the nanobots have simply moved from older and weaker cells to younger cells. 1 gram of nanoparticles without further building materials can only ever weigh 1 gram. Sam nodded his head. The concept made sense, although it was a bit of a surprise when he first saw the results. "Now in the third sample, I have deprived the plankton of organic nutrients." Viran smiled. "This is interesting. It also shows how dangerous these machines can be. Anyone care to guess whether the number of plankton increased or decreased?" "They decreased," Elise replied. "It's the same equation as the nanobots without building materials. They can't reproduce without the materials, and therefore, as a collective, they can never be more than there were to begin with. Given that the process of cellular mitosis requires energy derived from cannibalizing their own proteins to use as building blocks, each attempt to multiply would inevitably lead to a reduction in total cell numbers." "Correct,
but only partially so. You were right about the amount of cells being slightly lower, but would you believe the hive became stronger? Anyone care to guess why?" There was a row of shaking heads throughout the room. Veyron smiled and pressed the play button on his computer screen. "This is a digital recording of the cells dividing without additional nutrients." The plankton began attacking each other. The nanobots quickly determined the strongest cells and removed the weaker ones. They didn't wait for the mitosis to provide dead cells to scavenge from. They simply killed the weak cells for their materials. By the end of it, although some of the plankton had been lost, the hive of machines hadn't decreased. In fact, the remaining cells were now functioning better than before. "And the fourth sample?" Sam asked. "In the fourth sample, I deprived the single gram of nanobots and plankton of both organic nutrients and building materials." Sam grinned when he saw the results. The entire hive died out. "Starvation's a bitch," Tom said. "Okay, so, back to the original question. Do we think the main hive is dead?" Sam persisted. "No," Veyron replied. "Although I said it was possible, it's highly unlikely. The question is how much access they have to optimal conditions of growth, such as warmth and sunlight, and can they obtain organic nutrients and building materials?" Elise connected her laptop wirelessly to the projector. She then opened a document titled Weather Reports, Atlantic. "If you look at the weather, the mean temperature of seawater is up by 2 degrees Fahrenheit for the region surrounding our last known sighting of the hive for 500 miles. These are perfect conditions for plankton to proliferate." "Okay, so they have the right conditions, but do they have organic nutrients?" Sam persisted, looking for a reason, anything that might lead them to believe the hive was truly destroyed. "There's no reason to suggest they don't." Elise brought up images of 3 large algae blooms within the area. "These are all plankton growths that have proliferated to dangerous levels, suggesting the seawater is currently teeming with organic growth." "Any chance those could have killed the hive?" Tom said, hopeful. Veyron laughed at the thought. "If you were a betting man, would you put money on the nanotech-enhanced cells losing to the regular drifter cells?" "No, but that doesn't mean that the large areas of plankton growth didn't starve them out. We all know that red algae blooms can kill everything within the sea by depriving them of oxygen and sunlight." Veyron thought about it. "Elise, bring up the locations of those recent algae blooms." The overhead projector showed an area spanning the opening to the Gulf of Mexico, out towards the Bahamas, and as far north as Bermuda. "You know, if we suffocated the areas here and here with the algae, then anything south of Bimini Island would have been stifled," Veyron pointed out. "Okay, it's a pretty big if, but we might have gotten lucky." Sam turned to Elise. "I want to keep monitoring this thing. I'm looking at this like I would a wildfire. You can put out 99% of it, but it's that other 1% that causes spot fires." "Understood. It's also important to remember, even though we're effectively starving the nanobots of building materials with the destruction of the Bimini Road, they're able to keep replicating by cannibalizing themselves. In theory, they could remain dormant for years, and then our luck could change when a ship carrying microchips sinks, at which point the nanobots would swarm again." It was a scary thought. Sam stood up, effectively ending the meeting. "Okay, I want to keep on top of this thing. No one lets up until we're certain they're dead." Matthew was the next to stand up. "Now that we're back to the waiting game, where would you like me to take the Maria Helena?"
Since you mention it, Matthew, I'd like to move close to the original source, and while we're there, I'd like to take the opportunity to dive the Antiquinautes wrecked trimaran. Chapter 77. The Maria Helena's twin engines slowed to an idle. The powerful ship cruised on its momentum for about a quarter of a mile before coming to a complete drift. The chime of anchor chain running through its hold replaced the engine's sound. Within minutes, the sound ceased, and the ship turned as the anchor took its bite. Sam walked downstairs and into the dive room. The moon pool's doors had been opened already, and Tom was preparing their dive equipment. "You look happy," Tom said. "I should be. I'm finally getting to dive this ship. After years of being told that my theory was crazy, you got to dive it before me. Still, I'm very excited to see it firsthand. And for what it's worth, I'm looking forward to diving it with you." Sam wrote a number on his dive slate and handed it to Tom. "Oh, and there's another thing to be happy about. The owners of the Mississippi, keen to avoid the formality of going to Lloyd's Court, agreed to pay 50% of the value of the ship and cargo, at today's prices." Tom looked at the number. "You made 20 mil out of the process?" "No, that's your portion of the reward." Sam watched as his friend's face went blank. You see, the ship was one of 3 remaining ultra-large crude carriers. The ship alone, factoring in depreciation of wear and tear, was valued at $100 million. Then we had the value of the 2 million barrels of crude oil on board. At conservative oil prices, a barrel of crude oil is $50. There's another $100 million. "We were given $100 million for being stupid and risking our lives?" Tom asked, shaking his head. "Yep. It was exceptionally stupid of us, I must agree. But there you have it. The benefit of Lloyd's open form. We salvage the vessel and let the courts decide how much value we deserve. You see, in this instance, the value was always going to be high. The courts would have looked at the cost of us not saving the supertanker, including the cost to clean up the spill. Once they start factoring that in with the significant risk of life and to our own vessel, the courts were bound to give us a pretty high percentage. As it was, the owners made the offer before it went in front of Lloyd's assessors." "And you took the first offer they gave you?" "Sure did. Why? Did you want more than 20 mil? "No, come to think of it, why did I get so much?" "Don't get too excited. I gave each of the other members of the crew 5 mil, and they didn't even have to risk their lives." "That's great news, because I lost about $1 million worth of gold last time I dived the Antiquinautes trimaran." Sam laughed. "Really? You didn't mention it?" "Yeah, well, we've both been kind of busy since you came back to pick Genevieve and I up from the water." Tom handed Sam the golden eagle he'd found in the ancient trimaran's cache. "We found it at the very depth of the trimaran's hold, like a secure cache. It was locked behind a formidable door. I believe it leads to their ancient homeland or their treasure. It has several holes that align to star constellations." "Do you know where it leads?" "No, the stars aren't in the northern hemisphere." "The ancient people came from South America?" "It would appear so. Certainly the southern hemisphere." Tom looked at the golden eagle, pensive. "We had an incident when we dived the ancient trimaran." "Really?" Sam was curious. "We've had a few since then, too. What happened?" "You're not going to believe me, but I saw something down there. Something that wasn't real. And it took the gold we found." "I wouldn't worry. You're sure to find more." "It's not that. As I said, you're not going to believe me. But I saw something down there. A green apparition. It didn't look menacing. Far from it.
Instead, it just stared at me. Its mouth was halfway between a smile and a frown. When I reached it, the entire thing came apart like a dream. It was only later, when I returned to pick up the gold I had put down, and it was no longer there, that I became concerned.
Any chance you just misplaced it?
A large piece of gold, Tom laughed. It must have been worth $1,000,000. You might misplace something like that, but for us mere working mortals, I knew precisely where I left it.
Any chance someone's been following our discoveries?
You mean another boat?
It's not unheard of for grave robbers or relic hunters to follow us when they know we're onto something. Nothing would stop them coming in and picking up the pieces.
I checked with Matthew. There wasn't another ship for 20 miles. I also checked the sonar log. With the exception of a few large fish, nothing had been below the Maria Helena during our entire dive.
Okay, so let's find it. And if not, you told me there was a fortune in gold down there, so let's go collect our second payday for a job well done.
Chapter 78. Sam followed Tom into the opening inside the cockpit of the ancient ship. With his green primary dive guideline tied to the ancient tiller, he entered the wreck. The place zigzagged through a series of small tunnels, slowly descending. He saw what appeared to be the ancient people's dining room, followed by an ambush room, most likely used as a last resort to destroy invaders. Tom shined his flashlight into the smallest of the single tunnels. Their treasure cache is down here. It gets pretty narrow. I'll let you go first. There's no deviations in the tunnel. Just keep following it to the end, and you'll reach the treasure. You can't miss it. Following the small tunnel as it descended another 10 feet, Sam swallowed, relieving the slight increase in pressure to his middle ear. It looped around and back on itself before straightening out in an impossibly narrow section. Ahead, he saw the faintest glow of light. It could have been a slight tinge of green, most likely some sort of bottom-dwelling fish. Sam continued. The light increased until the area up ahead looked like someone turned the light on. He held his shark power stick in his right hand, ready to use at a moment's notice. He recalled what his old drill sergeant had once told him years ago. Your weapon's no good to you unless you have it in your hands and ready to fire at all times. Whatever it was making that glow, Sam wasn't prepared to take any chances. Sam passed the remains of the ancient door that Tom destroyed weeks earlier. The room was now completely lit up with the glow. It was definitely a green color, and it stood like a giant of a man. The features of its face were almost believable, but the rest of it was more like an apparition than something living. So, this is Tom's ghost. Sam's heart raced as he watched it for a minute. He heard the bubbles from Tom's regulator. "Tell me you can see that," Tom said. Sam gripped his shark power stick, ready to fire, his right trigger finger taking up the tiniest of pressure on the mechanism. "I can see it, whatever the hell it is." The green creature smiled at him. It had a kind face. The rest of the body had limited structure, but the face was clear. It had eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, below which was a deeply cleft chin. There was something terribly familiar about the smile. Well, that changes the face of the enemy. Even as the realization dawned on him, Sam couldn't believe it was true. Then it was gone. And so was the gold. "I swear it was all here when we left."
I'm not worried about the gold. Right now, I'm a little more concerned with reaching the surface alive. Let's go. Chapter 79. Sam reached the surface of the moon pool without saying a word to Tom. He removed his fins, holding them in his left hand, and climbed the ladder into the dive room. Once there, he removed his dive mask, tank, and weight belt before sitting down. Tom threw his mask in a bucket of fresh water and sat next to him. So, do you want to tell me your theory? 'Cause I know you've got one. You don't go all quiet like this unless you have a pretty bad answer to something. Otherwise, you just keep asking more questions. So what is it? Sam unzipped a pocket along his right thigh and removed his dive tablet. He looked at his tablet computer, typed what he was after, and clicked search. He patiently examined the results, pensive. They only confirmed his nagging suspicion. Handing the tablet to Tom, Sam said, "Does this look like your ghost?" "Christ! That's exactly what it looked like. Where did you get that?" "From the database of students with exemplary achievement at MIT. That's the most recent known picture of Professor Luke Eldridge, the man who was murdered." Chapter 80. Tom dried himself with a towel and threw a t-shirt on. This news was about to change everything. Until a few minutes ago, they knew who their enemy was, someone who wanted Luke Eldridge dead. They had hoped the nanobot hive had been destroyed, but the appearance of the glowing green apparition showed this hope was in vain. Veyron and Elise both came down the steel stairs and into the dive room. Tom looked at their faces as they approached. "So much for our long-overdue vacation," he said. Sam then gave them the bad news. They took it well. Neither looked particularly surprised to discover the nanobots had evolved to survive. It's only natural. At the end, Sam said, "Do you understand what this means?" "That we were sharing the same confined space with about 1 trillion microscopic machines designed to kill us?" Tom replied. "Well, there is that. Also, the nanobots are no longer confined to the surface. Plankton are natural surface drifters. They only sink to the bottom when they die. And if they aren't restricted to the surface, it means they're going to be a lot harder to find," Elise said. "Until now, we've been able to find them because at night they show up clearly on satellite imaging. No wonder we haven't been able to find them. In the day, they're enjoying the warmth of the sun, and in the night, they sink to a cave or something to hide." Sam dried his hair with a towel. "Which means we're going to need to find a cave somewhere nearby." "Why nearby?" Veyron asked. Sam smiled. He knew he had a winning hand. "Because some of these nanobots were foraging for materials inside the ancient trimaran, and we know their flagella only allow them to make small movements. If they're foraging for the primary hive, then they must be close." "Could they be inside any of the hulls?" Tom asked. "No, not unless there's about 20 cargo ships down there we don't know about," Elise replied. "Think about it. Their hive was large enough to create a rogue wave capable of sinking a cargo ship. That meant they must have the same weight of several cargo ships just to create the wave." Matthew walked into the room. "What did I miss?" "The hive is alive and can now hide underwater." Matthew looked taken aback. "Well, that's inconvenient. I was going to ask to take some leave." Tom smiled. "Me too, buddy. Me too." Sam looked to Matthew. "About a month ago, you took a sonar scan of this entire seabed, trying to confirm the number and locations of shipwrecks. Did you see any overhanging rocks or caves? Anything that might provide shelter for the primary hive at night?" "It's all on the ship's database. I'll give it to Elise, and she can get her system to search for a suitable location for their nest." Chapter 81. Tom stepped into his quarters, ready to curl up in his bed. It was only 4 p.m., but if they were to find the hive's nest, he would have to dive during the night so they could visualize the nanobots. He still recalled the old mantra from his days in the Corps. Sleep when you can, because you never know how long it might be until you next get the chance. He stripped to his shorts and flicked the air conditioner on. It started up and ran with an annoyingly loud hum, more like sleeping next to a mechanic tuning a car engine. Tom put up with it due to the fact the steel hull lining his quarters radiated the outside temperature, making it above 100 degrees Fahrenheit inside. Still, it wasn't ideal. Tom rested on his back, pulled a light sheet up to his shoulders, and closed his eyes. 2 seconds later, several loud knocks struck the door. They were almost aggressive in their tempo. Tom stood up, walked over, and opened the door. It was Genevieve. She walked inside and closed the door without speaking. Tom looked at her and smiled. She had dark hair, kept short and tidy, giving her the appearance of an elf. Blue eyes, long eyelashes, no makeup whatsoever, tan complexion. She was quite stunning to look at. She wore denim shorts and a white tank top. Like everyone else aboard, she was barefoot. He wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. They'd been so busy since the night the Mississippi had been damaged, when she'd kissed him. They hadn't spoken since, with the exception of normal duties. She locked the door and pulled her tank top over her head. Then she unclasped her bra, revealing large, well-rounded breasts with petite nipples. She stared at him. Her blue eyes taunted him with desire. She remained silent while she unbuttoned her shorts and removed both her underwear and shorts in one single movement. She stood completely naked in front of him, every bit as unimaginably beautiful as he'd dreamed she'd be. Her skin smooth and vibrant, her figure lithe and athletic. She had multiple scars throughout her body. Some could have been from natural accidents, others could only have been from her past. Tom was wise enough not to ask about them. Genevieve smiled at him. It was seductive and removed any doubt about who was in control. She then stepped towards him. "If you tell a soul about this, I will kill you." Chapter 82. At 2 a.m., Tom found himself halfway between asleep and ideal contentment. If he let himself go, he'd be unconscious in seconds. But the joy of holding Genevieve's naked body was almost too delicious to waste. He could feel his heartbeat against her naked breasts. Her scent was divine. Tom wished the moment could go on forever. Luck, however, had different plans. There was only one knock at the door. "Vacation's over. Veyron just found the hive's nest." Tom sat upright. He switched his bedside light on and looked at Genevieve, surprised to discover her languid body appeared even sexier than he remembered. She woke up immediately. "Good morning, Sam. Where do you want me?" he asked. "Dive room. Veyron's come up with a plan. We dive in 15 minutes. "Okay, see you there." Genevieve ran her hands down his arms until they linked with his. "Good morning," she whispered. Tom smiled at her, glad she was still there. He mouthed the words, "Morning." He rolled slightly on top of her and slid down the bed
until their eyes were at the same height. Her blue eyes simply watched him in silence. Tom kissed her lips, slowly at first, soft and gently. Tenderness then gave way to desire. She opened her mouth, and his tongue explored her eagerly. His right hand let go of hers, and he ran it down to the hollow of her lower back. He then stopped. "I have to go." "Wait, one more kiss?" she demanded, wrapping her free arm around his neck. He kissed her again, long, passionate. She finished by biting the very side of his lip firmly, but with not quite enough force to draw blood. He drew back in surprise. "What the fuck?" She smiled. "If you tell anyone about this, I really will kill you, no matter how much I adore your beautiful hazel eyes."
Chapter 83. Sea Witch 2 was a bright yellow Triton 36003 submarine. It stood next to the moon pool on its twin hulls. It reminded Sam of a futuristic hovercraft. It had twin yellow hulls and a large borosilicate glass dome in the middle that housed up to 3 divers, 2 pilot seats at the front of the bubble, and 1 passenger crammed behind to form the shape of a V. The dome provided 270-degree visualization. The unique glass had been slowly built over nearly 8 months, using boron instead of soda lime, which gave it the unusual property of compressing upon itself while it dives, the benefit of which meant the bubble dome increases in durability the deeper it goes. On paper, this submarine was capable of reaching depths of 36,000 feet, the same depths of the Mariana Trench. Tonight, Sam had little need for such extreme hull strength. Their depth would max out at around 70 feet. Their mission was to locate the hive of deadly nanobot hybrid plankton. Once certain they had found the dangerous nest, they would implement Veyron's plan to destroy it. He just hoped Veyron was right about his theory. The cables and hooks were attached to the submarine, ready to maneuver the sub into the water for launch. Sam felt the sub shift as he strapped himself into the pilot seat. To his left, in the co-pilot's chair, Tom had commenced the startup procedure. Behind them both, Veyron was double-checking his calculations for his theory by hand. Sam looked at the other 2 men. "Are we ready to get this sub in the water?" "I'm good," Veyron said. Tom flicked the running lights on. "Systems all check out well. We're good to go." Sam depressed the radio transmitter. "Maria Helena, this is Sea Witch 2. We're good for launch." "Copy that, Sea Witch. Safe journey and good hunting." It was Matthew who replied, his professional monotone voice comforting in its familiarity. Sam shifted slightly in his seat as the Sea Witch 2 rocked lightly in the seawater. He braced himself on the joystick, which was still set in a locked position. "Maria Helena, we're ready to release the tether and commence our dive," Sam said. "Copy that. Releasing the tether," Matthew replied. "Oh, and Matthew, make certain Elise is tracking the area. If the hive makes a run for it, I want her ready to track. It's taken too long to find it, only to lose it now." "She's on top of it. Good luck." Sam flicked the ballast switch. Water began flooding into the tanks, while air bubbles gurgled to the surface. "Okay, gentlemen, let's do this." The Sea Witch 2 dived to a depth of 60 feet. Sam stopped the water intake and leveled her into neutral buoyancy. In a heads-up display across the front of the dome, a GPS screen overlapped the sonar maps of the seafloor. The location of the cave had already been entered and marked with the word cave. It was approximately 1,500 feet away, nearly directly north of their current position. Sam didn't want to risk bringing the Maria Helena any closer, in case it startled the hive into running before they were in position to do anything about it. He then started the forward propellers, located at each end of the twin hulls. They whirred quietly as they moved towards the cave. Tom grinned. "You're certain that's where they are?" "Pretty certain," Sam replied. "Elise found the entrance to this cave in our database from our sonar study of the area a month back. The entrance is nearly 30 feet wide by 10 feet high. It's rectangular and almost looks man-made. We believe it might be the entrance to a massive underwater cavern. How far it goes, we're about to find out." Veyron flicked on 3 separate switches at the back of the submarine. The switches were green and had been recently retrofitted to the Sea Witch 2. A new sound started. It was an electrical hum, soft at first, then progressively increasing in decibels. Both Sam and Tom looked back at him. Veyron smiled back at them apologetically. "Sorry, had to be done." Sam shrugged his shoulders. Engineers could do anything they wanted to his submarine, so long as they were inside it too. And Veyron wasn't just any engineer. He was a world leader in mechatronics and submersibles. Tom pointed at the seafloor ahead. It gradually sloped upwards. "Any reason you took us to 60 feet when we're aiming for 30? What, are you afraid they'll see us coming?" "Yeah, we are." Tom sighed. They were dealing with an unknown weapon. They couldn't necessarily see. No one had any idea how much it knew about its surrounding environment. The only thing for certain was that up until now, they kept on underestimating it. "Say, just out of interest, once we do find the hive's nest, what's your plan to destroy it?" Sam increased their depth by 10 feet to match the natural contours of the seabed. Veyron came up with a solution. "Well, don't hold out on me. What have we got?" When Veyron and I were on board the Global Star, we heard a story from the foreman at the scrap metal salvage site. The man told us about how one of the workers fell into the bilge, which contained the bioluminescent plankton. The worker complained that the plankton tried to kill him. He developed a rash. Soon he was unconscious. When the doctors put him through a magnetic resonance imaging machine, he started to have a fit. When they tried it later, they couldn't find anything out of the ordinary, with the exception of a brain tumor he didn't know he had. Tom shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "That's right. I remember you telling me the story. I thought it turned out to be nothing. The guy had a brain injury or epilepsy or something?" Veyron shifted in his seat. "Yeah, it was a brain tumor." "Okay, so what's the relevance?" Tom asked. "Well, it wasn't until we discovered that there were nanobots living symbiotically with the plankton that Veyron realized what happened," Sam said. Tom took a deep breath. "Of course. The MRI is a supermagnet. It would have stripped and killed each of the nanobots. The guy probably metabolized them and pissed them out over the next few days." "Exactly." Sam flicked through a series of papers, searching for something. "So, what we really needed was a really big, portable MRI machine." Veyron grinned. "I believe it's called an electromagnetic pulse, or EMP for short, and I've had one attached to the front of Sea Witch 2. Chapter 84. The mouth of the cave opened up in front of them, and Sam piloted the Sea Witch 2 inside. "Now we just have to see if your theory is right." The cavern was completely dark.
It felt like the walls sucked away the small amount of light at the front of Sea Witch 2. Tom maneuvered a floodlight towards the cave floor. The light reflected straight back at him. It was as though he was shining it towards a mirror. Then his eyes settled as he pointed the light slightly to the side so it wasn't reflecting directly off the metallic seabed. "Tell me that's not what I think it is?" Veyron moved towards the front of the submarine. "No, they're not living nanobots. You can't see them, remember? Even in great numbers. You see the plankton, not the microscopic machines." "Then what the hell is that?" Sam asked, pointing towards the silvery floor below the cave. Veyron swallowed, hard. "Do you remember when we tested the most stable colony in a petri dish? What we found out was that 1 out of every 100 plankton cells fails to divide correctly, resulting in the death of the nanobot?" Tom scanned the light along the sea floor. The metallic surface appeared to continue forever. He dug a mechanical arm into the sea floor. It was covered in millions of small metallic spheres, small enough to fit in the palm of a person's hand. The entire sea floor inside the cavern was filled with them, and the cavern was massive. He followed it to the end, and even then, it stretched his eyesight to see if it really finished there. "Are you saying those spheres are dead nanobots?" "Yes," Veyron replied. "For some reason, they seem to bind together as spheres. There must be a few thousand of them joined to form each sphere." Tom looked up into the dark void above. The ceiling seemed to suck the light away from it. "If it takes thousands of dead nanobots to make a sphere, and only every 100 or so nanobots die, are you telling me there are at least 1,000,000 times these fucking creatures above us?" Sam flicked on the massive floodlights. "Holy shit, where did they all go?" Chapter 85. The entire roof of the monstrous cavern was completely empty. Not a single glow of bioluminescence could be seen. The sea floor glistened as it reflected the powerful lights. Sam gave the motors in the left hull a slight burst of power. Sea Witch 2 turned slowly to the right. Somehow, the entire place now appeared more frightening than when they were certain it contained their enemy. No one spoke. On the far side of the cavern, the roof height reached further upwards. At the top of it, and above the water, Sam could make out a steel deck. It was as though someone had been coming here from the surface. If nothing else, it provided the means for a person to view the nest close up without the requirement of scuba equipment. Veyron removed the plastic safety cover over a red switch, then flicked the switch downwards. The pitch of the intense hum changed to a much sharper howl, followed by a series of wave-like echoes that hurt their ears. The electromagnetic pulse activated. The floodlights at the front of the submersible, along with the rest of their instruments, went completely blank, and the cavern was once more filled with darkness. "What the hell did you do that for?" Sam asked. The submarine bubble was completely dark, but Sam could hear Veyron's voice. "In case it was a trap. I didn't want to get caught out in here. Besides, I wanted to be certain there weren't any stragglers who were going to repopulate the colony." "Okay, so, now what do we do about the lights?" Sam asked. Veyron patted him on his shoulder. "Relax. The EMP wave lasts less than a minute." "Then the power comes back on?" "Should do." Next to him, Tom shuffled in the co-pilot seat. And until then, we're sitting blind ducks." Veyron laughed. "Do you see any green glow outside our bubble?" Sam silently looked around in a world devoid of all light. A moment later, the power returned to his controls. The backlighting in a series of instruments started up. The headlights flickered on. He carefully powered the craft around to face the entrance, where the light from outside the cavern glowed green. Chapter 86. Sam pushed the electric motors to their top speed, and Sea Witch 2 sped towards the opening. He reached it, and his eyes began to adjust to the strange color. It was similar to the green bioluminescence, but not quite the same. "What is that?" he asked. Veyron shuffled forwards in his seat. "That, my friend, is another submarine." Sam approached it. The entire thing glowed green. Tom gritted his teeth. "Is this wise? I mean, we were set up to fight a gazillion microscopic machines, not another submarine." "It's all right, Tom. I doubt very much they are either," Sam replied. "Right, so what are you planning on doing? Going right up to it and then asking the pilot to the surface for some coffee and a chat?" Sam moved in close to the submarine. "Not a bad idea. Why not?" It was a similar-shaped submarine to the Sea Witch 2, with two small hulls and a bubble-like dome that protected the pilot. Only the one in front of them was only just big enough for its single occupant. They were no more than 20 feet away, and Sam could quite clearly see the man in the pilot's seat. There was something familiar about him. Using the diver's thumbs-up signal, he asked the other submariner to the surface. The man acknowledged in return and slowly raised his submarine to the surface. Sam expelled the remaining water from the Sea Witch's ballast and began to surface. "See, Tom, that wasn't too hard." Tom shook his head. "This will be good to see." The Sea Witch broke the surface of the calm waters. Sam popped the hatch and climbed onto the left hull of the submarine. Tom and Veyron followed him. They waited less than a minute for the man from the second submersible to climb out. He was tall, brown hair, a kind smile, and a thick, cleft chin that some women would consider attractive. Sam smiled. It had been a long time. "It's good to see you, Luke. You're looking a lot better than I was led to believe. You'd better come aboard. There's a lot to explain." Chapter 87. Sam stepped on board the side of Luke's submarine. He shook his old high school friend's hand, and then passed him a rope to tie the two hulls of the submarines together. "It's good to see you, and you're alive." Luke took the rope. "It's good to see you, too." "This is Tom Bauer, my deep-sea projects director, and this is Veyron Blanc. No relationship to the supercar. He's my chief engineer." "Pleased to meet you both." Luke shook their hands warmly. "I hear you've been busy, Sam. Found a lost Nazi aircraft or something? Then found the remains of some old ship in a country somewhere on the other side of the planet. Where was it? Austria?" "Australia," Sam corrected him. "That's it." Luke smiled warmly. "Located Atlantis, and then lost it again. Oops. It's good to see you've been using that keen mind of yours, and not just using it to squander your father's fortune." "Thanks. On that subject, I hear you've been busy too. Do you want to tell me your story and what you were doing here tonight?" "Of course. It might take some time." Tom looked curiously at the glowing paint covering the submarine. It looked like an off-colored phosphorescence. "Luke, I have to ask, what's with the paint job?" "You mean, why's my submarine glowing?" A childish grin came across his face. Tom nodded his head. "Yeah. It puts the plankton at ease.
Luke wrapped up the loose rope. No, you've got to be kidding me, Sam complained. Plankton doesn't glow to make itself feel good. It glows as a deterrent to would-be predators. Yes, I agree. I don't know why this works, but I do know that before we lost control over them, they would literally destroy any yellow submarine that entered the cavern. I don't know why, but they did. We stopped losing submarines when we made them glow with phosphorescence. Weird, huh? Yeah, little about these creatures seemed to make sense, Sam agreed. Veyron began climbing back down into the Sea Witch's cockpit. I'm going to call for the Maria Helena. We still have to find where the hive went. I can tell you that, Luke said. They all looked at him. If the cavern's empty, it means they've gone out to hunt. Chapter 88. A bright light heralded the arrival of the Maria Helena. Sam brought Luke aboard to talk in depth. We can bring your submarine on board, if you like. No, thank you. I have to return to the cavern to gather some more evidence. It will be necessary if we're ever to win this. Suit yourself. You can tie up alongside the Maria Helena and at least have a meal while we work out what's going on. Luke squatted down on the side deck of the Maria Helena and tied his submarine to its side. Where do you want to talk? We can go to the back deck. It's private and you can talk freely. Do you want a beer? No, thank you. I'll have a strong coffee, black, if you've got some. Sam stepped into the bridge. Hey, Matthew, when you see Genevieve, can you please ask her to bring us 2 strong black coffees? Will do, boss. We'll be out on the aft deck. Luke checked his lines again, and then followed Sam down the side deck onto the aft deck. He stopped to look at the Sea King. She's a beautiful ship with a striking helicopter to match. You look like you've been having fun. Good for you. I haven't lately. We've had a problem. One you intentionally brought me in to fix. So, you may as well fill me in. Elise, one of my crew, she's a kind of computer genius, is currently tracking the area with military satellite surveillance, looking for their glowing lights. We might have to go at any time if she finds them. Good. Tell her to look for intermittent electrical depolarizations. You mean like the discharge in a storm cloud? Precisely. Each plankton is producing electrical charge through kinetic energy. If she can't see their bioluminescent glow, she should spot a 5-mile area containing multiple electrical discharges. Okay, thank you. I'll let her know. Sam went inside to give Elise the tip. He returned a couple minutes later. Luke had stopped at the most aft section of the ship and was staring out into the calm seas. He looked up at Sam, smiled, and then said, How long have you known that I was alive? Chapter 89. Sam took a deep breath, smiled. I had a feeling, when I watched the video of your purported death, you appeared to be moving downwards. It wasn't that so much as your smile. It wasn't even the fact that you appeared calm. It was the fact that you looked proud. Sam shook his head. It was nothing but a hunch until Tom told me about the green ghost he'd met. And then, when I saw it with my own eyes, I knew that you were involved somehow. It's not what you think, Luke reassured him. I never thought it was. So tell me about it. Timothy Locke, Benjamin White, and I have spoken for nearly 20 years about the need to harness the power of the ocean. I've known it since I was a child. If we're ever truly going to become self-sustainable as a species, we need to capture some of the energy from the ocean. About 5 years ago, the time had come for us to act. We'd reached the perfect time in the history of civilization. Timothy Locke had the knowledge and the power to make small machines.
Benjamin White was an expert on the movements of the oceans, and I had spent my entire life studying alternative and mainstream energy sources. I've studied everything from solar panels, wind farms, and wave generators through to nuclear and thorium conductors. Luke stopped as Genevieve arrived with their coffees. She dropped them off, left a pot of black coffee, and quietly left without saying a word. Luke watched her go. She's quite stunning, isn't she? Forget it, you dirty old man. She's not interested. In men? Sam shrugged his shoulders. In anyone. Luke hadn't changed with age. He was always known as a ladies' man, attractive, intelligent, funny, and loquacious around women in a way that they never seemed to find annoying. And, as far as Sam could tell, they just liked him. Of course, it had probably been the cause of all 3 of his divorces. Luke smiled when he finally accepted that Sam wasn't going to give him any more information. Okay, where was I? You're an expert in the development of clean energy. Luke took a small gulp of coffee. It was 4 a.m., after all. None of those sources were limitless and without damage. Even wind farms require large amounts of mining to gain the materials to build. Wave generators destroy the local marine life and require the use of oil, which naturally seeps into the ocean to maintain. In many ways, nuclear and thorium reactors appear the only feasible long-term solution, with the one major drawback being our inability to remove the waste. So, you created a swarm of nanobots intent on destroying humanity? Sam interrupted. Luke smiled good-naturedly. So, we looked at it from an entirely different perspective. We looked at breeding a species that worked symbiotically with nature to produce energy, kinetic energy, small amounts, absorbed through the natural movements of the sea, covering trillions upon trillions of plankton cells. Okay, so how far did you get before someone offered to kill your research? It took more than a year to build 50 nanobots. The sheer practicality of such an undertaking made it impossible for us to continue without the ability to increase production substantially. Even if we wanted to, we would die from old age before we could build a relevant colony. Sam had heard this argument against nanotechnology before. So, you looked to the plankton to grow them for you. Yes. As you would know, certain plankton procreate through cellular division. At its most basic level, the cells make an exact replica of themselves. It's inside their DNA, the building codes for all cells. So we thought, why not reprogram the DNA with nanotechnology? Because up until the time I watched it under an electron microscope, I believed that it was impossible, Sam said. I did too, but Timothy Locke assured me it could be done. In fact, he wasn't even concerned about how to do that. For him, it related to computer codes. And coding was something you could do at any level. His concern was our ability to produce substantial numbers. Why? If he could reprogram the DNA to include the nanotechnology, and plankton cells divide every 24 to 48 hours, the population must grow rapidly? They do, but not fast enough. You have to realize that the type of plankton we were using had a complete life cycle of 8 days. That meant that although we were doubling the colony every 24 to 48 hours, we were losing an entire generation every 10 days. So how did you overcome that? We genetically modified the plankton by increasing the rate it divided. If all requirements were met, such as warmth, nutrients, and building blocks for the nanoparticles, the cells would now multiply every 2 to 4 hours. Sam frowned. Yes, Veyron showed me. We were wondering why anyone would do that. But it didn't just produce more symbiotic plankton. The process ended up having an unexpected side effect. A small wave lapped up towards the side of the ship. Sam stepped back to avoid the splash. What was the side effect? It sped up the life cycle and generations of the plankton. What would that do? It's an old theory in evolution. You see, if you subscribe to current theories about evolution, you learn that everything evolves through generational responses to external stimuli. For example, in a small cave system in Bolivia, a certain breed of fish have become entrapped in complete darkness. As the species evolved to survive without light, their eyes became smaller and smaller, until today's cave fish no longer have eyes. Instead, they developed whisker-like sensors at the edge of their mouths, which pick up tiny movements. Sam nodded his head. He'd read about the Bolivian cave fish in college, but he still didn't see the relevance to their nano-creation. What happened? Luke finished his coffee and immediately poured himself another. We shortened the generational cycle of the plankton and increased their rate of evolution. Chapter 90. Sam started on his second cup of coffee. It was unusual for him, but so was this story. You increased its rate of evolution. But how much does plankton evolve? Sam still didn't feel like he was getting anywhere. Luke smiled patiently. It turns out quite a bit. Also, you have to remember, this wasn't just plankton. It now shared its DNA with the nanobots, which served a basic point. They were basically designed to create kinetic energy as they moved with the swell of the ocean. How were they storing the energy? They weren't. We hadn't gotten to that point yet. All we wanted to know was that the energy could be produced. We had a number of theories about how to then capture that energy, but the entire program was still in its infancy. And the colony was growing and evolving? Sam persisted. Yes, incredibly fast. Luke took a breath, swallowed, and then continued. We started off a small private island in the Bahamas, using a small lake. Each day, I would take more nutrients and building blocks down to the lake. Soon they would meet me at the jetty. Like carp, they would wait to be fed. Eventually, they befriended me as someone who fed them. Sam threw the last of his now cold coffee overboard. Are you telling me this thing developed AI? No. Artificial intelligence kind of went out of vogue after the turn of the millennium. Too many venture capitalists got burnt by what it was supposed to be capable of. We talk about the term predictive response. This is where machines are designed to mimic the appearance of cognitive function by applying a series of answers to yes and no questions to solve a common goal. You have to remember, these were still a series of machines performing very basic tasks as a collective to achieve a common goal, such as move here when man comes down and get food. None of the AI theories proved possible? Sam asked. Sure they did. It's just the scientists asking for the money from the venture capitalists were off by about 30 years' worth of research, Sam persisted. And yet you built a working prototype? Yes, and no. Evolution sped up the process of their mimicked intelligence, but we hadn't taken into account the simple fact that plankton is alive. Single-cellular or not, all living things share one common desire. They want to survive. It was after the colony had survived for a year that things began to get super weird. Chapter 91. Sam looked at the starlight, fading into the twilight of dawn. The possibilities were limitless now. Okay, tell me how things got weird. Luke sat down. He appeared tired, but at the same time frustrated, because he needed to get some things off his chest, and he still had a job to do before it was finished. Because I came down to the lake one day, and the colony started to raise itself out of the water and take form.
The green ghost we saw?
Sam asked. Luke stared into the dark water.
Ah, you've met one of them.
One of them. You mean there's others?
Yes. Not at first, but eventually they multiplied. They like to mimic things. Soon they were copying my general shape, and eventually they were able to perform simple tasks, such as creating the shape of my eyes and face. In the end, it was like I was staring at a reflection, albeit a little greener.
Sam looked at him. He appeared close to tears.
So, what went wrong?
We needed money. We'd raised our initial capital ourselves. Timothy was one of the worst hit. He had to sell his house to put in his equal share. I think he wanted to ask us for a loan, but had too much pride. Besides, we all thought we were on to something. This was our big break. On the horizon, Sam watched a shooting star race towards Earth.
Okay, so where did you raise the funding to continue? I would have thought with that kind of story, you'd have venture capitalists trying to throw money at you.
No way. Not anymore. Too many broken bridges with nanotechnology. No one was interested. After all, what had we really created? A microscopic machine that could create a single face out of water? No one knew of any particular uses for that. No, we needed to increase the size of the colony so that we could begin progress towards energy production.
But someone did fund your research.
A friend of ours knew a person who could get us the cash we needed. In fact, they could get us all the funding we would ever need, because they'd just discovered exactly what they could do with machines that made seawater rise and fall into the air.
They wanted a weapon.
Sam shook his head. Of course they did. If you really want funding for research and development, just tell them that one of the uses of your study will create a weapon. Pity, really. The human race is so predictable.
Did you know who was making the offer?
No, it was a high-tech armaments company. Probably American-based, but who knows? Our friend assured us they would only sell to friendly countries.
You were going to create the world's most destructive weapon, and you took it on your friend's word that they weren't going to sell to unfriendly nations?
Luke stood up and paced a little. He looked uncertain about whether or not he would be allowed to leave the ship. We just wanted the funding. Per our contract, we were paid for the product. Any other collateral data gathered in the process was a bonus. We kidded ourselves into thinking that we were producing a machine that could power the world, rendering most wars redundant. Wars that, as you know, are fought over energy. Sam sighed.
I thought they were fought over religion.
No, we just say that so people accept the craziness better. We don't blink an eye when a country slaughters its minorities, despite our Christian ideals that America was supposed to be founded on. But if such an atrocity were to affect our pipelines, our oil production, or our gas production, then let's put boots on the ground. Sam had been in Afghanistan. Even if he'd been there for the right reasons, he knew that Luke was telling the truth. Would his government have cared so much if it hadn't effected the free flow of oil and gas?
Okay, so you were saving the world at the same time as you were offering the perfect weapon to destroy it.
Luke laughed. Don't think I missed the irony. I get it. And at the end of the day, I won't lie, I wanted to make some real money, too.
Okay, so you went to bed with an arms dealer. Never a good idea to begin with. But you came good with the research, so where did it go wrong? When we failed to produce the weapon. Chapter 92. Sam stood up. You failed to produce the weapon? Yeah, more irony, hey? Luke replied. We could get the plankton to raise and lower its height in the water, but we had no way of controlling the direction of the water once it fell. In fact, when we tried, it simply splashed back down gently, creating barely a ripple. Like I said, these were simple machines, nothing like the science fiction movies. So what did you tell your backer? Sam asked. I told them what they wanted to hear. We needed more time. We were making great leaps of progress, but it would take time and money. Luke's eyes then widened as he appeared to recall something fantastic. And then the magic started. What magic? We spent so much time working on the weapon, we ceased researching energy solutions. Then one day, we noticed a single metallic sphere. Like the millions we found inside the cavern? Sam asked, his interest picking up. Yes. So what's with those small metallic balls? There must have been millions of them. The wonder disappeared from Luke's eyes. Those are what caused all this trouble in the first place. Little metallic balls? Sam was incredulous. We called them Elixir 8. It was a play on a number of things, really. They're batteries built out of thorium, like a shrine to their ancestors. They're produced every time the plankton's life cycle of 8 days is over. The nanobots seem to like producing them. I don't know why. I can't see any purpose for them, and the nanobots certainly don't seem to use them. But all the same, they produce them and stockpile them here. Tiny batteries, Sam confirmed. Those are the most powerful batteries the world has ever seen. One of those spheres would power your submarine for its lifetime. Luke sighed. Don't you see? That's what this is all about. Someone came to us from the oil companies to make an offer to buy the research. They wanted to purchase the research lines and quash them from ever being used. I was very nearly tempted by the offer, too. It was to the tune of $20 billion. That's a lot of money for someone like me, even for someone like you. Sam smiled at the attack. His father was one of the richest men alive. Okay, so why didn't you just accept their offer? I was going to. Really, you have no idea how close I was. The technology was worth 10 times that much if we could harness it. But research takes time. Politics come into play. And the next thing you know, you've blown the remainder of your life trying to achieve something that will serve only to make your grandchildren rich. And stop the human race from destroying itself. Well, there is that too. So what did stop you? It was the person they sent to negotiate on their behalf that made me change my mind. I was so insulted by their boldness. In the end, I couldn't live with myself if I accepted. Of course, I couldn't do that without it being obvious that I would go to the media about it. And if I did that, this person's world was going to change. This person represented a conglomerate of oil tycoons from around the world, powerful and protected. This person convinced the other members of my team to use my own creation to kill me. All right. Who's the person? Sam asked. Luke shook his head. I'm afraid I can't tell you. Not until I have the final piece of evidence. Once I have that, I will tell you everything. Then we can make them pay. So what are you doing here? Luke asked. We came to destroy the colony. What are you doing here? I came to see if my creation had returned. Returned? Sam looked confused. You knew about this place?
Of course I did. I had it built 4 years ago to protect my colony.
Chapter 93. Sam walked into the bridge. Elise took one look at him.
I've just had a hit for another rogue wave forming.
Where?
Sam stood behind her. 3 miles north of here.
Matthew, any ships in the area?
Matthew looked at the IAS log of ships within 20 miles on his GPS. Only one, a Coast Guard cutter, and it has Senator Croft on board.
Holy shit.
They're trying to kill her.
He looked at Luke.
Luke said, Go, save her life. I have to get some more proof, and then I'll see you in Washington in a few days.
Tom sat in the pilot seat of the Sea King and flicked the main power switch on. Sam climbed into the co-pilot seat. One more question.
Shoot,
Luke replied. Who was your marine biologist?
Who?
Luke looked slightly flustered, as though Sam had caught him out on a lie. To make a symbiotic relationship between plankton and nanobots, you must have had a marine biologist. I just wanted to know who.
You're correct. There were 4 of us who worked on the project. Each of us were leaders in our own field, who came together to make this work. But the 4th person I must keep as a secret until I have evidence. It's a matter of life and death that I get this right while they still believe I'm dead.
Why did he call himself Peter Flaherty?
I can't say, not yet anyway.
Do you want to come with me to Washington? I'm about to go see the Secretary of Defense. Come with me. Let's spill the beans about all of it.
Okay, but first I have to talk to someone and grab some old documents. Once I'm done, I'll meet you there. I need proof before I can say who made the offer. I know it was on the behalf of Big Oil, but there's more to it than that, much more. I could have accepted Big Oil would be behind this, but this goes much deeper than simple financial corruption.
Okay, I'll see you in 2 days, in Washington. Chapter 94. Senator Croft watched as the captain of the Coast Guard vessel received the radio message from the Maria Helena.
Another rogue wave? And it was a direct collision course with them.
For the first time in years, she didn't know what to say.
Senator Croft, you have to take off. There's a report of another large rogue wave approaching. We should be able to ride it out, but can't risk you getting killed.
There was no need to tell her twice to save her own skin.
Of course.
She climbed back into the military helicopter. The pilot flicked some switches, and the engine hummed. 30 seconds later, the large rotary blades began turning, slowly at first, then a little bit faster. In the distance, where the dark horizon had been moments earlier, she spotted the glowing light. It was green. It stifled her breath. She knew exactly what it was. She unclasped her seatbelt and tapped the pilot on his shoulder.
That thing's coming for us. Get us in the air, now!
The pilot turned his head, spotted the glowing wave moving towards them at a slow and tantalizing pace, as though it were toying with them.
I'll do my best, ma'am.
He tapped on the RPM monitor, confirming the speed of the main rotor blades had reached its minimum takeoff speed. He pulled on the collective and they took off, banking almost immediately to the left and away from the wave. Seconds later, the rogue wave destroyed the Coast Guard vessel as though it were a bath toy. The pilot pulled the helicopter up. Vanessa watched as the giant wave reached its peak. It was going to be close to reaching them. In front, she saw the helicopter's altimeter read 126 feet. Will it be enough? She watched as the wave flowed beneath them and the water reached within 2 to 3 feet. She sighed deeply with relief. And then a following crest clipped the side of the helicopter. Chapter 95. The helicopter dipped its skids into the water. The main rotors continued to spin. For a second, Vanessa thought the helicopter was going to pull out. Instead, the wave seemed to pull it downwards. A moment later, the helicopter, failing to maintain lift, banked to the left. The main rotors sliced at the seawater, sending a spray of misty green water into the air. And then her entire world went dark as the cabin was enveloped by the wave. The sound was horrifying. The powerful engine roared and then exploded as the cold seawater reached the internal point of combustion. The front windscreen shattered. There was no way to tell the direction to the surface. Everything was dark. She was nothing more than a rag doll. Vanessa fought with her seatbelt, which finally gave way to the frantic pressure of her hands tearing at it. Her chest hurt, but she couldn't recall why. In her panicked state, she didn't even realize that it had been nearly half a minute since she'd last taken a breath. She felt her way to the side of the helicopter. The doors were still closed. She slid her hands all over the dark space until one of them reached the emergency release latch. She pulled on it. No response. Changing her position, allowing for greater leverage over the handle, she pulled on the latch again. Gas-powered explosions ruptured and the door disappeared. It was still dark out there, and she had no idea which way was up. She swam through the open door and pulled the toggle on her life jacket. It inflated instantly. A moment later, her head pierced the surface of the water. Chapter 96. Tom flew over the location where the Coast Guard vessel was supposed to be. The previously glowing green water had returned to its naturally dark state. The hive must have returned to deeper waters. Sam checked the GPS. Staring down at the dark seascape, he knew the truth. It was too late. The rogue wave had killed again. Nothing remained on the surface. The ship, its life rafts, everything had been taken to the bottom of the ocean. He had just given up hope when he spotted a single head bobbing above the water. It was attached to a yellow life jacket. For an instant he wondered if the person was already dead, and then it started to move its hands. It turned to face him. He recognized the face immediately. Senator Vanessa Croft had a face hard to forget. Tom lowered the helicopter until his skids rested approximately 20 feet above the water. Any lower than this, and the downward pressure of the rotors would likely drown her. Sam left the cockpit and shuffled to the back of the helicopter. He slid the sliding door open and attached a life ring to the winch. He checked to see that Senator Croft had followed what he was doing. Then he threw it into the water next to her. She didn't wait for an invitation. She immediately placed it over her head and wrapped her arms around it. "Okay, Tom, she's good. I'm going to start the winch." In front of him, Tom prepared to take the additional weight in the helicopter's controls. Sam then pressed the red arrow pointing upwards, and the winch began to draw the cable inwards. 30 seconds later, she put her feet on the skids, and Sam drew her into the main cabin. She smiled at him. "It's good to see you, Mr. Reilly. This time I really do owe you one." Her eyes darted around the helicopter and back towards the desolate sea. "Where's everyone else?" "I'm afraid you're the only survivor we found, ma'am." Chapter 97. At 8 a.m. the next day, Sam walked into the office of the Secretary of Defense in Washington, D.C. He explained everything he'd discovered and what he had done. He explained about the symbiotic nanotechnology embedded in the plankton and how it had grown to be much more advanced than he'd first thought, that they had tried to destroy it near Mosquito Bay, where it appeared to have a hive, and how he'd lost it. At the end of his rant, he looked at the defense secretary. He was surprised she had let him speak for so long. She still maintained the same dark red hair she always had. Her emerald green eyes appeared slightly wearied by the strain of responsibility, but her face lacked none of the beauty that she'd commanded for her other 45 years of life. She maintained a permanent scowl,
instead of a smile. Somehow, even it too appeared just as beautiful as it had always been. "Well, Mr. Reilly, you have certainly had a busy month. Now, tell me what you came all the way out to Washington, D.C. to ask me about. I doubt very much that you're all that taken with our latest Democratic nominee. She can be quite the flirt with younger men in private, but I'm told she's reined it in since she got the nomination. So you can't simply have come here to receive her formal congratulations for rescuing her. What do you want to know?" "Madam Secretary, I'm talking about a weapon capable of destroying America. It will cripple our ability to defend ourselves, crush our economy through the destruction of our shipping lanes, and consume our people with fear, hunger, and futility. It's an entirely automated weapon, and I believe it's specifically choosing its targets. At first we thought it was randomly sinking ships. Now we know it targeted them all for a very specific reason. It's playing a game of chess right now, and the end game is the total annihilation of America." No. I heard what you said about the damn weapon. Now, for Christ's sake, young man, what have you come here to ask me?" "You're the Secretary of Defense for a country with the largest military budget in the world. You're advised by countless people who have devoted their life to defending America, the CIA, FBI, counterterrorism, and Homeland Security. They all feed you with information. You must have some idea who's responsible. Madam Secretary, we're at war. You just don't know who our enemy is." She walked closer to him, staring at him, her face full of derision. "My God, you really don't know, do you?" "Know what?" "Why, who paid for the research and development, of course." She looked right into his eyes, close enough that he could smell her perfume, the warmth of her breath, the tiny sparkles in her emerald eyes, and the freckles on her cheeks, which she'd worked hard to cover with makeup. His heart quickened. Sam had often wondered if he hated or loved her more. He was certainly compelled by her. She had commissioned him and made him the man he was, taken him out of the Corps and trained him for his unique projects. He did it for his country, but he never would have remained if it wasn't for her. "So, who paid for the research and development into manufacturing rogue waves?" She looked at him. Her serious expression remained unchanged. She lowered her glasses as a teacher would before reprimanding a bad child. "We did, Mr. Reilly. We commissioned its research and development. When it killed its creator, we lost control of the best technological advancement the Department of Defense has gained since the atomic bomb." Sam was genuinely surprised. What did we want with such a ghastly device? She smiled. It was patronizing, and at the same time appeared endearing to him. "A naturally occurring phenomena, capable of destroying an entire naval fleet in one go. Think about it. Not only could we wipe out entire navies, but where are the largest cities found around the globe? Near water. Exactly. So we could wipe out major cities with such a weapon." Okay. So, we funded it. What the hell went wrong? It didn't work. Despite research and development to the tune of nearly $100 billion, the project came up as infeasible. Well, someone worked out how to do it. Yes, and we're going to need you to find out who they sold their research to, before it is used to cripple our shipping lanes and bring our nation to a halt. She smiled at him. I want you to contact Vanessa, now that you're on such friendly terms with her. Find out who else was involved in the original research, and who she could think of that would have been interested and capable of buying the product. Senator Croft?
Sam looked perplexed. What does she know about the research?
Everything. She was the senator who lobbied for the proposed research in the first place. I assumed you knew.
Sam swore. She never said anything about that to me, which means she lied to me. She's behind this.
Samuel.
Yes.
Have you been following the election?
He shook his head, still dazed by the latest deception. No. I have been trying to save everyone's asses. I don't have time to follow the stupid election. Why do I care which politician gets in and maintains the current status quo of lies and deceit?
Because Senator Croft is about to become our next president.
The words struck him like the final shot. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Croft had betrayed him, while playing straight into his generosity. He'd kept her in the loop, and the whole time she'd been planning the attacks. Now what? He asked. The Secretary of Defense looked at him, smiled wickedly, and said,
Now you find me the evidence. Give it to me, and only me. I don't want the word to get out that we're having trouble with our own government. Christ, the backlash! If the general public knew we spent $100 billion on research into a devastating weapon, which is now being used to hold us hostage, would be terrible, let alone that it was orchestrated by our next president.
Chapter 98. Sam couldn't believe what he'd heard. But Luke Eldridge was involved in alternative energy sources. I was told that he had discovered a new source of energy, something so plentiful that the oil companies had joined together and offered him and his partners something to the tune of $20 billion to crush the research lines. I was told that was why he was killed.
What you were told was wrong. We gave him $100 billion to build a weapon that could sink an entire navy. Think about it. He was a leading expert in environmental manipulation. He employed oceanographers, hydrologists, meteorologists. If anyone could build a rogue wave, Luke Eldridge could. And a rogue wave could wipe out an entire navy at one hit. Every sailor knows the ocean is bigger than any ship, and we were going to own the ocean.
So what went wrong?
He came to us after 2 years of research and told us he was having trouble. The nanobots were having problems maintaining their programming codes.
Of course they did. We just didn't have the technology to produce such complex devices. He must have been feeding you his ideas, knowing that defense has an unlimited budget.
No, his ideas were simple. The programming was to be simple. They would encode solid and fluid states of being. A radio device would activate their density control, and several miles of fast-growing plankton flagella would suddenly tense up. A wall of water would be created. Then another radio wave would transmit a message to tell the nanobots to deactivate, causing the water to become fluid again.
Sam recalled Veyron providing a similar theory. And by choosing which side to render inactive first, he could manipulate the direction of the wave.
Precisely.
But somewhere along the way it evolved. It decided it didn't just like changing from a solid state to a fluid one. It wanted more, and now it's at war with us, and owns most of the east coast of America. She clenched her jaw.
Yes, and I would like you to get it back for us.
Are you kidding me? After all this, you want to capture it so you can continue your research and development? She didn't hesitate with her reply.
If you knew the atomic bomb was out there, would you ignore it and hope that it would go away? Or would you spend every last dollar making sure that you were the one who wielded it?
It was common military rhetoric that Sam had heard his entire career. The winners have the biggest, newest, best weapons. Entire nations have gone bankrupt with the concept. It's a self-fulfilling cycle. Each country spends more on its military, which means its neighbors have to follow suit in fear of getting left behind. It was proof that mankind was driven by fear. And it never learned to evolve from that stance, Sam figured. It probably didn't deserve to survive. He wasn't sure where he fitted into this stance, but either way, he had a lot of work to do if the human race was going to survive this round. Goodbye, Madam Secretary. Chapter 99. Senator Croft picked up her office phone and dialed a number from memory. It rang 3 times before a man answered. Hello. Timothy, where have you been? I've been trying to call you all day. I've been busy rallying the college students to vote, that's all. I hear you're in the lead. Why? What's going on? He sounded worried. Your Frankenstein creation just tried to fucking kill me. Oh my God, I'm sorry, Vanessa. Jesus. Where were you? East of Fort Lauderdale, in a Coast Guard vessel, campaigning at the site of the near disaster of the supertanker Mississippi. Timothy, why would it even want to attack a Coast Guard ship? Timothy ignored her. Really? I thought you destroyed the Bimini Road. We did. I certainly wouldn't have gone anywhere near the area if I thought your wretched things could form a rogue wave without the Bimini Road. They can't, as far as I knew. So what went wrong? Silence. Despite being one of the brightest minds on Earth, the 76-year-old professor of nanotechnologies was too shaken to speak. Christ, Timothy, they're your creation. You don't have control of them anymore, do you? He started to talk and then stopped short. No, they took out a couple of cargo ships before I could stop them. At first I thought they were working off their simple programming. Then when they took out the 3rd cargo ship, I realized they were picking their targets, growing their numbers, and literally waging a war on all other lives in the ocean. But you still had enough control to lead them to target the oil tanker? Yes, but that was good luck more than any actual control. At that stage, I still duped myself into believing that I was in control. By surrounding the ship with smaller vessels, the nanobots assumed it to be their greatest threat. So where are they now? The hives moved again. I thought I'd lost them after the oil tanker. We returned to the Bimini Road and discovered no trace of their unique bioluminescence. For a few days I thought they'd naturally died out. It was always a high possibility. By the time a week had gone by and we hadn't heard of any more accidents, I hoped they were dead. But now you are telling me they came after your ship. Yes, my ship. Why the hell would they have come after my ship? It was smaller than most other vessels in the ocean. What made it come after us? There's a chance. A very small one. I'm sorry. You're not going to like it very much. She paced in her office. What? There's a chance that they came after you, specifically. Me? How the hell did they know I was aboard? And more importantly, why the fuck would they have come after me? When I originally programmed them, I included wireless connectivity to their programming, so that they could work as a collective, and so that we could direct them toward a specific ship via wireless transmissions. So? I thought you said that the system hasn't been working since we used them to kill Luke. It hasn't, Actually, that's not technically correct. It appears they've been receiving our messages, but instead of acting upon them, they've been ignoring them. Ignoring them? I thought you said these were exceedingly simple machines. Yeah, well, my simple machines appear to have matched up with the collective minds of the other simple plankton in ways that we never could have predicted. Okay, so what does it matter if they are still wireless? It means that they are getting our emails. They're on the same secret channel that you and I use. Are you telling me they know that I sent you the order to destroy them after the oil tanker fiasco so that Sam Reilly could save the day? Yes, and it also knew that you were aboard the Coast Guard vessel, Florida 2. Your creatures tried to assassinate me. She looked furious. I don't care how you do it, but I want them shut down before this becomes one natural disaster for which I can't deliver a solution to the American people. Christ! Do you realize what would happen if all the shipping lanes were closed to American ports? I'm about to take office at the brink of the worst disaster in history. I'm sorry, Vanessa. I'm so sorry. I never meant for anyone to get hurt. She heard his sobs in the background and hung up. Timothy Locke was no longer useful to her. Chapter 100. Sam picked Luke up in front of the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. He'd hired an inconspicuous car, a Toyota Prius. There were hundreds of them in the capital, everyone trying to look like they were doing the right thing, while no one actually gave a shit what it cost the environment. Compared with the other cars he liked to drive, they were boring. But imitation of the masses is the best form of camouflage. He opened the door and Luke got in. Sam put his foot down and the car silently drove off. Tell me you've got some hard evidence about your buyer. Luke grinned. I've got it. Irrefutable evidence. Good, because yesterday I found out that you were being funded by the Department of Defense. Luke went silent, swallowed hard. We were never specifically working on fuel sources. We were working on a contract to build a weapon for the U.S. Department of Defense that would keep us ahead of the game for the next century of wars. You were building a rogue wave? Yes, but we thought we were a long way off. Apparently, not as far as we thought. He obviously didn't miss the irony. What about Elixir 8? I thought this was all because you pissed off the oil industry. Elixir 8 was a secondary discovery, one that would prove much more valuable than anything we could produce for the military. I told the truth when I said the nanobots created them and lined the surface of their nest with them. I never could work out why. Then when I tested one and discovered it was a complex thorium-based battery cell capable of providing trillions of amp-hours, I knew we'd hit the jackpot. In terms of research, we just won Powerball. Twice. So, who made the offer? I thought you knew. Humor me. Senator Vanessa Croft. Sam sighed. You mean the president-elect. Chapter 101. Sam pulled over on the side of Pennsylvania Avenue. The White House stood proud in the distance. He put the hazard lights on and placed the car in park. Show me exactly what you've got. Luke reached into his carry bag, a leather shoulder bag seen around college campuses. Inside, he pulled a series of documents. It's got everything inside. Sam quickly rifled through the photographs, financial records, and names of people involved. Some powerful people were involved in the offer. all funding traced back to one person's election campaign, Vanessa Croft. This was never about saving the planet. Vanessa Croft wanted the ticket. She used the entire thing to fund her campaign. She's in bed with the oil industry. No wonder she beat the Republicans in a landslide win. They had bought both sides of the game. Luke had tears in his eyes. No, I believe she wanted to help the world. In fact, this entire thing was molded out of revenge. When she realized she couldn't simply change it by providing evidence of a better way of doing things, Vanessa discovered the only way to truly have an effect on the world would be through politics. And if she really wanted to make a substantial difference, she would need to get to the top. So, she sold her soul to the devil in the hope that she could make amends once she reached the top. Yes, only now she has a long list of companies she owes favors to. Sam flicked through the rest of the papers. How did you get all this? Timothy and I were best friends. This was our brainchild. We had worked on it for years before we brought Benjamin White in on it, and then he betrayed me for the oldest motivator in history, money. He recently found out that his creation was at war with us, all of us, America and the rest of the globe. He was already intoxicated by the time I reached him. Go on, Sam said. When I showed up, he was so surprised to see me alive, he nearly shat himself. We talked. He spoke about a number of things he'd promised himself that he'd tell me if I was still alive. In the end, he handed me all the documents. You see, he'd kept them in a safety deposit box, just in case the group had come for him. Luke sighed. And then, right there in front of me, he hanged himself. Sam said, What would you like me to do about all this? Luke unbuckled his seatbelt and then opened the car door. I want you to fix it, so that I don't have to hang myself. With that, Luke got out of the car and walked away into the night. Chapter 102. Sam met the Secretary of Defense 20 minutes later in Washington. She looked more concerned about the interruption than about the discovery that President-elect Croft was responsible for everything. Show me what you have on her, she demanded. Sam Reilly gave her an envelope with all the information she needed. He'd read it all. It connected all the dots. There was no denying her involvement, or the other names in the list. She read each of them out loud. There are some powerful men in this list. A Saudi prince, a CEO of one of the largest oil companies. There was quite a concerted effort to maintain the status quo of global reliance on fossil fuels. A loathsome thing to do. She virtually spat the words out. And President-elect Croft is at the foul center of the lot of it. What do you think we should do about this? He asked. A military aide walked into the room. I'm sorry to interrupt, Madam Secretary. Go ahead, Frank. It's the night for interruptions. Madam Secretary, we've just had reports of another 3 ships that have been sunk near the Bahamas. 2 cargo ships and 1 barge. They're attacking all of our ships now, Sam said. Do we know what they were carrying? The military aide looked at his notepad. I don't have the manifest for the 2 cargo ships, but the barge ran ashore right onto the beach in Miami. According to bystanders, it was carrying a massive rectangular stone, at least 40 feet wide by 20 feet high. The Keystone. Sam looked at the Secretary of Defense. It's hunting them. It went for Senator Croft, now it's attacked someone who was working for her. She looked at the aide. Thank you, Mr. Renwick. You may leave now. Frank Renwick turned and left her office. Good night, Madam Secretary. She waited until he'd left the room and closed the door. So, first, she becomes responsible for blocking the development of a new energy source to free mankind from fossil fuels. And now, she's purchased a weapon that's threatening to shut down our own shipping lanes. If it makes you feel better, she's no longer in control of the weapon. No, it does not make me feel any better. Sam stood up. Okay, then. My team's currently hunting the collective hive down. We have a large EMP designed to incapacitate the nanobots. It's only a matter of time before we destroy it. What do you want me to do? We can't go public. It would be a political nightmare. There'd be fighting about her involvement, and if she'd broken any real laws for so long that she'd probably end up completing 2 terms in office before anything was done. Sam smiled. It wasn't every day that the Secretary of Defense surprised him. So, you want her to disappear? Of course we need to get rid of her, but how? She's president-elect. We can't just have her assassinated. Why not? Sam laughed. You know damn well why not. We don't go around killing our presidents, and we certainly don't assassinate our president-elects. Chapter 103. Sam's cell phone rang at exactly 11:30 a.m. the next day. Sam picked it up and smiled. President-elect Croft, I hear congratulations are in order. To what do I owe the pleasure of this call? We need to talk. She spoke in short, fast words. Sure. Do you want me to come to you? No, not in public. The cell went silent for a moment. I need to know what you found. I need to know that we're getting somewhere with this outbreak from the hive. I've just been informed that another 8 ships have been attacked along the East Coast, some as far north as Carolina. It's trying to break out of its current environment. Exactly. The nanobots are allowing the plankton to leave the warmer equatorial waters. Sam looked at his watch. It would be lunch soon. Where would you like me to meet you? There's a private security room. It's below the White House. If you go to the White House, I'll have someone escort you there. When do you want to see me? Now, of course. Chapter 104. Sam was met at the front gate of the White House by someone who clearly didn't need to see his credentials to let him through the gate. The man wore a full military dress uniform. It was covered in an array of medals. He was guided through the series of corridors and stairs that resided below the White House. The man then used his swipe card to unlock an elevator door. Sam stepped inside. The man leaned inside and pressed the lowest number, 5, and then stepped out, leaving Sam alone. The elevator began its long descent into the secure rooms located deep below the White House. Unlike a normal elevator that counted levels, this one appeared to count in hundreds of feet. He felt his ears pop as they equalized to the newer pressure as he descended. The door opened, and the president-elect stood alone on the other side. Hello, President-elect Croft. Hello, Mr. Reilly. Tell me you have some good news. Sam looked around the room. There were several computers lined up along the back wall, and a large rectangular desk in the middle, but the room appeared empty of people, with the exception of himself and President-elect Croft. Are you certain this room is secure from listening devices? He asked. Absolutely certain. No one even knows we're here. I told the officer who escorted you in to make you wait at the 5th level. I've been in a briefing meeting on the 4th.
He thinks that I'm going to let you wait on your own for an hour before I go to see you. Of course, we'll be done long before then, and no one will ever know that you and I had this meeting. Why else do you think I ordered you down here? Now tell me some good news." Sam smiled and handed her copies of the files Luke had given him. "I'm afraid not all the news is good for you." She picked up the manila envelope. The first image made her gasp. "Jesus Christ, where did you get these?" She smiled beautifully in an attempt to cover up her concern. "Luke gave them to me." She smiled like she was on show, but the tiniest of sweat on her forehead betrayed her anxiety. "I thought you said you hadn't seen Luke since school." Sam smiled. He was enjoying this. "I hadn't. He gave me this when I saw him yesterday." He watched her face turn red. "He's still alive?" "Yes. Isn't that good news? He said that Timothy Locke kindly gave them to him just before he hanged himself." She swore, then collected herself. "What are you doing here, Mr. Reilly?" "I came because you asked for my help to catch the bad guy. Only none of us realized that the bad guy was really a girl all along." "Okay, what do you want?" She mistook Sam for someone who could be bought, or at least reasoned with. "You tried to steal the future of the human race, free from fossil fuels. Then you purchased a terrible weapon. Since then, you've lost control of it, and the damn thing seems intent on hunting you down." "I'm a very busy woman, Mr. Reilly. We both know what I've done. Now tell me what you want to do about it." Sam gritted his teeth in a rage of hatred. "I'd like you to go hang yourself so that I don't have to kill you." The pupils in her eyes widened with fear. "You wouldn't dare!" "Why not? You said yourself that no one knows that you're down here with me." "But you're beneath the White House. You'd never get away with it." Sam smiled viciously. "My father's put 3 of the last 5 presidents in this office. I've been granted access through this maze since I was a boy. I'm a familiar face as the Secretary of Defense's poster child. She made me who I am, and there's no way she would let anyone take me away from the task that she has set for me. I'm willing to take a bet that I could get away with it." "She sanctioned this, didn't she?" True horror now radiated in her dilated pupils. "No. I'm afraid even she was reluctant to assassinate a sitting president, or even a president-elect. This I've decided to do on my own." "You're Sam Reilly. I've seen your file. Recruited while on your first tour of duty in Afghanistan in 2003. Based on your profile, you were specifically targeted for scientific espionage. Since then, you've made several remarkable discoveries, proven the existence of the master builders, saved the world from a deadly virus. As recently as last year, you saved Manhattan and most of the East Coast from certain destruction when you stopped Atlantis from erupting. No, you're an all-rounded American hero. For someone like you, duty and integrity are paramount with life. Without either, you would cease to exist. Your word is like a binding contract, and you swore to serve your country." Sam grinned. "Well, Madam President-elect, I did swear to serve my country, but for the rest of it, I either had help or just damn well made it up. My word's not a binding contract. I do what's right. Hell, your people have had me live so many lies, I often find it easier to tell another than to explain the truth. I serve my country by fixing things that can't be fixed. Sometimes that means calling in experts to help rebuild something
from a different angle. Other times I just get rid of something that plain old doesn't work. And you, Madam President-elect, with your greedy desires, just don't work for me."
"You wouldn't dare! You can't kill me!"
"That's exactly what the Secretary of Defense told me. I don't see why not. You live and breathe like the rest of us. You may as well die, too." Sam pulled out a ceramic knife. It was small, but it would kill her just as quick.
"I'll make you a deal, Mr. Reilly."
Sam laughed. It was a boisterous laugh at the simple fact that all politicians were the same. She had no idea that he wasn't capable of being bought. She just couldn't imagine that some people believe in a higher order. More importantly, he believed in the truth. And in this case, the truth told him that she had orchestrated one of the all-time worst crimes against humanity. By making a deal to bury the truth about Elixir 8, she had traded the health and well-being of the planet and of all persons on it for the sake of unlimited coffers to her campaign war chest. I'm afraid you have very little I'm interested in.
"What if I told you that I know exactly how to find and kill the hive?"
Chapter 105. At 8 p.m., the Maria Helena cruised north towards Bermuda. Sam Reilly flew the powerful Sea King down to meet her. They were only 10 minutes out. President-elect Croft sat next to him. At a glance, she still maintained her confidence, but she'd lost some of her carefree persona, her famous charisma. An hour earlier, using their secret email server, she'd emailed Timothy Locke, informing him of her intention to review the Maria Helena, including the precise time and location. Timothy would never get to open it, but she was certain the nanobots would. It was the way they'd first discovered that she'd ordered Timothy to destroy them all. They saw her as the enemy. There was no doubt about it. They would come for her. Once she was aboard, the Maria Helena would become their next target. She looked tentatively across at Sam.
"Are you sure this will work?"
"The EMP has a 20-mile radius. It will work." She made no attempt to reply, and he didn't check to see that she'd heard him. After a few minutes, President-elect Croft turned to him and said,
"You know, I never intended half of these things to happen. I joined politics for the right reason. I wanted to make a difference. You and I have both fought on the same side our whole lives."
"No. You only fought with odds that you could win. To do that, you sold your soul to anyone who could give you the presidency."
"It was the only way to make a real difference."
There were tears in her eyes. The best liars were the ones who believed their own.
"I wanted to save the world."
"If this works, it will go a long way towards helping the world," Sam reassured her. Her kind smile returned.
"You know, I will give my life to correct my mistake."
"Hopefully it won't come to that." Sam shook his head. "Tell me, who was Peter Flaherty?"
"Peter Flaherty is the reason I'm doing this."
She burst into tears.
"Peter was my first son. I had an abortion at 28 weeks after doctors discovered that his brain was underdeveloped and thought he wouldn't survive more than a few years. They agreed to mark it down as a miscarriage to save me the stigma associated with having an abortion, especially one so late in the pregnancy, because of his age. We needed to give him a name."
"I'm sorry," Sam said. His eyes were fixed on the nearly black horizon.
"It wasn't until 6 months later, when I got pregnant again, that we discovered that the problem was the result of lead poisoning. That's why I loved my son until the day he died, because I was never given the chance with Peter. And that's why I have spent my entire life trying to reach the presidency so that I can finally make a difference."
She lost all composure, and Sam let her cry in silence. He landed on the back of the Maria Helena on the helipad and was immediately greeted by Veyron. "The EMP is ready to go, Sam." Sam grinned. "Good, because they will be here soon." Chapter 106. Sam stood on the Maria Helena's bridge. His eyes carefully switched between the screens which showed the satellite imaging of the water surrounding them, radar and sonar. The EMP was fully charged and capable of being fired in a 360-degree arc outwards from the Maria Helena at the push of a button. The strong hatches surrounding the Maria Helena were all fastened, and the ship was ready for the most violent of seas. Sam felt confident, but he didn't like waiting to see if that confidence was deserved. He didn't have to wait long. At 8:32 p.m., the warning alarm went off. "Wave approaching from the bow," Matthew said. His hands gripped both throttles as he was maintaining a slightly forward movement. "Are you ready, Veyron?" Sam asked. "Not yet. Let's let it get a little closer. I want this thing to knock out the nanobots that are following the wave." "Not too close, I hope?" Elise pointed at her screen, which showed the satellite image of the water surrounding them. "There's 4 waves." Sam moved over to have a look. "They're going to flood us together." "Range?" Veyron asked. 500 feet, Matthew confirmed. Veyron hit the fire button. The pitch of the loud EMP changed to a higher amplitude. The sea outside their protected cabin appeared green, the bright glow creating a second daylight. "Prepare for the waves after they fall," Matthew warned. "Confirm all hatches secured?" Sam looked to the port side door. He'd locked it himself, but now it was flung wide open. Vanessa had run out towards the bow. She was screaming hysterical obscenities at the approaching wave, demanding God take her. The EMP discharged. Sam ran out the door. "Vanessa, get back in here now!" All momentum seemed to fall from the 4 approaching rogue waves. The eerie green still glowed, but without the nanobots maintaining the direction of the flow, the waves were now free to dissipate in all directions. The largest remaining wave approached the bow. "Vanessa!" He ran towards her. She turned to face him. Her eyes were open and she stared at him, but they didn't see him at all. "I'm so sorry, Peter!" The wave struck, and she was gone. Chapter 107. The next morning, the Secretary of Defense sat in one of the dozen or more sitting rooms in the White House. Her legs were crossed while she ate toast for breakfast and drank strong coffee. She casually read the security briefings for the day. Less than an hour earlier, she had been informed that the president-elect had been killed by a 1 in a trillion rogue wave, which struck a Navy vessel while she was reviewing it. The ship had fortunately survived, but she was washed off the deck and into the sea. An extensive search was underway, but so far they had not found her body. Interestingly, she also discovered the head of a certain oil corporation had been executed in Saudi Arabia for crimes against his nation. She read the next line down.
a previous Nobel Prize winner in the area of nanotechnology, had hanged himself. She skimmed the rest of the notes. At the very end of the list, there was an article about a brilliant scientist. Apparently, a man named Luke Eldridge had discovered a new battery he'd named Elixir 8, which stabilized thorium so that it could be stored safely. His design was still in its infancy, but if proven correct, it would change the world's entire reliance on fossil fuels, potentially within the next decade. She smiled. No, there was no way they could kill the president-elect. It was abhorrent just thinking about it. But somehow, Sam Reilly was a different sort of creature. She imagined many of the similar sorts of programs her organizations sponsored, led people to irrational beliefs that they were above the law. Sam Reilly was different. In him, she'd seen his hard-fact sense of duty, not just to America, but to the good of the entire world. He knew he wasn't judge, jury, and executioner. He'd come to her for permission. She'd refused, but Sam had gained what he wanted, her acknowledgement that it was the right thing to be done. And he had done it. She didn't care how. Fact was, it had been done. If it was ever proven to be more than an accident, Sam, in all likelihood, would serve the death penalty, if he was ever caught. She doubted that would happen. Sam Reilly was much too smart for that. Good boy, Mr. Reilly. Epilogue. The Maria Helena motored south, following the celestial map of the Golden Eagle, until it brought them to the Falkland Islands. Perched on the 52nd latitude and approximately 400 miles east of the Patagonian coastline, the Falkland Islands were barren in their idyllic landscapes and beauty. Sam studied the aerial footage of the island. Then he looked up at the night sky. It was crystal clear and full of stars. The seas were relatively calm for the latitude. The wind was minor by comparison, approximately 15 knots. It felt like ice. He pulled the collar of his large winter jacket over his neck. Tom looked at him. You're certain this is the place? Elise says she's run the celestial markings through her database of night skies. This is the place. The Antiquae Nautae once lived here. Now we're going to need to find it the old-fashioned way. Sam flicked through some aerial photographs of the area where the Antiquae Nautae supposedly hid their treasure. The place is barren. If they hid anything, let alone all their worldly possessions, someone would have noticed by now. Unless they buried it, Tom suggested. The glint of gold fever was in his eyes. Again. What do you want to do? Go digging for it? Tom held the artifact up to the sky directly above him. 6 of the 7 stars aligned perfectly. The 7th was just slightly off. He pointed towards the island. We need to move in that direction until the sky directly above matches with the holes in this artifact. We'll never be able to get specific enough to find a place to dig. If anything, we'll be looking at an area approximately 20 miles wide. Sam stopped flicking through the satellite images. Here it is. I'll bet you any money. Tom looked at the image. It was the side of a barren mountain that met the sea. The photograph had been taken as a large wave erupted from inside the mountain. What is that? A blowhole. Tom smiled. Blowholes were formed as sea caves are eroded landwards and upwards into vertical shafts, until they expose themselves to the surface. Given the right sea condition, the pressure inside the cavern can build up with enough seawater to make it gush out the opening. In some circumstances, the blowhole can be miles inland, but is normally relatively close to the sea. Now, there's a place to hide buried treasure for centuries. Not only is it one of the most remote islands on the planet, but inside a blowhole. No one would ever find that by accident. Even if someone wanted to, they'd most likely die in the process. Sam grinned. Unless they had specialist equipment. You want to dive it? Sam pulled his beanie further over his face to protect his face from the wind chill. It's going to be cold. I've dived colder. Sam laughed. They both had. An hour later, Tom dropped into the icy, cold water, wearing a 1/4-inch laminate dry suit and a thick polar fleece underneath. He felt the cold rush over his body. So much for protecting against the elements. He checked his equipment at 10 feet and settled into the water. You coming, Sam, or did the cold put you off? Sam's dive light approached. I can't believe you convinced me to dive this thing in winter. It's payback for making me dive in the Alps a few years back. Sam chuckled. Come on, let's get this over and done with. As they approached the island, they could see the rock ledge broke into a cave and became a natural crevice that ran deep into the island. They followed it for 300 feet, carefully judging the inward movement of waves to follow, and then gripping the side of the rocks to prevent themselves being sucked back outwards on the backward shift of water. At the end of the shaft, moonlight shone on an opening to the surface. The crevice opened up to a large cave. As the pressure built up and filled the cavern, high-pressured seawater would be forced up through the opening. There it is, Sam, but I don't see any treasure. Sam flashed his light to the other end of the cavern. There's a second lava tube, heading vertical over there. Tom studied the spot where Sam had shined his light. No moonlight fell from it, which meant the opening didn't reach the surface. Okay, let's try that one. Tom swam to the vertical opening. He ascended 20 feet before reaching the surface of the water. He took his dive regulator out of his mouth and breathed the air. The water height varied with each wave, but never rose anywhere near the top of the vertical lava tube. Sam surfaced, looked around the tunnel. Are we going up there? I guess so. Tom held onto the porous rock and began to climb. At the top, the tunnel dropped down again. He followed the ancient lava tunnel until it came to a dead end. He shined his flashlight around the room. It was spherical and most definitely man-made. The black obsidian, into which the entire room had been carved, glistened like black glass. Sam walked in a moment after him. Now this looks like the perfect place to hide treasure. Except there's no treasure. Sam couldn't even imagine the amount of hours it would have taken to build such a place using primitive tools. He looked at Tom's disappointed face. Well, that was somewhat anticlimactic. Yeah, I mean, any civilization that went to such lengths to protect something in here must have at one stage stored something pretty special. Heck, if the Antiquinaute stored an entire hoard of gold in their hull, you'd think this would be teeming with rare stones at least. Sam ran his hand along the smooth pitch-black wall. He was surprised to find that despite its glassy appearance, the entire place was covered in tiny raised dots. They looked black, just like the rest of the obsidian room. Hey, turn your light off for a second. I think I might have found something. Gold? No, possibly something better. They both switched their flashlights off. Sam closed his eyes to adjust to the darkness. When he opened them again, the entire room was lit up with tiny blue stars. "What is this place?" Tom said, without concealing his awe. Sam grinned. "I couldn't tell you for certain, but if I had to guess, I'd say these are the main constellations of stars, as seen from all over the world. A perfect mathematical depiction of the stars as you move around each longitude and latitude. Each star was probably made by inserting fluorite or some other fluorescent material. Which means the Antiqui Nautae had traveled the entire world hundreds of years ago. That's why they went to such lengths to conceal this place. It was sacred to them, because it was their map of the world." "We still don't know where they came from?" Tom pointed out. "No. But I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't the last we see of the Antiqui Nautae. Any civilization that far advanced in the 17th century couldn't have been killed off by the European colonies without a trace. They're out there somewhere." Sam then removed the golden eagle from inside his carry bag. "What did you carry that heavy thing all the way into here for?" Tom asked. "A hunch," Sam replied. He then examined the marking on the eagle, which represented the constellation of the Southern Cross. Matching it up with the constellation depicted on the wall, he placed it hard against the wall, so the glowing blue stones on the wall shined through the holes in the eagle. Nothing happened immediately. Then the golden bird pulled solid against the wall, as though a secret magnet had been activated. Sam tried to pull it off, but it was locked hard. The glowing blue then increased as it radiated through the holes and then out the open mouth of the eagle, and then glowed on a single rectangular stone in the floor. "I'd say that just pointed directly towards something," Sam said. He and Tom took a few steps and stood on the stone. Still nothing happened. Then the ground below their feet moved. A series of steps formed below. They both had to crouch down to follow the secret passage. Sam's heart raced in anticipation. The ancient staircase descended 15 feet and then leveled out into a short rectangular chamber. They followed it until it reached a dead end. There, a single stone table held something more valuable than any of Sam's prized possessions. The remains of long-since-used candle wax stood next to a book. Sam carefully opened the book. One glance at the ancient writings, and he knew what he was looking at. This is the ancient journal of the master builders. It's a recording dating back so far that I don't even understand the system of calendar being used. It was written in the language of the ancient master builders. Sam started to decipher some of the words. It would take weeks to make sense of it all, and he wished he could contact Dr. Billy Swan, the archaeologist who had helped him prove the existence of the unique race who built a number of extraordinary wonders of the world over the millennia. The last time Sam had seen her, they had discovered Atlantis. After that, she'd disappeared, following a lead about the existence of a fabled city in the clouds in which the master builders once lived, like gods who watched over mere mortals. "Make any sense of it?" Tom asked. Sam nodded his head. "Some words and numbers. Looks like a journal of events. It will take time to understand all of it, and it would be easier if I could track down Billy." Tom's eyes drifted over the incomprehensible writings, his face pensive. Tom and Billy had been close, and Sam knew he would have liked their relationship to progress. But finding the home of the master builders was an obsession for Billy, more important than love. she would sacrifice everything else in her life to get closer to finding the truth.
Still no word from her?
Not since we lost Atlantis. She would be thrilled if she knew this existed, Tom said. Sam nodded his head in agreement. Then he gently opened the next page of the ancient book. The writings only covered 2/3 of the page. Like the entry to a journal, it appeared the author stopped and hadn't yet returned to make another entry. He then swore.
What?
Tom asked.
These are definite journal entries, dating a long way back. So far back I don't even know what type of calendar system was being used for the older entries. But this page is using our current system, measured in months and years AD. He then pointed to the final entry. And this one here shows the emergence of Atlantis just 3 months ago.
Tom looked at him.
That means at least one of the master builders is still alive.
Sam grinned.
And he, or she, was here only a few months ago.
After taking a detailed recording of each page of the ancient book, they decided to leave it there in the hope that they might still find the last author when he or she returns to make a new entry. They then returned to the Maria Helena. Sam and Tom had barely climbed out of the moon pool and entered the dive room before Matthew and Elise approached them, looking concerned.
We've had a call for assistance in Antarctica, Matthew said. The Pegasus Station, a research lab, has declared an emergency. Apparently we're the closest vessel capable of making the rescue.
Sam unclasped his BCD and lowered his dive tank into its holder.
What's the problem?
Their vessel was crushed against the ice shelf by the movement of a floating island of ice. They've managed to return to the station by foot, but they're not equipped to last the approaching winter. Elise brought up the satellite images of the area. Have a look at this. The first image was taken a few days ago. Now look at this one. Sam studied the image. Without recognizing the exact location, he could see that the land mass in the bay had nearly doubled in size. That photo was taken today. Sam shrugged his shoulders.
So, we've had another break away from the continental ice shelf.
That would make sense, but there's no place missing such a massive land mass of ice.
Have you looked everywhere? I mean, that's a lot of ice. It's going to stand out on satellite imaging somewhere that there's a new coastline.
That's just it. Elise showed him the satellite image of the surrounding coastlines. It appears the island just arrived from nowhere. Sam studied the 2 images intently.
And you're certain that this hasn't broken off any known ice formation?
Certain. Sam shook his head. He would have gone to save life, but the deal just got sweeter with such a puzzle.
Then I guess we'd better pack warmly. It's going to be cold in Antarctica.
The end.
This has been Rogue Wave, Sam Reilly, Book 4. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Copyright 2015 by Christopher Cartwright. Production copyright 2018 by Christopher Cartwright.